Pokémon, I'm just an ordinary breeder. Chapter 1. The beginning of the dream. President, the opponents are fighting too fiercely. Each of them has a full star beast. We can't win the guild war. There was a noisy voice coming from the phone. A boy was sitting on a gaming chair, operating a computer, and looking at the score of 52:50 on the guild war. That's right, they are only 3 stars away from winning the national guild war, and they will receive a cash reward of 50 yuan. Some wealthy people in their guild don't care about the money, but there are also some people who need it. But the same thing is that they all want to win this competition and gain the glory of the Pokémon game. As the president of the Xianzhou Pavilion Guild, he lived up to expectations and led his teammates into the finals. Finally, the battle came to an end, with only one person left in each guild, and they were both the presidents of the 2 guilds. The game is a one-on-one duel. Each person has 6 Pokémons. The winner will be scored and given a star rating based on the duel results and the survival of the pet. The highest star level is 3 stars, but this time the opponent is the president of the Dragon Guild. It is not easy for a very powerful character to get a full star rating. Boss, are you confident? Another voice came from the phone, and then both sides were quiet. After a while, the boy sat on the gaming chair and said with a smile. No matter what, you have to believe in your Pokémon, right? It was early in the morning, the sun was shining brightly, and the protagonist was sleeping soundly in bed. Kuhuhuhuhu, kuhuhuhuhu. Dongfang Yan felt something gently caressing his face, it was furry and made him feel itchy. Cuckoo! Stop it, let me rest for a while. Dongfang Yan said impatiently. It seemed that Dongfang Yan's attitude made it very angry, and then a pink light wave suddenly shot towards Dongfang Yan. He was sleeping soundly in bed, but Dongfang Yan gradually felt something was wrong. He felt as if he was floating. Floating up. Dongfang Yan's sleepiness disappeared instantly. He had celebrated excitedly the whole night before and had no energy at all in the morning, but now he felt 100 times more energetic. Cuckoo! Hearing the sound, Dongfang Yan turned to look at the bedside table and was startled. Why does this thing look so much like a night owl? In Dongfang Yan's mind, the appearance of the night owl in the anime and game gradually overlapped with the one in front of him. Dongfang Yan was sure that this was the evolved form of Cuckoo in the Pokémon world, Night Owl. Looking at the living Night Owl in front of him, Dongfang Yan was a little overwhelmed. He has been a fan of Pokémon since he was a child, and has been a fan of the anime and games. It is impossible for him to make a mistake about Pokémon. This is his confidence. Dongfang Yan slapped himself a few times, but it didn't hurt, so he punched himself again. My goodness, it hurts a little. Is this true? Looking at the night owl opposite him, Dongfang Yan was a little bit unbelievable. However, his self-harming behavior made it difficult for the opposing night owl to deal with him. It's just to wake you up, is it necessary to make such a fuss? Looking at the living night owl in front of him, pink light appeared in his eyes. Could it be that this is the skill of telekinesis? Dongfang Yan thought excitedly. Completely forgetting that I was still floating in the sky. The final evolution of Gugu is the night owl in front of you. Although Night Owl is a general flying type, it is particularly talented in controlling superpowers. Hello, how are you? Not knowing how to start, Dongfang Yan could only greet him cautiously. Well. Suddenly, before he could finish his words, Dongfang Yan felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something was trying to come out. Ding ding! Found a host, meets the requirements, fusing in progress, 13% fused, continue to fuse, 54% fused, continue to fuse, 87% fused, continue to fuse, 100% fused, complete, successfully bound to the host. Is this a system? As a novel lover, I naturally understand what this system means. Could it be that I have traveled through time? System? Dongfang Yan asked again carefully, fearing that he would experience another severe headache. I'm here, what do you want me to do? An emotionless electronic female voice came from Dongfang Yan's mind. Fuck, it's really the system, no way, what's going on? Dongfang Yan was a little confused, and then asked, did I travel through time? Yes, the host has traveled to the Pokémon world. Another emotionless electronic female voice sounded. Host, please accept the memory of this body. Take over. Dongfang Yan said weakly. After all, he had just arrived and he might as well make the best of it. Having read many time travel novels, he naturally understood the issues that he should pay attention to after traveling through time. If things go as expected, the owner of this body must have the same name and look the same as mine. As my head became more and more painful, more and more memories that did not belong to me gradually appeared in my mind. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar people inside, Dongfang Yan gradually calmed down. Night Owl used telekinesis to put him on the bed. It seemed to notice that something was wrong with Dongfang Yan, and it flapped its wings anxiously and made a cooing sound. "I'm fine, Night Owl." Dongfang Yan shook his head and patted his face. It was indeed the case. It was just as I thought, with the same name, surname, and appearance as I was when I was 15. Yes, who would have thought that the president of Xianzhou Pavilion, the first guild in the Pokémon game, is an 18-year-old high school student? However, Dongfang Yan was still a little confused. He was just sleeping, but he actually traveled through time? Others travel through time either by being hit by a car, or by playing a game, or by jumping off a building to commit suicide, or by jumping into a river to commit suicide and then travel through time again. How come I ended up here? I traveled through time inexplicably while sleeping. Thinking of this, Dongfang Yan turned around and glanced at the Night Owl. Well, alive. Night Owl tilted his head and looked at Dongfang Yan in confusion. I was just taking a nap, why does it feel like it has become stupid? Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Who? Dongfang Yan climbed up from the bed and touched the wings of the night owl, which was as tall as himself. I originally wanted to touch its head, but found that it was the same height as me, 1.6 m, which was a bit embarrassing. "Xiao Yan, are you up?" A kind voice sounded from outside. "This is, Grandma." Dongfang Yan was a little surprised. In his original world, Dongfang Yan's parents never cared much about him. When Dongfang Yan was a child, in order to attract his parents' attention, he deliberately fought, bullied girls, and got 0 points on exams. However, every time he got into trouble, his parents did not come back to teach Dongfang Yan a lesson, it was always his grandmother who came out. Watching the old man being humble and apologizing continuously to someone who looked like his own son, begging the other party to forgive his grandson. The old man never blamed Dongfang Yan, and seemed to know why Dongfang Yan did this. However, the old man's behavior did make him, his grandson, very ashamed. Later, Dongfang Yan corrected his mistakes in time and stopped making stupid mistakes. Unfortunately, when Dongfang Yan was 12 years old, his grandmother left him forever. Dongfang Yan opened the door and saw a strange yet familiar face. Although his face was covered with wrinkles, his kind smile made Dongfang Yan's heart move deeply. Dongfang Yan couldn't help but walk over and hug his grandmother. But the old man was shocked by his behavior. He was stunned for a moment, then reached out and stroked Dongfang Yan's head. "It's okay, Xiao Yan, the matter has passed. I believe the police will find Amon and Xiaoqing." Dongfang Yan was a little confused and carefully reviewed the memories in his mind. It turned out that 2 months ago, Dongfang Yan's parents went to Sanya for a trip. The plane they were on disappeared along with the flying-type Pokémon that was escorting it. It's like he disappeared from the face of the earth, and there is no news about him. This caused a huge uproar in the China Alliance and the World Alliance. However, Dongfang Yan didn't feel anything about this. In the world before he traveled through time, his parents rarely met him. We see each other less than once a year, almost once every 2 years, and usually the most we do is video call each other. Does Dongfang Yan hate them? Not really. After all, apart from rarely spending time with me, they did everything a parent should do. Almost everything Dongfang Yan wanted was given to him, which can be considered as an alternative form of compensation. Dongfang Yan really didn't care, but a trace of sadness flashed across the old woman's eyes, which she quickly concealed. But it was still seen by Dongfang Yan. After all, one is her son and the other is her daughter-in-law. It's impossible to say that I don't care anymore. Yes, the old woman had lost her husband, and it was the same before she traveled through time. There hadn't been much change. Let's go downstairs and eat. We need to hurry up and sell the remaining Pokémon eggs later. As she said that, she called Dongfang Yan to follow her downstairs. Dongfang Yan knew that his parents' disappearance had a great impact on his grandmother, but after all, life had to go on. After all, she still has a grandson, so she had to hide her sadness and face Dongfang Yan with an optimistic attitude. Dongfang Yan's family runs a breeder house, which was opened by Dongfang Yan's grandma and grandpa together and took a lot of their efforts. Similarly, Dongfang Yan's parents also inherited their grandparents' identities as foster parents. But since Dongfang Yan's parents disappeared, it has become difficult for the old man to manage the breeding house alone. After all, you need to purchase and manage goods, and you also have to sell them yourself. One person is really too busy to handle it all. So the old man had no choice but to think about closing the breeding house. In fact, the old lady really doesn't want to close this place that represents the hard work of 2 generations, her husband, her son and her daughter-in-law. But there was no way out, reality forced her to make this decision. The money earned from running the breeder house is enough for the old man to have food and drink, and even for his grandchildren to go to college. However, if it is possible to avoid closing, the elderly still don't want it to be closed. Ding dong! System main task detected, help grandma reopen the breeding house. And please become an excellent Pokémon breeder and make the new breeding house famous all over the world. This mission is a long-term mission. I hope the host will work hard. A cold and ruthless mechanical female voice sounded, startling Dongfang Yan, who was thinking. Breeder, a long-term main mission? Hehe, that's just what I want. Let's go, Nidal. Dongfang Yan walked down with a smile. Since he couldn't go back, he might as well stay here. This world seems to be more suitable for me. It has my favorite Pokémon and my grandma whom I miss day and night. What's more important is that you also have your own system. As for Pokémon breeders, he doesn't dislike them at all. He also likes to breed Pokémon and wants to watch the growth process of Pokémon. So the fact is that your own system is not a combat system, but an auxiliary system. He didn't have any ideas at all. He had wanted to open a Pokémon breeding house for a long time. Unfortunately, there are no Pokémon in the original world, nor are there any games related to Pokémon breeding. Otherwise, his goal is definitely not to become a Pokémon master, but a Pokémon breeding master. Pokémon masters just take it by the way. Downstairs, Dongfang Yan was eating a Squirtle-shaped sesame seed cake and drinking Mau Mau milk. Woohoo, it's so delicious! Dongfang Yan was thinking happily, and grandma had already opened the door of the breeding house. Yunai breeding house, with a few big words hung high on the door. Dongfang Yan searched for the meaning of this name in his memory. Finally, Dongfang Yan paused, took a sip of Momo milk, and recalled. It turns out that the meaning of Yunai was actually what grandpa and grandma thought of together. It was grandpa who proposed to grandma under the sea of Yunai flowers that year. In fact, it is a huge sea of flowers, just like the clouds in the sky, one after another, like mist. Dongfang Yan sighed. No wonder his grandma was reluctant to let him go. It seemed that he had to take action quickly. At this time, several men in suits and carrying handbags came into the breeding house. Excuse me, who is the boss here? Chapter 2. Trouble. Downstairs, Dongfang Yan was eating a Squirtle-shaped pancake and drinking Moo Moo milk. Woohoo, it's so delicious! Dongfang Yan was thinking happily, and grandma had already opened the door of the breeding house. Yunai breeding house, with a few big words hung high on the door. Dongfang Yan searched for the meaning of this name in his memory. Finally, Dongfang Yan paused, took a sip of Moo Moo milk, and recalled. It turns out that the meaning of Yunai was actually what grandpa and grandma thought of together. It was grandpa who proposed to grandma under the sea of Yunai flowers that year. In fact, it is a huge sea of flowers, just like the clouds in the sky, one after another, like mist. Dongfang Yan sighed. No wonder his grandma was reluctant to let him go. It seemed that he had to take action quickly. At this time, several men in suits and carrying handbags came into the breeding house. Excuse me, who is the boss here? Excuse me, who is the owner of the breeding house here? A man in a suit, leading the group in front, asked. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Dongfang Yan's grandmother asked doubtfully. After all, no matter how you look at it, these people don't look like they're here to buy Pokémon eggs. Oh, hello. I'm the manager of Huazheng Real Estate. I heard that you are planning to close the breeding house, so we want to pay to buy your land. The man spoke calmly, took a folder from the person next to him and handed it to Dongfang Yan's grandmother. After all, your business here is not doing well, so you might as well sell this piece of land to us as soon as possible. Of course, we will give you enough pension. Without waiting for grandma to answer, the leading man continued. After all, some things should have been eliminated long ago. This shop is so old and shabby. You should sell it as soon as possible, or you will only lose money if you keep it. Before she could finish her words, Dongfang Yan's grandmother was already angry. Without changing his expression, he returned the document to the man in front of him and said coldly, "We don't need any advice from others when we open a store." The man shrugged indifferently and continued, "That's the truth. Don't be angry, old man. Just tell me whether you want to sell it or not. After all, we are sincere." Dongfang Yan's grandmother was very angry because they not only criticized her hard work, but also said that the efforts of 2 generations of their family were worthless. "Okay, you guys go, this store doesn't sell it." Everyone looked at the source of the sound in confusion, only to see Dongfang Yan holding a bottle of Moo Moo milk and looking at the Pokémon eggs in the glass cabinet in front of him. Dongfang Yan turned around and looked at his grandmother. Seeing her surprised look, he smiled. "I'm telling you, if we don't sell this place, this breeding house won't go bankrupt, and it won't fail. After all, I'm still here." Dongfang Yan took a sip of Moo Moo milk and said calmly, "Oh? Just because you're a little kid who's still drinking milk?" The leading man laughed sarcastically, and the people behind him also laughed. Dongfang Yan didn't care, put down the cup and said, "Okay, enough laughing, it's time for you to go away and stop interrupting our business." The leading man glanced at Dongfang Yan, smiled and said to Dongfang Yan's grandmother, "I hope you will consider our suggestion. After all, we can wait, but you can't. As for you, little brat, you should first capture a green caterpillar." After saying that, the man led his men away. Outside, the person next to the man took the initiative to open the back door, and inside was an elegant cat wagging its tail and taking a nap. After a while, the car disappeared from sight. The leading man in the car held the elegant cat in his arms and stroked it gently. "Manager Han, why don't you trick them into selling the breeding house first and then turn against them?" The younger brother sitting in the front passenger seat of Manager Han's car asked. "Hehe, these old people are very stubborn. If you don't break their confidence, they won't pay any attention to us. But what we said is the truth after all. This kind of breeding house will only be open for half a year at most. When we come back, the price will not be as sincere as before. Let's save some money." Manager Han pushed his glasses and said confidently that as for that little brat, he was just a young boy, so he naturally didn't take him seriously. "Xiao Yan, are you okay?" Grandma Dongfang Yan asked puzzledly after they left. No wonder the old man asked him, "You know, before Dongfang Yan came here, the owner of this body has no interest in opening a Pokémon breeding house. He even has no interest in Pokémon, which makes Dongfang Yan's parents and grandmother very confused. However, he is not interested in Pokémon, but he is very interested in manned aviation technology. Yes, there has never been a rocket carrying people into space in this world." When Dongfang Yan finished browsing the original owner's memory, he couldn't help but sigh that the two of them should exchange worlds. Of course there is nothing wrong with Dongfang dialect. After all, it's just a new place to live, so it's not a big problem. "It's okay, Grandma. I just want to inherit the Yun Ai breeding house." Dongfang Yan looked at his grandmother seriously. Dongfang Yan's grandmother looked at Dongfang Yan in confusion and said, "You're not interested in opening a Pokémon breeding house, right?" "This is..." Dongfang Yan thought of a long list of excuses in his mind. "I want to inherit my parents' hard work, I want to keep the breeding house going, and I want to make money." Dongfang Yan's grandmother was completely stunned. She still remembered that Dongfang Yan once said that he wanted to be a scientist. In the sunshine, a group of grass-type Pokémon are absorbing sunlight and replenishing their energy on the grass. People are coming and going on the street, and some of them are holding or following a Pokémon. Of course, if the animal is too large, the country does not allow it to be released in public places in the city. Dongfang Yan walked on the road, admiring those familiar yet unfamiliar Pokémon. For example, Rattata can be seen everywhere, and their purple bodies make them particularly conspicuous. In some remote places, from time to time, a little Ratta warrior gets lost and is taken away from the sky by Bobo. Dongfang Yan also saw a pink, grinning blue and a funny-looking walking grass that twisted its way around. He even saw an Eevee, lying cutely in its owner's arms. It was a pity that he didn't see the 3 great families. Of course, he knew that the three great families in each region were controlled by the local government. Pokémon as powerful as the big three must naturally be controlled by the government. Most of the starter Pokémons in China are from the Charmander series. The government naturally also controls the three starter Pokémons, represented by Charmander. It was the first time that Dongfang Yan saw so many living Pokémon. They were much more vivid than those in games and anime. Unfortunately, there was one thing that made Dongfang Yan a little unhappy. The sun is shining in the sky, and the flowers are smiling at me. I want to go to school and not be late every day. Dongfang Yan was humming a little tune, feeling happy. But even if I travel through time, I still have to go to school, which is a bit uncomfortable. He has been on leave from school for a month, and the high school entrance exam is only 1 month away. I had already taken the high school entrance exam in my original world and did quite well. I just don't know how the exam is conducted here. In this world, elementary school students learn the same courses as in the previous world, except for the addition of a Pokémon subject. This is to make people understand Pokémon better. After all, this world is a world where people live with Pokémon. Middle school is even more of a watershed. High schools are divided into two categories, one is ordinary high school and the other is Pokémon high school. Ordinary high schools cultivate outstanding talents to participate in careers in all walks of life. Pokémon high school, on the other hand, is a place to train Pokémon trainers. In fact, this world is not very peaceful. There will be some Pokémon attacking humans, and there will also be criminal organizations destroying world peace everywhere. And the relations between countries are not so harmonious. Therefore, the government will train its own Pokémon army and also train many Pokémon trainers. Train them to become gym leader level, king level, or even champion level trainers. A country that has a trainer with champion level strength is equivalent to mastering nuclear bomb technology. We also have a say in the world. As for Pokémon masters, there seem to be 3 in the World League. But there are only 3 of them, and they are already very old. The 3 of them are just nominal members of the World Alliance. They have nationalities, but unless there is a major event that leads to the destruction of their country, they will not enter the world. Their forces are Dragon Valley of the United States Alliance, Miyamoto family of the Sun Alliance, and the Chinese Alliance. Well, it is said that the master of the Huaguo Alliance does not like to cultivate power. So he is a lonely man, traveling around all day long, like a dragon that is hard to find. Dongfang Yan browsed through his memories, wondering why this world felt so unsafe. Where is my peaceful and friendly Pokémon world? I'm a little scared and want to go home. I'm waiting online, pretty anxious. There was a ding-dong sound. Host, please sign for a copy of the novice gift package. Damn, I forgot I had a system and started cheating. All of a sudden, all the bullshit fear was thrown out of the window. Chapter 3, Going to School is really annoying. You must bring a golden finger when traveling through time, and many time travelers are not deceiving me. System, what's your name? How about I give you a name? System, you will protect me. If there's danger, you'll go first. System. The host's question is beyond the system's authority to answer. Then let me give you a name. Dongfang Yan was walking on the side of the road, thinking with a silly smile. After all, you are communicating with the system in your heart. The pedestrians next to him looked at him as if he were a fool. Dongfang Yan picked N names, but the system remained silent. In the end, it was Dongfang Yan who called the system to receive the novice gift package. The system popped up and an interface popped up, which read, Pokémon Breeder Newcomer Gift Pack. Dongfang Yan is really speechless. He doesn't like any of the many names he came up with. What's more, before he traveled through time, he was the president of the #1 guild in the Pokémon game. Shouldn't most Pokémon fans aim to become Pokémon masters? Ding dong! The host's psychological fluctuations have been detected. Since you want to become a Pokémon breeding master, it's not just about breeding powerful Pokémon and running a good breeding house. You also need to use your own strength to tell the world that the Pokémon you breed are the strongest, and make the YouNow breeding house famous throughout the world. Post a long-term quest to become a Pokémon master. Well, just when I was thinking about this task, it came. There are now 2 long-term tasks, one is to become a Pokémon breeding master, and the other is to become a Pokémon master. Who says a breeder can't be a Pokémon master? After thinking for so long, I arrived at the school gate without realizing it. Yangcheng Middle School. Yes, it is such a simple and direct name. Yangchang has a large territory, but its economy is particularly weak. Therefore, it is not particularly famous within the territory of the Chinese alliance, or even not famous at all. Looking at the school in front of me, it is somewhat different from the original world. I found it based on the memory in my mind. In this world, he was only somewhat familiar with his grandmother, and the rest of the people were almost strangers. But as long as the memory remains, it can only be recognition. For example, the fat man in front of you is short and fat, has fair skin, and is wearing gold and silver jewelry. The fat man held the bun in his mouth, turned around and looked at Dongfang Yan excitedly, shouting incoherently. At the same time, he gestured and expressed something in the eastern dialect. Dongfang Yan was also speechless, watching the fat man slowly swallow the bun. Just as he finished eating, the fat man shouted, "Ian, long time no see, I missed you so much. How have you been recently? Did you have enough to eat? Is grandma treating you well?" Well, Dongfang Yan seemed to understand the system's feelings a little bit. It can only be said that it was familiar and he felt the same way. Seeing that his classmates were all looking at him with strange eyes, Dongfang Yan really couldn't stay there any longer. "Fatty Qian, if you have anything to say, let's go to the classroom." After saying that, Dongfang Yan immediately ran towards the classroom. It's so embarrassing to stay at the school gate with the fat guy. Before Fatty Qian could finish reminiscing about the past, he watched Dongfang Yan run away like a gust of wind. He ignored the strange looks from the people around him and murmured, "I haven't introduced my first Pokémon to him yet." When they arrived at the classroom, the classmates saw Dongfang Yan coming back and naturally asked him about his well-being. It seems that Dongfang Yan had good interpersonal relationships in the past. Except for a few classmates who didn't play well with him, almost everyone else greeted Dongfang Yan. On the blackboard, it was written that there were 32 days left until the high school entrance examination. Soon after Dongfang Yan's return, the popularity gradually cooled down. The class bell rang soon after. Fatty Qian arrived late, and almost as soon as he entered the door, the head teacher followed him in. Looking at the fat guy's embarrassed look, it was no surprise that he ran into his homeroom teacher when they were going up the stairs. Qian Chang is the fat man's original name. Dongfang Yan was sitting alone in the back because he had taken a month's leave. So he moved his desk directly to the back. Of course, he was happy to have some free time. The head teacher looked at Dongfang Yan and nodded. It was obvious that Dongfang Yan's grandmother knew about his return. It seemed that Dongfang Yan's grandmother had already called the school. Cough cough. The head teacher cleared his throat, looked around the classroom, and said, "The exam is only a month away. This concerns your life, so you must decide carefully which direction to take. Next, please welcome our principal to give a speech. Please give him a round of applause." After the applause, a middle-aged man walked in from outside the classroom. It wasn't the first time everyone had seen him, so it was obvious that everyone knew him. However, the Eastern dialect is relatively unfamiliar, and I can only say that I know it but not completely. The middle-aged man has a face that looks like a scholar from a rich family, and it also shows the vicissitudes of life he has experienced. But his mental outlook is particularly good, giving people a sense of security. He walked to the podium and stood straight, then put his hands on the table and the classroom gradually became quiet. "Hello, students. My name is Lu Qiudong. Yes, I am your principal. It is an honor to stand here and speak to you today. I know you are facing choices for your future. I hope that you can all become someone who can help the country. Whether it is a Pokémon trainer or a top student in a certain profession in the future. I hope you can do better and better on your path and be helpful to the country." There was another round of applause from below, and Dongfang Yan also applauded. He roughly guessed the identity of this principal. In the next month, students who choose ordinary high schools will. You will have the opportunity to attend university and study Pokemonology, sociology, Pokémon science, and more. Research a series of projects that benefit humans and Pokémon. I hope you can work hard in the next month and strive to get into your ideal high school. Principal Lu paused, then continued. Students who chose Pokémon High School, listen up. You are going to be Pokémon trainers. He is a trainer whose goal is to protect society and surpass himself. You need to fight alongside your Pokémon. In the future, when the country and the people are in trouble, I hope you can stand up. So for the next month, there are 2 more days. In the next 2 days you need to buy your own Pokémon eggs or young Pokémons below level 10. And you must register the Pokémon eggs or the level of your young Pokémons that you purchased at the school within these 2 days. Remember, no waiting after the expiration date. Then, within the next month, train your Pokémon to the highest level you can. Someone will come to check it out when the time comes. This is the key to your admission to Pokémon High School. Finally, I hope everyone can get into their ideal high school. Thank you all. After Principal Lu finished speaking, he nodded to the head teacher to indicate that he had finished speaking. Then, he said hello to everyone and walked out of the classroom with his head held high. As soon as Principal Lu left, the classroom became lively. A group of people were either discussing which high school to choose, or what level of Pokémon trainer Principal Lu was. Yes, the principal is a retired soldier, his rank is unknown, but it should be quite high. After all the teachers in the school respect him very much. The head teacher is a young man named Li. He came in and handed everyone a form. This is the application form for choosing between a regular high school and a Pokémon high school. Dongfang Yan got the form and was about to fill in the selection of Pokémon High School when Teacher Li asked him to go to the office. Helplessly, Dongfang Yan could only put down his writing and followed him out of the classroom. In the office, Teacher Li looked at Dongfang Yan and said, "How's things going at home lately? I'm very sorry that this happened. Have you thought about your future direction?" Dongfang Yan was a little confused. "Oh, my parents are missing. It's okay, Mr. Li. People always look forward. In a month, I have figured it out. I want to become a Pokémon trainer and help my grandma open a store." Teacher Li was very pleased that Dongfang Yan was able to get out of the sad situation so quickly and be in high spirits. He was very pleased. But he was a little surprised that Dongfang Yan chose to become a Pokémon trainer. As we all know, Dongfang Yan is not interested in Pokémon, but he has a very high talent for science. Teacher Li was a little surprised that Pokémon High School was chosen. But after thinking about it, I felt that it was possible. After all, he can only depend on his grandmother now. The teacher supports your choice and believes in you. As long as it is your own choice and you have no regrets, that's all. After thanking Teacher Li, Dongfang Yan left the office. Teacher Li sat at the desk in his office and put away a letter of admission to a regular high school. Who would have known that something like this would happen in the Dongfang Yan family? It is impossible to expect him to concentrate on scientific research. I just hope that his talent for Pokémon training can be as good as his talent for science. Teacher Li thought with regret and then made another phone call. Chapter 4. Pokémon Battles. Dongfang Yan came to the classroom and the school notice had already come out. All students attending Pokémon High School can leave school from today and come to school tomorrow to register their Pokémon. After 1 month, check the training results. Students in ordinary high schools should study hard and prepare for the exam so as to get into their ideal high school. After seeing this notice, some students couldn't wait to run home to buy Pokémon eggs or baby Pokémons. Of course, a classmate who decided to become a Pokémon trainer from the beginning. I have already bought Pokémon eggs or baby Pokémons. It usually takes 3 days to hatch Pokémon eggs. So they buy or reserve Pokémon eggs a day in advance, just to be able to level up immediately after registration. But I worked hard to get into Pokémon High School. In fact, generally speaking, as long as you are a trainer, you will have Pokémon going to high school. It's just a matter of whether the school is good or bad, because Pokémon trainers are different from ordinary people. Because they have the power to hurt others, if they go astray and become a member of a dark organization, the gain will outweigh the loss. Of course, ordinary people can also capture Pokémon, but the damage caused by the evil trainer is greater. So except for special reasons, generally every Pokémon trainer will be accepted by a Pokémon High School. However, cultivating Pokémon is very time-consuming, material, and human. It requires a lot of resources. So a good Pokémon High School is more important. Good schools naturally have different resources. Pokémon High School will not teach you too much knowledge, it will only give you some resources in the early stages. Later, Pokémon trainers will be needed to travel around the world, challenge gyms, explore the world, search for treasures, and then participate in league competitions. This is pretty much the journey of a Pokémon trainer. You can also join the army, or go into business, etc. The Mau Mau milk that Dongfang Yan eats was made by a Pokémon trainer who went through a lot of hardships. From scratch, build a business empire step by step. From one Mumu dairy cow, it became tens of thousands of Mumu dairy cows, leading the people of the grassland to prosperity. Dongfang Yan was a little speechless when watching the Mau Mau milk advertisement on the roadside TV. Are the ads always so timely? In the advertisement, a gold medal wearing Mumu cow is holding milk, and there are voices coming from the TV, all about the birth process of Mumu milk, and the introduction of advanced foreign technology. Just as he was about to go home, Dongfang Yan looked up and saw a fat man on the road ahead, so he turned around and left. It was so embarrassing at the school gate that Dongfang Yan has a psychological trauma. Who knew this fat guy was so shameless, completely ignoring the strange looks from people around him. The words were so corny, but calling her Ian Ian sounded so intimate. I wanted to escape, but it was too late. Yan, here, here. 3 minutes later, Dongfang Yan was standing on a field the size of a basketball court. Looking at Fatty Qian rubbing his hands together and looking at the girl opposite. Yes, Fatty wants to have a Pokémon showdown with her. Originally Dongfang Yan didn't want to come, but Fatty played the emotional card. Is the friendship that we had for 3 years in junior high school and 6 years in elementary school going to end here? He also said that he once blocked a knife for Dongfang Yan. You insist that nail clippers are also knives. Well, this is probably the reason why Dongfang Yan had a good relationship with him. We grew up together, but unfortunately we were not childhood sweethearts. But Dongfang Yan is particularly interested in the Pokémon decision. He wondered how this was different from the duels in the Pokémon games. So I came to cheer for the fat guy. While they were preparing, Dongfang Yan decided to claim the novice gift package given by his cultivation system. I've been wanting to play this for a long time. I start with a fossil pterosaur, right? Then I sign in for 7 days to get a Bangla for free, right? I am familiar with this. I play this game and even bought a monthly membership card to upgrade myself. Who knew that I would travel through time? This month's monthly card was charged in vain. Receive. Dongfang Yan thought silently in his heart. Ding dong. Opening the newbie gift pack. Obtain the skill True Vision, a bottle of Super Pokémon Qualification Enhancer, 10 System Red and White Balls, 100 Reputation and 1 Transformation of the Breeding House. A burst of electronic female voice sounded, and Dongfang Yan's head felt a little buzzing. When Dongfang Yan realized what was happening, he was surprised. Where was my fossil pterosaur? Where was my Bangla? Why is it a little different from what I thought? He knew about the Pokémon Qualification Enhancer, which was used to enhance the potential of Pokémon. Is there any difference between the red and white balls in the system? What is reputation? How do you do the renovation? Do you need to hire someone to do the decoration? The system also gave Dongfang Yan a timely answer. Reputation is the currency used to purchase items in the system mall. The red and white ball system has more black technologies and will not be forcibly controlled by the Alliance. It can be connected to the Alliance information network for registration. The transformation of the breeding house can be successfully completed in 12 hours without any personnel present. Please return to the breeding house, and you will know it naturally. Well, my system is still keeping you in suspense. As for the Eye of True Vision, Dongfang Yan probably knew what this thing was used for. Come out, my trump card, Snorlax. Fatty Qian roared and threw his Pokeball forward in a very childish way. There was a flash of red light, and a short, chubby, and adorable Pokémon appeared in a clearing the size of a basketball court. The girl opposite saw Fatty Qian summon the Pokémon first. In fact, there is no such thing as being at a disadvantage if you come out first. After all, there is only one Pokémon at this stage, so it doesn't matter whether it comes out early or late. It would be better to be more generous and gentlemanly. It seems that Fatty Qian is quite smart. On the court, the fat guy was very pretentious, with his hands in his trouser pockets and his head tilted up at a 45-degree angle. How about it? Were you scared to tears by your own Pokémon? As for which Pokémons would come out first or later, Fatty had never thought about it at all. He was just a little impatient. Pokémon, Snorlax, Level 3. Potential, C. Gender, Male. Attributes, General. Status, Healthy. Trait, Glutton, originally only ate fruit when his physical strength was very low, now he eats fruit when his physical strength is half. Inherited skill, Mount Tai. Basic skills, Continuous Slap, Collision. Skill CD, None. Props to carry, None. Note: Snorlax has a large appetite and will eat almost its own weight in food in a day. Sometimes it will hide the food in its thick, long fur. So this is how the eye of true vision is used. Isn't this a cheat? Dongfang Yan thought to himself, and his mouth smiled like a chrysanthemum. However, it can be seen from the side that Fatty Chien is worthy of his surname Chien. If you take Snorlax as the starting Pokémon, he might be the only one. Most people can't afford it, and those who can afford it are extraordinary. The girl on the opposite side was not scared. She sneered and released her Pokémon. During this time, the fat guy quietly ran onto the court to pick up his red and white balls. How embarrassing! Dongfang Yan decided that he would never throw the ball randomly in the future. Throwing it out is indeed cool, but picking it up is so. All I can say is that I understand everything. Charmander. Dongfang Yan was surprised, although most of the habitats of the three royal families were controlled by the Chinese alliance. But there are also other wild Omega Breams, or Omega Breams that are privately owned and sold. There are still a number of the big three appearing in the market. Even many of the foreign big three were sold. Of course, the price is ridiculously high. Although it is not as good as the quasi-gods, of course the quasi-gods are generally in short supply. However, having the title of the three great families naturally makes their value skyrocket. What's more, the three great families are worthy of the name. Without quasi-gods, the big three will do, this is what many people think. Of course, as long as you have the powerful three starter Pokémon. As long as people are not stupid and cultivate themselves well, they will not do too badly in the future. This is the benefit brought by high qualified Pokémons. Generally, Pokémon qualifications are divided into F, E, D, C, B, A, and S levels. There are 3 levels of subdivision, E, and E+. F and E are the qualifications of most wild Pokémon and ordinary Pokémon, and only 10% of wild Pokémon have high qualifications. Because proper breeding is not possible in the wild, a Pokémon is born from a high qualified Pokémon and a low qualified Pokémon. Their qualifications will be the average of the two, and only a small number of Pokémon's qualifications will mutate, with ridiculously high qualifications. Or the Pokémons born from high qualified and high qualified Pokémon. But generally speaking, their parents are not too weak. If you want their children, be prepared to die yourself. Elves in the wild won't reason with you. Therefore, it is very difficult to find Pokémons with B or A level qualifications in the wild. Generally speaking, forget about reaching S level. If an Pokémon is born with S level qualifications, that talent must be incredible. Pokémon with C level qualifications are enough for Pokémon trainers to become gym leader level trainers. As Pokémon evolve, their qualities may increase. In this world, it can be roughly divided into the following categories. The level of the main battle Pokémon determines the level of the trainer. Of course, this is also equivalent to the division of social classes. Charmander. Looking at the little red dinosaur with a small flame on its tail, Dongfang Yan showed an envious expression. The ultimate evolution of Charmander is Charizard, which is not only handsome and powerful, but also capable of mage evolution and gigantamaxing. In the past, you could easily own a Charizard in the game. Nowadays, even a small Charmander costs a lot of money to buy. It is true that you only cherish something when you lose it. Chapter 5. Pokémon Battle. Eye of True Seeing. Pokémon, Charmander, Level 4. Potential, D+. Gender, Female. Attribute, Fire. Status, Healthy. Features, Fierce Fire. When the HP reaches the low limit, it will trigger a Fierce Fire, and the damage of fire skills will increase by 2 times. Inherited skills, Impact, Flamethrower. Basic skills, Grab, Spark. Skill CD, None. Props to carry, None. Note, the flame on Charmander's tail will continue to emit high temperatures. It is said that the flame will go out when Charmander's life ends. Fatty Chien was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this woman actually had the 3 royal families. Although I can also own it, but compared with the 2, I like this little Snorlax in my hand more. Dongfang Yan looked at the 2 Pokémon on the field. Charmander was a little higher in level, but Snorlax had higher qualifications. Fortunately, Snorlax's characteristic is gluttony, not thick fat, otherwise Charmander would be impossible to defeat. The battle begins. On the other side of the venue was Charmander Girl's friend, who was acting as the referee, so I was called over to be considered a witness. Charmander, rush over and use Spark. The Charmander girl shouted excitedly after the referee said start. Humph, Snorlax, dodge it, then use Impact. Fatty Chien also shouted, unwilling to be left behind. Dongfang Yan looked at Charmander on the field, and after hearing the command, he immediately ran towards Snorlax. Using its short legs, it runs while aiming at Snorlax and uses Spark. So this scene appeared on the field. Charmander keeps chasing Snorlax, with sparks popping out of its mouth. And the little fat boy, Snorlax, was able to run around very flexibly, avoiding the sparks. Of course, the two little guys chasing and fighting each other melted Dongfang Yan's heart. Soon, Charmander's spark died down. The little fire dragon exhaled a few times in confusion, trying to spit out sparks again. But Fatty Chien didn't give it a chance. Now, Snorlax, use Impact. Snorlax was already angry from being chased, and turned around to attack. In Dongfang Yan's vision, he saw a little blue and white fat man turning around and knocking Charmander to the ground. The little fire dragon quickly got up from the ground, and at this time the little girl's voice came. Stand up, don't run away, use Catch. Originally, Charmander wanted to use Sparks to immediately distance himself from Snorlax after getting up, and consume Snorlax from a distance. But in the girl's eyes, Charmander's behavior was an act of wanting to escape. Use Chain Slap. Fatty Chien also decided to fight hand to hand. Dongfang Yan was speechless when he saw this. In fact, this little fire dragon has a very high fighting talent. It obviously has its own combat thinking, but this woman... Forget it, Dongfang Yan doesn't want to say more. In close combat with Snorlax, the enemy has high health and physical defense, and is also of the normal type. If the characteristic is thick fat, it will also reduce the damage of fire attribute skills. After several rounds of hand-to-hand combat, Charmander was almost exhausted. The Snorlax on the opposite side just looked a little embarrassed. The girl was anxious and shouted, Charmander, use Jet Flames. Upon hearing this, Charmander had no choice but to keep his distance and try using Jet Flame. However, the skill of jetting flames can only be mastered at level 12. Even though it is a genetic skill, it is not something that is innate, it is just something that can be mastered more quickly. For example, if this kind of Charmander practices diligently, it is very likely that it will learn to spray flames when it is at level 10 or 10. But now I'm at level 4, so I'll practice my spark first. Charmander accumulated flames in his mouth, but was unable to release them. Little Snorlax, charge forward and use the chain slap. Fatty Chien shouted excitedly, didn't you see the fireball in Charmander's mouth? We must interrupt it quickly. If it were Dongfang Yan, he would know that this little fire dragon could not emit jets of flame. He would not let his Pokémons interrupt it, but let it accumulate power. When it accumulates halfway, it will naturally run out of energy and its physical strength will be overdrawn. It was obvious that Snorlax was not very familiar with the impact, but he could still use it barely. This is the difference in inherited skills. If Snorlax uses Tarzan, he will probably face the same dilemma as Charmander. Snorlax rushed to Charmander, raised his fat little hands, and started a series of slaps. Charmander wanted to move, but his whole body was stiff and he couldn't move at all. After the chain slap skill, Charmander's fierce fire didn't have time to produce any effect before he ran out of energy and fainted. Seeing this, the girl's friends had no choice but to declare that Snorlax was the winner. Fatty Chien cheered and ran around screaming. Fatty Chien rushed over and happily hugged Snorlax. The two fat guys, one big and one small, started dancing and celebrating with each other. The girl gritted her teeth, and a flash of red light took away the Charmander. This little Charmander isn't as powerful as the legend says. Your victory this time was just a fluke. The fat man ignored her and continued dancing with Snorlax. Did you hear that? I was careless this time. I won't let you go next time. Seeing that the fat man didn't reply, the girl spoke even louder. Fatty Chien and Snorlax started playing old-time disco. I'll use a stronger Pokémon to fight you next time, so don't get complacent. The girl was so angry that she shouted. Fatty and Snorlax performed a duet. Dongfang Yan really couldn't hold it back any longer and couldn't help laughing out loud. However, this attracted the girl's attention, and her anger was transferred to Dongfang Yan. What are you laughing at? You've been laughing since the beginning. Are you laughing at me? Dongfang Yan shook his head vigorously. What is going on? Is laughing illegal? He didn't want to get into trouble with this crazy woman, and he was in a hurry to buy Pokémon eggs. You're not convinced, why don't you fight me? The girl became more and more demanding, looking at Dongfang Yan in his school uniform. He didn't look like he was very rich. Without money, there will be no powerful Pokémons, so I must teach him a lesson. Who made him gloat over other people's misfortune? I don't have any Pokémons. Dongfang Yan shook his head and said. This caused the girls to laugh at you, saying that you are pretending to know everything even though you don't have a Pokémon. Haha, there are no Pokémons. Maybe you are too poor to buy one. The girl taunted. The fat man became anxious when he heard this because he knew that something had happened in Dongfang Yan's family recently. But wouldn't this stupid woman's words indirectly touch Dongfang Yan's scar? I finally see my brother coming to school, I can't let this setback affect me again. What did you say, bitch? If you don't agree, why don't you fight me? The Charmander girl's friend stood firmly beside her, holding a red and white ball, looking at Dongfang Yan and the others. Hey, judging from you, you are also a Pokémon trainer. The girl rolled her eyes and continued. In a month, I will challenge you in the high school entrance exam. I will let you know what happens if you mess with me. And you fat guy, just wait for me. I will replace one of the 3 stronger families when I return. Just wait for me to defeat you. Seeing her confident look, Fatty Chien was speechless. Alright, you're defeated. I don't want to bother with you anymore. Fatty Chien led Snorlax out of the field and hinted something to her before leaving. The angry Charmander girl jumped on the spot. Dongfang Yan followed Fatty Chien and left. As for the challenge the girl mentioned. It's really a child's game, even though Dongfang Yan is only 18 years old and a high school student. However, based on her command level, it's still 10,000 years too early to win against myself. In the Pokémon online game, being the number 1 guild leader is no casual boast. Well, that's more or less a stretch. Dongfang Yan did not ask Qian Chang who that woman was because it was not important to him. Fatty Chien waited for a long time, wanting Dongfang Yan to ask questions, but after waiting for a long time, there was no response from Dongfang Yan. When I looked back, Dongfang Yan had disappeared without a trace. The fat man was speechless. He didn't have time to show off his first victory in his career as a Pokémon trainer. I haven't shared my battle experience yet. He didn't even introduce his initial Pokémon Kaka. Why did you run away? But I feel that Dongfang dialect is a little different from before. I just feel that Dongfang Yan has become more indifferent, well, a little less familiar. Maybe it's because I went through too much during the time I was away. Dongfang Yan didn't expect that the fat man would directly fill in the gaps he had neglected. Cloud Breeding House. Have you really decided to become a Pokémon trainer? Grandma Dongfang Yan sat on the chair at the counter and said to Dongfang Yan. In fact, she didn't particularly want Dongfang Yan to become a Pokémon trainer. So she actually had no objection to Dongfang Yan wanting to become a scientist or an academic researcher. Once you become a Pokémon trainer, this is the profession with the highest mortality rate in the world. Every day, Pokémon trainers lose their lives while out on adventures. Or, there will be some evil Pokémon trainers, such as evil organizations, who will kill people and steal treasures in the wild. There are even some Pokémon trainers who, upon discovering treasures in the wild, have the urge to kill. In the end, he brutally killed someone and disguised the person's death as if he was attacked by a Pokémon. Just to escape legal sanctions. This knowledge is all unspoken rules that cannot be made public. In textbooks, it is always written that you should protect yourself, stay safe, and avoid being deceived in the wild. In fact, Dongfang Yan knows all these things just by thinking with his butt. But, since we have come to this world, then you must become a Pokémon trainer. Otherwise, what is the meaning of coming to this world? Since you want to become the strongest Pokémon breeder, it's not just for strength. After all, if you have a system, you must be the strongest. Chapter 7, Picking Up Leaks in the Gambling Egg Market. Take a look, if you're lucky you can get a powerful Pokémon and realize your dream of becoming rich overnight. The owner of each stall was shouting frantically, hoping to attract traffic. But once someone asked which kind of Pokémon eggs were good here, the boss would remain silent. This business is very complicated. There are all kinds of Pokémon eggs, and the bosses just buy them regardless of the source. You can't make decisions for others. If others listen to you and make a green caterpillar, they will not fight with you. Some bosses even sell the unsold Pokémon eggs to another egg business owner for reuse. Of course, some people will ask why those bosses don't open their own eggs. Yes, there was a gambling egg owner who spent a lot of money to buy several truckloads of Pokémon eggs and drove them one by one. Oh my goodness, what a green caterpillar, a green caterpillar, a green caterpillar, what a little Rattata. He is now mining coal in Sangzi, working to make money to pay off his debts and strive to make a comeback. Dongfang Yan looked at the various stalls on the roadside. In fact, most of the Pokémons in it have very poor qualifications, and they are all very common Pokémon. For example, Rattata, Caterpillar, and other Pokémon with average qualifications and varieties. No wonder others say that the gambling market is unfathomable. The dream of getting rich overnight is a complete trap. At many stalls, there was a group of people holding magnifying glasses, staring at every corner of the Pokémon eggs. Because the Pokémon eggs are always dirty, the bosses can't possibly clean them, and they'd rather them get even dirtier. At this time, a young man at the stall in front of Dongfang Yan shouted. That's it. The young man held an Pokémon egg and did not mind the dirt on it. In this line, as long as you pick up the egg and clean the stains on it, you have to buy it. Otherwise, if you clean the egg, everyone will know what kind of egg it is. How can the boss do business then? Therefore, many people dare not touch it directly and observe it from the side with a magnifying glass. Someone even asked Dongfang Yan if he needed a magnifying glass, which costs 50 yuan. Dongfang Yan silently replied, "Why don't you go and grab it?" The young man held the Pokémon egg and said affectionately, "I feel it. You are my chance to make a comeback and my hope to get rich overnight. I feel the emotional resonance between us. Buy it." The young man excitedly paid the money, took the container given by the boss, filled it with the Pokémon eggs and left. Before he left, Dongfang Yan couldn't help but activate the Eye of True Vision and take a look at the attributes of the Pokémon egg. Pokémon, Rattata, Level 0. Potential, C+. Gender, Female. Attributes, General. Status, Healthy. Features, Perseverance, when burned, sleeping, paralyzed, or poisoned, damage is increased by 50% and the attack that ignores the burning damage is halved. Inherited skills, ramming, wagging tail, biting. Basic skills, none. Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Note, although this is a commonly encountered Pokémon, you should still not take it lightly, as its front teeth can bite through wooden boards. Yes, this is the magic of the Eye of Truth. Dongfang Yan was a little speechless. It seemed like this guy might go crazy when he returned. You say he is lucky, because his rank is C. You say he is unlucky, because he is Warrior Rattata. After what happened just now, Dongfang Yan looked at the Pokémon egg more carefully. In order not to miss any Pokémon egg, so as not to miss the good Pokémons. After walking around, Dongfang Yan actually saw an Pokémon with relatively high qualifications. It's just that there are fewer people at that stall. Pokémon, EV, Level 0. Potential, C. Gender, Female. Attributes, General. Status, Healthy. Features, Adaptability, attribute consistency increased from 1.5 times to 2 times. Genetic skills, Lightning Flash, Wagging Tail, brand new. Basic skills, none. Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Note, due to the instability of Ibrahimovic itself, it is easily affected by the environment and changes. This one is okay, although it's pretty average when it comes to EV form. But it can be cultivated into Thunder Pokémons, Water Pokémons, Fire Pokémons, and so on. People in this world have discovered various evolved forms of EV. The discovery process was also very outrageous. The evolution of Fire Spirit is a child who picked up a red stone. The child was naughty and smashed the red stone hard on his pet EV not far away. Then it caught the attention of the whole world. What happened later was that the people of this country accidentally discovered a form of evolution. People in that country accidentally discovered another form of evolution. There was even a long period of time when people were madly studying EV, hoping to find a more powerful way for EV to evolve. Some people are even so crazy as to say that they want to evolve EV into a being like Arceus. Finally, they were caught by the Alliance investigation and found out that they were a pyramid scheme organization. So people pieced it together, and after countless coincidences and experiments, they came up with all of EV's current evolutionary forms. Looking at the empty stall, Dongfang Yan remained calm and walked over pretending not to care. The stall owner has been waiting here for a long time, but there has been little business. When I looked up, I saw a student coming and it seemed that he had money with him. I thought, big deal is coming. Hello handsome boy, come here, I definitely have some good eggs here, look for yourself, see for yourself. As he spoke, he carefully handed the magnifying glass in his hand to Dongfang Yan. Dongfang Yan just took it and pretended to look at the Pokémon egg. Then quietly moved towards the location of the EV egg. Suddenly, a strong stench entered Dongfang Yan's nostrils. Damn, what a smell! Dongfang Yan was shocked and said, to be honest, this taste is really disgusting. When the stall owner heard this, he also became anxious and quickly handed another mask to Dongfang Yan and said, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I purchased a batch of Pokémon eggs a few days ago, and who knew there was a particularly dirty and smelly Pokémon egg among them. I tried to sell it for a few days but couldn't, and I didn't want it myself. You know, we in this business cannot just clean it up. After cleaning it, it is difficult to make it dirty again, and then we won't be able to sell it. It's a pity to lose it. My business has been affected a lot in the past few days because of this thing. Dongfang Yan looked in the direction the stall owner was looking, and the Eye of True Vision was activated. A dark purple Pokémon egg that was covered in black mud and emitted a foul odor was quietly placed not far from the stall. The smell comes from this Pokémon egg. Dongfang Yan retracted the Eye of True Vision and stared at the Pokémon egg stupidly. Seeing Dongfang Yan's look, the boss became even more determined to give up the Pokémon egg. Otherwise, you see, another person will be smoked silly, and this deal seems to be going to fail again. Chapter 8. Different color? Yes, just looking at the appearance and smell, I think everyone would say that. Could this be the Pokémon egg of Jojo Mud? Who the hell wants this thing? A small Lotta is better than this. It's just that the stinky mud is too smelly and it's almost impossible to train it. If you put it at home, the whole house will probably smell bad. Maybe your neighbors will even complain, saying that you are keeping shit in the residential building. In fact, the boss himself thinks that this Pokémon egg is a mud egg. What's so great about stinky mud? Most people think so. It is even less likely that girls will like this kind of Pokémon. However, Dongfang Yan has a cheating device. Of course I know what kind of egg this Pokémon egg is. This Pokémon is one of his famous Pokémon in the original world, the game world. One of his favorite Pokémon. Pokémon, Shiny Slowpoke, Level 0. Potential, B. Gender, Male. Attribute, Water/Superpower. Status, Healthy. Features, Regeneration, take a break, come back immediately, and restore 1/3 of your health when you take it back into the Pokeball. Inherited skills, Telekinesis, Yawn, Laziness, Trickery, Curse, Healing Wave. Basic skills, none. Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Note, Slowpoke likes to stay on the rocks by the water and think deeply, and its shed tail is a delicacy. It is said that Slowpoke looks a little bit not so smart because it is too smart. It really looks like that. It turned out to be a flash. Slowpoke's glitter color is light purple, which combined with the foul-smelling black mud on its Pokémon egg turns it into dark purple. When mixed together, it looks very much like a stinky mud egg. If Dongfang Yan did not have the Eye of True Vision and did not rely directly on his own subjective judgment. Otherwise, Dongfang Yan would have bought the Ibrahimovic egg and left. I don't like this stuff called stinky mud, and most people won't buy it. Even those who buy it are not ordinary people. Who would want it? Young man, if you don't like anything, forget it and go look at other stalls. Seeing that Dongfang Yan had not yet recovered from his shock, the stall owner couldn't help but remind him. Although I am in competition with other bosses here. But if the customer doesn't like it, you can't force them to buy it. Dongfang Yan looked at the helpless boss and said with an idea. Boss, this is too difficult for you. With this thing around, won't business be very slow these days? That's right. Almost no one comes to my shop. Even if they do, they are all driven away. I haven't opened for a few days. Business is not good now. I tell you. So Dongfang Yan and the stall owner cried and told each other their secrets. During the time they were chatting, they were almost becoming brothers. Brother, if you like any of these Pokémon eggs, feel free to buy them. I will sell them to you at cost price. The stall owner said with great pride. Business has been really bad these days, and my wife at home is making trouble for me again. Finally, I found someone to talk to. Although he is young, he speaks very well and I am willing to give him some discount. What is life about looking forward, what is how the steel was tempered, what are the 3 secrets of success? At the end, he said, understand the applause. The stall owner clapped his hands desperately and said while clapping that he had lived a lifetime without seeing as much as his child. Dongfang Yan smiled and said, it's just like picking apples by standing on the shoulders of giants. If you give a high emotional intelligence answer, this situation will not happen. Brother, are you going to be a Pokémon trainer? The stall owner asked. Dongfang Yan nodded, this was true. Then the stall owner said earnestly, my dear little brother, I advise you to save some money and go to the Pokémon breeding house to buy an Pokémon with guaranteed qualifications. There is no need to follow others and try your luck here. I know, boss. I'm just buying a few for fun. You can give me the cost price. I'll just buy 1 or 2 Pokémon eggs. There's no problem. Dongfang Yan explained with a smile. When the stall owner heard Dongfang Yan say this, he didn't want to persuade him anymore. It feels a bit wrong to persuade them again, as if I want to go back on my word and not give the cost price. Seeing that the boss didn't try to persuade him anymore, Dongfang Yan picked up the magnifying glass and pretended to take a look. Then he covered his mouth and nose and came to the Ibrahimovic egg. Seeing the calm look on the boss's face, he picked up the Ibrahimovic egg and said, Boss, help me get this. After settling down, Dongfang Yan had already picked up the Pokémon egg, and the boss himself couldn't say anything more. He nodded and took out a transparent glass cabinet with a full sense of technology from the small warehouse at the back. Would you like me to help you clean it up? The stall owner looked at Dongfang Yan and asked. Dongfang Yan shook his head and said. No, 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 you've already given me the cost price, so let's just forget about these little things. The boss listened and nodded with satisfaction. You can pick another one, and I'll still give you the cost price. Once words are spoken, they can be taken back. Besides, when I purchased the eggs, I also bought them at a fixed price. You will definitely not lose money, it's just a matter of whether you earn more or less. Dongfang Yan listened, pretended to think for a moment, then pointed at the dark purple, smelly Pokémon egg and said. Boss, give me that egg please. It was as if the air paused. No way, little brother, are you kidding me? I don't want this Pokémon egg anymore. Why did you buy a stinky mud egg? Even if you have money, it's not the way to make money. The stall owner looked like he had seen a ghost. The time has come to show off my acting skills, Dongfang Yan thought to himself. After all, these bosses selling Pokémon eggs are more shrewd than each other. If only the stall owner wasn't easier to talk to. You have to prepare yourself so much at the beginning, otherwise who would care about you, a junior high school student? What's more, a junior high school student would be suspicious if he bought an Pokémon egg of unknown origin that no one wanted. Do you wonder if there is something wrong with this Pokémon egg, or if you have made a mistake? What if the boss finds out something and keeps it and doesn't sell it? There's nothing you can do about it. Boss. I just wanted to help you get rid of this egg so that you can do business properly since you talked to me so kindly and gave me the cost price. It's really not the stall owner's fault for thinking too much. The child in front of him was about the same age as his own child, and he was originally talking to him with the intention of teasing him. Who would have known that this child was so smart and knew a lot, but he was also very simple-minded. While I was thinking about giving him a discount, he was actually thinking about how to help me do business. This made the stall owner feel the truth, goodness, and beauty of the world. Okay little bro, if you want this stinky egg, I'll give it to you. You can pick another one. After I finish this order, I'm going to go home and rest for a few days. After all, you still have to live a good life with your wife. A man is a tough guy. He always has to be upright outside, but he still has to be low-key in front of his wife. The stall owner was thinking happily in his heart, and was also thinking about whether he should bring some food for his wife. When Dongfang Yan heard this, he was shocked. He kept refusing, but there was a strange light in his eyes. He quickly looked at the Pokémon eggs, scanning them constantly, afraid of missing out on any good stuff and being sad. Soon, Dongfang Yan saw another decent Pokémon egg. The rest is really just so-so. This made Dongfang Yan understand. The gambling market is really like this, you either get rich overnight, or you spend a huge sum of money and lose it all in the end without making a single wave. Pokémon, Walking Grass, Level 0. Potential, D. Gender, Female. Attribute, Grass/Poison. Status, Healthy. Features, Chlorophyll, on sunny days, the speed doubles. Inherited skills, Poison Powder, Green Grass Field. Basic skills, none. Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Note, when the walking grass finds fertile soil, it will bury itself in it. When buried in the soil, its feet will seem to turn into the shape of tree roots. It's okay. After all, I got it by gambling. It's better than spending a lot of money to buy an ordinary Pokémon in a breeder. And a walking grass that inherited the green grass field is awesome, okay. Boss, let's choose this one. How much is it? The stall owner was already covering his nose as he put the slowpoke eggs into a transparent glass cabinet. Looking back, I saw that Dongfang Yan had already made his choice. He nodded, took off his gloves, and covered the food with a glass lid. The smell around him instantly faded a lot. Okay, let me install it for you. It'll cost you 20 yuan. Can you afford it? Won't your family say anything? At this time, the stall owner noticed that Dongfang Yan did not seem to be accompanied by his parents. It's okay. My family let me handle the money myself. Dongfang Yan also saw the boss's concerns. He interrupted and said that he just wanted to take the eggs home quickly. You have to take good care of the slowpoke's eggs. After all, it's a shiny Pokémon. I have never seen even an ordinary slowpoke, let alone a shiny slowpoke. Traveling to the world of Pokémon, who would have known that his first Pokémon would be a shiny Pokémon? As expected of a man who possesses a system, there is no doubt that he is the son of luck. Dongfang Yan watched the boss pack up the 3 Pokémon eggs and send them to him, then he immediately used his card to pay 25 yuan for the boss. He didn't particularly want to take advantage of the boss. After all, I have got what I wanted most. The boss looked at the extra 5 yuan and wanted to remind Dongfang Yan that he had paid too much. When I looked up, Dongfang Yan had already picked up the 3 Pokémon eggs and ran away. The stall owner smiled and shook his head, then packed up and prepared to go home. Chapter 9. Bathing. Ah ha ha ha, I made a fortune, I made a fortune. Dongfang Yan sat in the car, thinking excitedly. He had learned that there was basically no demand for the shining Pokémons in the market. In some other ways, it may be rarer than the quasi-god Pokémons. There is no one who doesn't want to own a shining Pokémon. It is a symbol of identity, status, and strength. What's more, I brought 380 million today, but I didn't expect to spend only 25 to buy 3 Pokémons with good qualifications. If it were in a breeding house, it would be impossible to get a D-level Pokémon without more than 100 million. What's more, there are C-level, B-level, etc. It is estimated that there will never be many B-level Pokémon eggs in the city. Even if there is, it is probably reserved. It is possible for B-level qualifications to evolve into S-level qualifications. This is the threshold to becoming a master trainer. It is difficult to become a Pokémon master with low-quality talented Pokémon. A quasi-god Pokémon and an ordinary low-qualified Pokémon, both putting in the same effort, may get different rewards. There are very few people who can become Pokémon masters by using low-quality Pokémon. It can only be said that it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Soon, Dongfang Yan returned to the Yunai breeding house. I gave the driver 100 yuan, and this trip cost me 200 yuan. Grandma, I'm back. Dongfang Yan shouted loudly while holding something. Boom! A large bird rushed out of the breeding house. I wipe. The night owl flew in front of Dongfang Yan and looked at him with its head tilted. Dongfang Yan was frightened and subconsciously opened the eye of true vision. Pokémon, Night Owl, Level 70. Potential, B. Gender, Male. Attributes, General, Flying. Status, Healthy. Features, Insomnia, will not fall into a sleeping state, will not be affected by hypnosis or hypnotic powder. Inherited skills, Collision, Insight, Feather Roosting, Telekinesis. Basic skills, Call, Hypnosis, Air Slash, Moon Power, Reflection Wall, Dream Eater, Divine Power, Mind Hammer, Divine Bird Rush. Skill CD, Tailwind. Carrying props, Sharp Beak. Note, night owls like to come out at night, and sleepless night owls come out every day. The technology for skill discs in this world has developed quite well, but they are still scarce and in short supply. I wipe. Dongfang Yan looked at the night owl in a daze. Damn, am I blind? Is this a quasi-king level night owl, or a B-level qualification? Just one step away from reaching the top level? I didn't expect that. I haven't even started yet, but this one at home is already a potential king. Xiao Yan, you're back. Grandma Dongfang Yan put her hands behind her back and walked out slowly. Okokokok. Dongfang Yan had just been searching in his mind and finally realized that this night owl was a pet left by his grandfather. This is Grandpa's original Pokémon, and we have a very good relationship. He released all of his other combat Pokémons into their original habitats. He left behind this night owl that had always been with him. Later, my grandfather passed away and entrusted the night owl to my grandmother. Of course, Grandma also has a few Pokémons, but when she was young, she just liked to travel. Instead of liking adventure and fighting like Grandpa, Grandma just wants to go to different places and see different scenery. So Grandma only caught 2 Pokémon at that time, a Pidgeot and a Nidoqueen. Don't ask me why I raised Nidoran. The reason is that I was deceived by Nidoran's tiny appearance. Yes, my grandma just prefers smaller and cuter Pokémon. But he was old, his grandfather had passed away, and he still had to worry about running a breeding house. Naturally, there is no time to raise new Pokémon. The Ibrahimovic that Dongfang Yan bought was intended to be a gift for his grandmother. I originally wanted to keep it as a starting Pokémon, but who knew I would find a shiny Slowpoke? When he thought of this, Dongfang Yan couldn't help but use the eye of true vision to look at the Slowpoke's Pokémon egg from time to time. I discovered that it was real, not a dream, and happiness came too suddenly. I have to say that the ceiling of this glass cabinet is really good. Until now, Dongfang Yan has not smelled any strange smell. But when he thought about having to clean it up again later, Dongfang Yan was in trouble. How to clean it? Did you go to the egg gambling market to buy Pokémon eggs? Dongfang Yan's grandmother asked doubtfully. Dongfang Yan nodded awkwardly, and was actually noticed. Didn't I tell you to buy them at the breeding house? The quality of the Pokémon eggs in the gambling egg market won't be very good. The money I give you should be enough for you to buy a C-rank Pokémon. Oh, it turns out that my grandson has not yet fully entered the state of a Pokémon trainer. Trying to save a little will lead to a big loss. Grandma shook her head and continued. How much did it cost in total? As he said this, he prepared to go into the house to get the money. According to her idea, Dongfang Yan should be cheated badly. Of course, Grandma herself didn't mean to blame Dongfang. This was certainly due to her own lack of consideration. It cost 25. Dongfang Yan said weakly. How many? It's really 25. The boss gave me the cost price. Dongfang Yan's grandmother was also shocked. 3 Pokémon eggs for 25 yuan. I don't know how Dongfang Yan bought them. The most common E-level Pokémon egg in his own Yunai breeding house costs about 15 yuan each. However, she still didn't believe how high the qualifications of these Pokémon eggs could be. It is very likely that the Pokémon that appear will be very common Pokémon, such as Caterpillar, Rattata, and a series of street stall Pokémon. The 25 will be considered as the first lesson Dongfang Yan learned on his journey to becoming a Pokémon trainer. Go to the Pokémon Center and take a look at the qualifications of these Pokémon eggs. If your qualifications are not enough, I will accompany you to Yongyuan City later. He has to register at school tomorrow, so I have to prepare an Pokémon egg for my grandson today. Now? Dongfang Yan asked hesitantly. Otherwise, is there anything else? Grandma looked at the shy Dongfang Yan with confusion. Nidoqueen, use water gun. Roar. Ugh. The 2-meter-tall Nidoqueen roared and then made a strange noise in an instant. Because she smelled a strong scent of clear stream. Without further ado, he fired a very low-power water gun at the Pokémon egg of shiny Slowpoke. Of course you have to control the power. It would be embarrassing if a super-powerful water gun shot through someone's balls. There is a stream in the backyard of Yunao breeding house. The main stream of the stream is Yangcheng's Mother River, which is quite close to Yunai's breeding house. Otherwise there wouldn't be such a small stream. Chapter 10. Pokémon Center. The main stream of the stream is Yangcheng's Mother River, which is quite close to Yunai's breeding house. Otherwise there wouldn't be such a small stream. The Yunai breeding house is quite big. My grandparents built it very big when they built the house. Dongfang Yan's home is a big villa. The front floor is the storefront of the breeding house, and the road is directly opposite. The second floor is where Dongfang Yan's family sleeps. The third floor is a utility room. Behind it is the back garden, which is surrounded by a half-person high wall. Grandma also grows some vegetables here. A little behind the back garden is a small stream. In fact, Dongfang Yan didn't know why there were so few people living near his home. There are only a few families living there. It can be considered a remote geographical location. No wonder business is not very good, Dongfang Yan thought to himself, holding his nose. Thanks to Nidoqueen's efforts, all the black sludge on the Pokémon eggs was washed away. Along the stream, it flows into the distance with a foul smell. In an instant, the smell around dissipated a lot. Dongfang Yan no longer covered his mouth and nose. Well, that's it. Grandma opened the door of the room at the back of the garden and walked out with her hands behind her back. Roar! Nidoqueen yelled at Granny, pointing at the red and white Pokeball on Granny's body. He pointed at himself and the Slowpoke egg in the stream and made a face as if he wanted to vomit. He looked extremely aggrieved, and Dongfang Yan was stunned by his action. This is real sign language. Eye of True Seeing. Pokémon, Nidoqueen, level 56. Potential, B. Gender, female. Attributes, poison, ground. Status, healthy. Features, poison sting, 30% chance of poisoning Pokémon that comes into contact with you. Inherited skills, tail wagging, double kick. Basic skills, grab, poison, overwhelming, power of the earth, crushing, gradually breaking. Skill CD, water gun, hold. Props to carry, none. Note, use its body covered with hard scales to knock enemies away. Damn, my grandma is really a hidden talent. A Nidoqueen at the gym trainer level, and this one isn't even grandma's starting Pokémon. Grandma's initial Pokémon is Bobo. That is now the big bird. Even the Nidoqueen caught later is level 56, there is no reason why Pidgeot would be lower in level than Nidoqueen. After being cleaned, the Dai egg has patterns and strange colors. Dongfang Yan was afraid that the Pokémon egg would be washed away by the water, so he quickly ran over and picked up the silly egg. Afraid of breaking the Pokémon egg. Others may not know, but he himself knows the value of the Pokémon egg in his hand. I just don't know if Slowpoke is a Pokémon that is popular with the public. But as long as it is a flash, its value cannot be compared with its original value. No matter what, just do what you like. This egg. Grandma came out from the back garden and looked at the Pokémon egg in Dongfang Yan's hand with confusion. What's the matter, Grandma? Dongfang Yan saw his grandmother staring at the Pokémon egg in her hand, so he asked. Grandma shook her head and said. Come on, I'll go to the Pokémon hospital with you. He also casually picked up the big blue guy that was screaming next to him with the red and white Pokémon egg. Ah, it's okay, Grandma. Do you really need to come for such a small matter? Just leave it to me. Seeing Dongfang Yan's serious look, Grandma could only nod. After waiting for a while, Dongfang Yan still didn't leave, and Grandma looked back in confusion. Dongfang Yan hesitated again and said. Well, which direction is the Pokémon Center? On the road, Dongfang Yan followed his grandmother, chatting with her intermittently. It's really not Dongfang Yan's fault. Before the current Dongfang Yan traveled through time, the original Dongfang Yan was the kind of person who never cared about Pokémon. What Pokémon Center, pet hospital? Let alone never setting foot there. If his home wasn't a breeding house that sold Pokémon eggs, his world would probably be out of tune with this world. I don't care about that. I live in my own world now anyway. But thinking about taking over the breeding house, there will definitely be a lot of reforms to be done. There are some things I still need to tell my grandma, but I'm a little afraid of exposing myself. It would be very troublesome if she finds out that I am not the original Dongfang Yan. One is interested in Pokémon, and the other is not. If the change is too fast, the old man will inevitably become suspicious. But what needs to be said still needs to be said. After all, there is a system in hand. There is also a house renovation in the novice gift package that has not been used. I haven't figured out how this thing works yet, and I haven't had time to check it out in the breeding house. System, what is this house renovation? Dongfang Yan asked silently in his heart. Ding dong. House renovation will conduct a comprehensive system renovation of the breeding house based on the host's preferences or requirements. Hearing this, Dongfang Yan's eyes seemed to be full of stars. Products produced by the system must be high-quality products. However, if I want to renovate it, I have to discuss it with my grandma. After all, it is the hard work of my grandma and grandpa for more than 10 years. If possible, Dongfang Yan still hopes not to change most of the layout of the store. After all, we have to leave something for the elderly to think about. Ding dong. What does the host feel about this trip to Yongyuan City? The ruthless electronic mechanical female voice sounded again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have gained profound insights. The following tasks are hereby issued. Walk through the Moonlight Forest in Yangchang to Yongyuan City, and defeat 10 Pokémon on the way. The time limit is 3 days. The host will be rewarded with 20 reputations, and the host will be punished by deducting 50 reputations. The following tasks are hereby issued. How can a successful Pokémon breeder not have his own ecological park? Convince Grandma to build an ecological park for 30 days. Reward, 1 ecological park renovation, 5 bottles of qualification repair agent, and punishment, randomly cut off one of the host's 3 legs. Dongfang Yan. I don't understand. The Oriental spokesperson was dumbfounded, he didn't say anything. Also, the experience in the Moonlight Forest doesn't matter. After all, we will definitely need to go out for experience in the future. The level of Pokémon outside the Moonlight Forest is average, so there is still a certain safety factor. However, establish an ecological park. Is it a little too early? Also, why is the reward 20 reputation, but the penalty only 50 reputation? Also, the punishment is to cut off one of the 3 legs. What the hell is this? Ding dong, please do not doubt the validity of the system's tasks, or the authenticity of the system's punishments. All tasks have a chance of being completed. Probability, who knows if the probability is 1% or 0.1%? Well, there's no other choice but to go find Grandma. It's not that I doubt the system, but I don't want to doubt it. After all, I have already experienced the effect of the eye of true vision. Besides, I don't even want to gamble with that 1/3 probability. Not at all. Just when I was about to discuss this with my grandma, I arrived at the Pokémon Center. Dongfang Yan's hands were numb from holding 3 Pokémon eggs. He was afraid that he might accidentally break the eggs. Of course, the glass cabinets provided by the stall owner are quite sturdy, and you can tell at a glance that they are made in China. But Dongfang Yan still thinks that caution is paramount. But Dongfang Yan's only thought now is to see if all the nurses at the Pokémon Center look like Miss Joy. As we all know, Miss Juncha and Miss Joy's family genes are very strong. Therefore, Dongfang Yan really wants to explore it. When I arrived at the door, the glass door opened automatically and I followed my grandma in. It was already afternoon, and there didn't seem to be many people in the Pokémon Center. At this time, Dongfang Yan watched his shadow getting bigger and bigger, and turned back suddenly. I rub. Dongfang Yan now has the body of a junior high school student and is only 1.6 meters tall. The one in front of me, a burly nurse, is about 1.8 meters tall. He is several heads taller than Dongfang Yan and looks average. Overall, it feels a bit like the anime that Dongfang Yan watched in his previous life, like Neza in 100,000 Hot Jokes. Grandma Lan, why are you here? The burly nurse looked at Dongfang Yan's grandmother and said. He simply ignored the Dongfang Yan under his chin. Oh. It's Wan Wan. Is it your turn to be on duty today? Lan is my grandmother's name, her full name is Mulan. Grandma Lan looked at Wan Wan and said, seeing how familiar the two of them looked, they must have known each other for a long time. But Dongfang Yan was a little scared. With those arms, that explosive power, and those thighs, they might be able to crush him to death. Dongfang Yan wanted to use his true vision to see if she was a Pokémon. Chapter 11. Sister Wan Wan. This is my grandson. This should be the first time you see him. Xiao Yan, call me sister. Hello sister. A greeting for good boy in Eastern dialect. Ahoy. Wan Wan looked at the sensible Dongfang Yan, and grabbed Dongfang Yan's head with a big hand. Yeah, it's just right, just grab it. Dongfang Yan. What strange habits. Don't dare to move, Don't dare to move at all. Grandma Lan, why are you here at the Pokémon Center? Wan Wan exchanged pleasantries with her grandmother and then got to the point. Xiao Yan is going to be a Pokémon trainer. I bought 3 Pokémon eggs and wanted to see their qualifications. If I have the qualifications, I would like to register the Pokémon egg under Dongfang Yan's name at the Pokémon Center. Grandma Lan said with a smile. It will be easier if you have an acquaintance, and you can get the result right away. If the Pokémon egg is not of good quality, you will have to go to Yongyuan City again. I see. Give me the Pokémon eggs and I'll help you test them right away. As he said that, he snatched the Pokémon eggs from Dongfang Yan's hand, and walked away with 3 Pokémon eggs in one hand. He looked so relaxed. Dongfang Yan also wanted to remind her to be careful and not to break her Pokémon egg. After thinking about it, I decided not to say anything. It's definitely not because I'm afraid. At this moment, Wan Wan, who was halfway through the walk, suddenly turned back, and Dongfang Yan felt a chill on his back. Grandma Lan, would you like to come over and take a look? It's not good. Dongfang Yan talked as he walked. He has to protect his idiot. What if this woman finds out that her Slowpoke is of B-level caliber and wants to keep her Pokémon egg for herself? This was something I had finally found in the gambling egg market. So it's better to supervise it yourself. Grandma Lan smiled and shook her head, then followed Dongfang Yan. Walk through several corridors and pass by several Pokémon wards. There was a Haoli in one of the wards. Dongfang Yan even opened his eye of true vision out of curiosity. Pokémon, Haoli, level 34. Potential, C. Gender, male. Attribute, fighting. Status, weak, poisoned. Features, perseverance, under abnormal conditions, it will stimulate your willpower. When burned, sleeping, paralyzed, or poisoned, the damage is increased by 50% and the attack that ignores the burning damage is halved. Inherited skills, kick, energy gathering. Basic skills, shoot down, throw on earth, revenge, shoot down, wake up slap. Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Note, as a humanoid Pokémon, Haoli likes weightlifting, exercising his muscles, and even more likes arm wrestling with humans. Looking at Goryeo, who is obviously in bad condition but full of energy, one cannot help but sigh at the tenacious vitality of Pokémon. In the ward, Goli was performing the role of Tarzan, jumping up and down on the bed, while the trainer and nurse beside him looked helpless. Boom! Wan Wan rushed in and hit Haoli with one hand. Haoli looked back angrily, then rolled his eyes and fell straight down. The young nurse next to her looked at Wan Wan with admiration. Give it a sedative and some antidote tablets. The trainer and the little nurse next to them kept nodding. Just now, Dongfang Yan discovered through the eye of true vision that an item in Haoli's status bar had changed from weak to dying. The trainer didn't dare to speak, probably because he felt the same way as himself. Definitely not afraid. However, Dongfang Yan also discovered that not everyone looks like Miss Joy. In other words, he hadn't seen Miss Joy at all until now. But think about it, the territory of the Huiguo Alliance is so large. If they really look the same, wouldn't the Chinese alliance be directly divided by these two families? Didn't it scare you? Wan Wan looked at Dongfang Yan kindly and smiled. No, it's okay. Dongfang Yan looked straight ahead and said, I don't care. Yeah, come with me, this is where the Pokémon's qualifications are tested. Just watch from the glass window outside. Wan Wan carried 3 Pokémon eggs, gave some instructions, pushed open a door with a number on it, and walked in. Dongfang Yan and his grandmother came to the window. The detection device looked like a cooking stove. The kind that uses a gas stove to burn fire. Wan Wan placed the Pokémon eggs on 3 machines, with some other Pokémon eggs next to them. It should be that Wan Wan cut in line in order to help her grandmother and herself. Dongfang Yan would not keep the eye of true vision open all the time, because after opening the eye of true vision, he would always feel a little dizzy for no apparent reason after looking at things for a long time. Moreover, the information displayed by the eye of true vision somewhat obstructs the vision. Dongfang Yan can directly see the Pokémon's qualifications. However, the qualifications of Pokémons of the same level vary. This was actually because Dongfang Yan had opened the eye of true vision several times and saw many Pokémons of the same level and qualifications. The colors on its body are actually different. For example, the color of grade F qualification is transparent, the color of E qualification is white, the color of D qualification is orange, the color of C qualification is green, and the color of B qualification is cyan. The higher the Pokémon's qualifications, the brighter, more vivid and more obvious the color will be. For example, his own idiot, who has B-level qualification, is in front of Nightole, who also has B-level qualification. The blue color of my own beast is obviously brighter and more obvious than that of the Night Owl. For example, compared with Gollie's Nidoqueen's green color is obviously deeper and brighter than Gollie's. However, the green color of Fatty Chien's Snorlax is darker than that of Grandma's Nidoqueen. And it looks a little bit green. I didn't realize it at first, but now I know that this little Snorlax is really talented. But compared to his own Slowpoke is still more powerful. Hehe, my own Slowpoke is still shiny. Don't ask Dongfang Yan why he didn't say the color of AORS level qualifications. Because Dongfang Yan has never seen a Pokémon with AORS level qualifications. How can you know the color if you haven't seen it? But it is indeed curious. Ding ding ding, ding ding. Wan Wan stood next to the machine, holding a notebook in her hand, and kept copying some data. Wan Wan looked at the 3 Pokémon eggs in confusion, especially when she looked at Day Day Egg, an expression of surprise appeared on her face. Dong Fanjian felt a little nervous watching this. First, he was afraid that Wan Wan would snatch his Pokémon egg. Second, he was actually not sure about the authenticity of the Eye of True Vision. If Juan's test results are different from what I see, it's a bit After a while, the door of the room opened and Wan Wan came out carrying 3 Pokémon eggs. Dongfang Yan had been waiting impatiently. When he saw Wan Wan coming out, he ran over impatiently and stared at Day Day Dan. I also opened the Eye of True Vision to see if I had been swapped. Fortunately, I didn't, otherwise I really don't know how to get it back. Oh, by the way, there is also a big night owl in the house. Thinking of this, Dongfang Yan suddenly felt that he could do it. Is the Quasai King okay? The Pet King. Chapter 12. Humanoid Pokémon? Hey hey! Dongfang Yan gave a lewd smile and obediently took the Pokémon egg from Wan Wan. After all, I just remembered that my night owl was guarding the house and I didn't bring it with me. Grandma Lan, where did you get these 3 Pokémon eggs? Wan Wan handed the Pokémon egg to Dongfang Yan, then looked at Grandma Lan and asked. What happened? Grandma Lan stood up from the chair next to her, even though her hair was full of white. But he was very energetic, except that there was a little haggardness in his eyes for some reason. Come to think of it, these past few days have been really hard. Grandma Lan looks very kind, has a very gentle smile, and treats people very kindly, making people feel very safe. Dongfang Yan has also seen Grandma Lan's old photos, and she was indeed very beautiful. 2 pigtails, thrown back, like the national goddess. No wonder my grandfather was so obsessed with her and stayed obediently by my grandmother's side. There is no other problem. Among these 3 Pokémon eggs, one is of D-level qualification, and the brown egg is of C-level qualification. Based on my many years of experience, this brown Pokémon egg is very likely to be an EV egg. Wan Wan looked at Grandma Lan seriously and said. This made Dongfang Yan, who was standing by, dumbfounded. Could it be that you also have a system? How do you know? Really? Thank you so much. But this brown egg could be a bear or some other Pokémon egg, right? Grandma Lan asked puzzledly. Although my family runs a breeder house, it was usually run by my grandfather when he was alive. My own grandmother just took over later. Through memories, I know that my grandfather was a Pokémon trainer who adventured around the world and saw many Pokémon. Grandma met Grandpa by chance when he was traveling. Before that, Grandpa seemed to be a well-known Pokémon trainer. This made Dongfang Yan feel like a mentally retarded person, but his grandfather had finally achieved his goal. I don't even want to talk about that idiot boy anymore. It's all tears if I talk too much. So it's normal that Grandma doesn't recognize EV egg. Of course, I am a hacker, so it's different. Yeah, I'm 80% sure this is an EV egg. I went to a regular high school, and my major in college was studying Pokémon, and EV was my research area. So I know Ibrahimovic very well. After hearing Juan's explanation, Dongfang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Grandma Lan was visibly happy. Ibrahimovic is great. In the past, when I asked the old man to buy some EV eggs, he always said they were out of stock. Even when I asked him to go get them, he wouldn't go, saying there were none in Yangcheng. Grandma Lan was so angry that she ignored him for several days. What an old man! However, I'd better keep this sea-level Eevee as my grandson's starting Pokémon. Grandma, don't be too happy too soon. Do you know what the purple Pokémon egg in Xiao Yan's hand is? Wan Wan smiled and pointed at the egg in Dongfang Yan's hand. Dongfang Yan, however, protected it very tightly. After hearing what Wan Wan said just now, Dongfang Yan was sure that his eye of true vision was really real. Wow, this is such a high-quality Pokémon egg, you have to hold it well. Ding dong. Please stop thinking about those messy things, host, and work hard in this world to become a Pokémon trainer who combines strength and talent. As for the system, although it's a bit childish, what's going on with this passion? What qualifications? Grandma Lan asked puzzledly. Wan Wan didn't keep the secret any longer and continued. The Pokémon egg in Xiao Yan's hand is of B-level qualification. Grandma Lan looked at the Pokémon egg in Dongfang Yan's hand in amazement. A B-level young Pokémon, this talent is really high. My old man's night owl is also of B-level qualification, but it is also an adult. The nature is totally different. Looking at his own grandson, he looked as if he was on guard against thieves and acted like a thief. But suddenly I discovered that my grandson seemed to have become fond of Pokémon. That's really strange, I clearly wasn't interested in Pokémon before. He's becoming more and more like his grandfather. But what kind of spirit is in this? Grandma Lan asked a little confused. I don't know. I've never seen this kind of lavender pattern before. Well, Wan Wan, please do me another favor and register this Pokémon under my grandson's name. Grandma Lan pointed at the egg in Dongfang Yan's hand and said. Wan Wan nodded as a matter of course and asked Dongfang Yan to follow her. After taking photos and taking samples, a little bit of egg powder was scraped off as a specimen and evidence. All Slowpoke eggs were registered under Dongfang Yan's name. After the Pokémon is born, you can go to the Pokémon Center to register what kind of Pokémon it is. Pokémon Center sells Pokeballs. Every trainer in the Chinese Alliance must register his or her own Pokémon. Unregistered Pokémon are illegal Pokémon. It is not recognized. Once caught by the Alliance will invite you for tea. At that time, the Pokémons you captured will also be released. In fact, it is the same as real name authentication. The red and white Pokeballs sold in this Poke Center have also been dealt with by the Alliance. Once you break the law, the Alliance will lock your Pokeball and make you surrender. Otherwise, who says that the Chinese Alliance is the safest country in the world? Other countries advocate freedom, but the Pokeball has also made some appropriate adjustments. Well, Dongfang Yan now knew why the system gave him 10 red and white Pokeballs in the novice gift package. Dongfang Yan only registered one Pokémon egg, Slowpoke. Grandma Ibutanlan said that the other one was also registered under Dongfang Yan's name. But Dongfang Yan refused, saying that he had Day. Oh no, a B-level Pokémon egg would be enough as his initial Pokémon. Although Ibrahimovic, who has C-level qualifications, is good, I don't have much energy to train him. What's more, I have my own ideas about the lineup. Finally, Dongfang Yan registered the EV egg under his grandmother's name, saying it was a gift for his grandmother. Grandma Lan couldn't persuade her grandson, so she registered Ibrahimovic under her own name reluctantly. After taking photos, taking samples, and scraping off a little bit of egg powder, the Ibrahimovic egg was registered under Grandma Lan's name. The old man held the Ibrahimovic egg contentedly and set off on the journey home with Dongfang Yan. As for the D-level Pokémon egg, well, neither of them is interested in it, so let's take it back first. Before leaving, I bought some milk powder for newborn Pokémons at the Pokémon Center. Newly born Pokémons cannot eat Pokémon blocks directly. Instead, drink some formulated Pokémon milk powder. Actually, there are some in Yunai's breeding house. Buying some will help Wan Wan improve her performance. Even if you don't use them yourself, you can still sell them in the breeding house. Just consider it as a restock. Chapter 13. Opening an ecological park. Grandma, there is something I want to tell you. Dongfang Yan was walking on the road, and after thinking for a while he decided to tell his grandma now. Grandma Lan nodded and motioned Dongfang Yan to continue. I have decided to inherit the position of owner of the family's breeding house. You're getting old, and I'm almost at the age of traveling. Since I chose to become a Pokémon trainer, I also want to run our own breeding house. Becoming a Pokémon trainer is my current dream, and inheriting the breeding house and becoming a Pokémon breeder is my responsibility. Grandma Lan didn't say anything, just nodded. I believe that with me and my B-level partner, the breeding house will get better and better. Grandma Lan looked at her grandson who looked so righteous. It was as if I was meeting him for the first time. And the tone of his speech is becoming more and more like the old man's. Little guy, tell me what's the matter. I don't believe you are telling me this. Grandma Lan looked as if she saw through me. Hey hey. Dongfang Yan scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly. Well, I want to build an ecological park. The air seemed to have fallen into silence, and at this moment I had just arrived at the door of Yunai's breeding house. The night owl flew down from the roof and stood next to Grandma Lan. He tilted his head and looked at Dongfang Yan who was standing there at a loss. After a long while, Grandma let out a breath and walked into the house silently. Blame the system. I said it's too early to build an ecological park. This doesn't prove anything. How can you build an ecological park without any evidence? Now, Grandma is angry. System. Come in quickly, what are you standing outside for? Grandma Lan was holding something in her hands. Looking at Dongfang Yan who was still standing outside and talking to himself. So he reminded Dongfang Yan to come in. Ooh. Dongfang Yan ran into the house quickly carrying 2 Pokémon eggs. This is what your grandfather left behind, take a look. Grandma Lan handed a document to Dongfang Yan. Grandpa's. Dongfang Yan expressed his great interest in the things left by his grandfather. After all, my grandfather is a Pokémon trainer with quasi-king strength. Open the file in the Eastern dialect. Above is the future plan for Yunai breeding house. From the establishment of the Yunai breeding house to the present, the old man has completed the above plan step by step. Dongfang Yan continued browsing. I turned to another document and it was clearly written that an ecological park should be established. Damn, it turns out that my grandfather has long wanted to build an ecological park? I guess I'm fulfilling the old man's wish. Your grandpa loves Pokémon very much and has been dealing with Pokémon all his life. Later, as I got older, I couldn't run around like I did when I was young. So we opened a breeding house at home. Your grandfather put a lot of effort into opening this breeding house. Grandma also doesn't want the breeder house to go bankrupt, as it's currently in a recession. Your parents are missing again, and I can't run this breeding house on my own. Looking at Dongfang Yan's hesitant look, Grandma smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not as fragile as you think. When I was traveling with your grandfather, I went through all kinds of difficulties. Your father and mother are just missing and need to be seen alive, so I still believe that they are still alive. As for building the ecological park, I guess your grandfather had anticipated the current situation of the breeding house when he was planning the future development of the Yunai breeding house. Hearing this, Dongfang Yan was a little confused. Is his grandfather so awesome? Is this how you guessed the current situation? As if seeing Dongfang Yan's confusion, Grandma took out a dozen documents from the file. Dongfang Yan took it and took a look. Well, my grandfather is a genius and I am a waste. All the documents contain title deeds to the land near Yunai breeding house. They are all red words on a white background, and there are official certificates. Well, I was still thinking about how to buy land and use the eye of true vision to look at eggs to make money. Wow, my grandfather has already taken care of it. No wonder I feel the area around my home is so desolate. It turns out that the surrounding land all belongs to me. I really want to be a landlord. Ding dong. Please put aside all your distracting thoughts. If you continue to have these random thoughts, I will break all 3 of your legs. Look, is this human language? How can you threaten the host like this? I'm not a human in the first place. Well, Dongfang Yan was speechless. He is definitely not a human being. What are you thinking about? Looking at Dongfang Yan who suddenly became dazed, Grandma reminded him. No, I'm thinking about how to run a breeding house. Grandma Lan smiled and nodded, he was worthy of being her grandson. You have to run a breeding house and build an ecological park. All of this means you are becoming an adult. But to get all of this, you must pass my test. Grandma Lan suddenly looked at Dongfang Yan very seriously. Dongfang Yan also perked up when he heard this. As long as you pass my test, the breeding house will be directly transferred to your name. How you want to run the breeding house is entirely up to you. Grandma said seriously. In this world, many people have already started traveling at Dongfang Yan's age. People in this world mature very precociously, and many of them are very successful at a young age. At such a young age, they are either winning awards in competitions somewhere, or making a career at home. At the age of 15, Grandma felt that it was time to transfer the position of the owner of the breeding house to Dongfang Yan. She is not like other parents who spoil their children. If they encounter any danger in the wild, the price they pay is death. It is better to train your children as early as possible so that they can protect themselves in the wild. Grandma Lan is worthy of being a person who has traveled with Grandpa before. She has seen many ups and downs and her thoughts are different from others. Since my grandson has his own ideas, I will rely on him for everything. There is no need to hold on to everything. What's more, even if establishing an eco park is a wrong decision, there is nothing to be afraid of, because she still has the ability to correct her mistakes. So just leave everything to Dongfang Yan and let him do it with confidence. However, these words were only said in his heart and he would not tell Dongfang Yan directly. What task? Grandma, just tell me. I promise to complete it. Letting myself manage the breeding house and the ecological park, isn't this just what I want? In this way, you can rely on the system with confidence and do some unknown things. Hey. Dongfang Yan thought about it while smiling obscenely. System. You have to wait until your Pokémon egg hatches. You cannot take a car. You must take your Pokémon and walk to the Moonlight Forest. You have to pass through the Moonlight Forest and go to Eternal City. In Eternal City, there is an Alliance egg selling point that specializes in selling Pokémon eggs to all breeding houses. It's an official organization. Building an ecological park is a long process. You can't just give up on selling Pokémon eggs. You have to sign a contract with them to buy eggs. How many and what kind of eggs you buy is entirely up to you. Grandma Lan said a lot, and Dongfang Yan tactfully handed her a glass of water. Grandma Lan rolled her eyes at Dongfang Yan. This grandson was becoming more and more cunning. But it's okay, I won't suffer any loss if I go out. Of course, in this Moonlight Forest, you have to be careful and catch 10 Pokémon. You can catch any Pokémon you want, but the higher the aptitude, the better. Dongfang Yan nodded repeatedly. It seemed that this was the entire content of Grandma's test. Chapter 14. Departure. It is similar to the system's tasks. Grandma nodded towards Dongfang Yan, indicating that she had finished speaking. Dongfang Yan smiled and said, "Got it. I'll go up and get ready now. I'll go up now." Dongfang Yan picked up Dai Dan and Zuzokaden and ran towards the stairs. And many more. Dongfang Yan stopped instantly. He turned around and looked at Grandma Lan in confusion. Is there something important that she hasn't said yet? Grandma Lan then put on a more serious expression. Dongfang Yan looked a little scared. And one more thing. Dongfang Yan quickly pricked up his ears and listened carefully. When we get to Everlasting City, go buy me some Pokémon cubes that Eevee likes to eat, and some imported Momo milk. Eevee will be born in the next few days, so I need to buy some food for it. Dongfang Yan. Why does it feel like Ibrahimovic is a little more important than me in my grandma's mind? In the room, Dongfang Yan carefully took out the Dai egg. Place it in the Pokémon incubator and adjust the temperature. In a day or two, Slowpoke will be available. As for the eggs of walking grass, he didn't want them to hatch so early. It would be better to keep it until the ecological park is established and use it for seed cultivation. After all, it is also a D-level qualification. Our own ecological park will definitely not want Pokémon with too low qualifications. From now on, the minimum qualification of ordinary Pokémon in our own ecological park will only be D-level. Otherwise, if we only sell Pokémons with extremely low qualifications, how can we complete the system's long-term tasks and make the breeding house famous all over the world? So the eggs of the walking grass are placed in a constant temperature box. Anyway, there are a lot of these things at home, so keeping them for a month is not a problem. Just adjust the temperature well. My family runs a breeding house, and we not only sell Pokémon eggs, but also some ordinary Pokémon blocks. However, there are only 2 types of Pokémon blocks in the store, ordinary grass type and water type. Because these 2 are cheap, the residents of Yangcheng just need them. The attributes of my Slowpoke are water and psychic. After birth, you should still give it some Mau milk. Feed it water Pokémon blocks later. Of course, you also need to eat some psychic Pokémon cubes. Otherwise, you will suffer from malnutrition and your speed of comprehending psychic skills will be slow. It's just that the psychic blocks are a bit expensive. Of course, the more expensive the block, the better the effect, and you can comprehend it into a super small experience candy. Eating more is good for the Pokémons and can regulate their bodies. Oh, it would be great if the system could sell Pokémon blocks. Ding dong. Feeling the host's doubts, the host can spend reputation to open the system's Pokémon store, which will contain what the host wants. The system's cold, mechanical, electronic female voice came and went quickly, and when it finished speaking, it was gone. Very low presence. Oh, right. I haven't received all the novice gift packs yet, so I'd better get them now. I remember there seems to be something called reputation in the gift pack. Ding dong. It has been detected that the host is about to build an ecological park, so the breeding house permissions in the novice gift package are temporarily withdrawn and will be distributed together after the ecological park is successfully built. After saying that, the system disappeared, and went to waste. Regardless of the numerous problems with the Oriental dialect. Seeing that the system ignored him, Dong Fangyan was speechless. I just ignored it and took out everything in the novice gift pack. Of course, Dong Fangyan did not use the system's one-time opportunity to transform the breeding house for the time being. We'll talk about it when we have time. When Grandma is not around, we'll renovate the Yunao breeding house. Many things appeared out of thin air on the bed. 10 system red and white Pokeballs. A bottle of Pokemon Aptitude Enhancement Agent. An invisible reputation 100. Looking at the things on the bed, of course the most valuable one is the Pokemon Qualification Enhancement Agent. However, he still wanted to see the difference between the system's red and white Pokeballs and the Chinese Alliance's red and white Pokeballs. Take out a red and white Pokeball from the Chinese Alliance from the cabinet. He picked up the red and white Pokeball given by the system from the bed. When you hold it in your hand, it feels a little different. The red and white Pokeballs produced by the Huaguo Alliance are obviously not as smooth as the red and white Pokeballs given by the system. It is also obvious that the craftsmanship level is not as high as the system. In appearance, the system's red and white Pokeball looks more like a work of art. The red and white shell has a red and white amber feel, like jade. The Pokeballs produced by the Alliance are just ordinary red and white, like they were painted with a layer of paint and then waxed. Comparing the two, you can tell which one is better at a glance. System, how do you use this thing? Dong Fangyan put the ordinary red and white balls back into the cabinet. Then he took the system's red and white balls and asked the system in his mind. Ding dong. I'm here, it's easy, first this, then that, then this again. Dong Fangyan was also speechless. Why can the system itself be joked about? If I make a joke, you will cut off my 3 legs. Of course, the protest was ineffective. First enter your fingerprint, then long press this thing to zoom out, long press again to zoom in. Oh, sure, it's just like in the anime, you can carry it with you. Dong Fangyan thought happily. Is there any difference between these 2 red and white balls? Dong Fangyan asked the system while recording his fingerprints. Hehe, don't you find that the Pokeballs I produce are more beautiful? The system replied arrogantly. Is it gone? Gone. Dong Fangyan was really speechless. By the way, the Alliance's red and white balls will be controlled by the Alliance. When you are listed as a fugitive by the Alliance, your Pokeballs will be blocked and cannot be used. Well, that's kind of helpful. No, I haven't broken any law, why do I need this? You are stupid. What if someone takes advantage of someone's connections and deliberately prevents you from using the Pokeball? You will be dead. Damn, that seems to make sense. After all, I'm going to open a breeding house. What if someone covets my beauty? That would be too terrible. System. After all the trouble, it was already 12 o'clock. System, can these things be put away? The system's red and white balls are okay, they are mainly Pokemon qualification enhancers. It's not safe to carry this thing with me, but I'm also worried about leaving it at home. The system red and white balls can be placed in the system space, but there must be no Pokemons in it. The same goes for the Super Pokemon Qualification Enhancer. As long as it is a system product, it can be placed in the system space. Of course, the space inside is limited. It is a gift of friendship. If you want to expand the space, you need reputation to expand the space. Dong Fangyan put away everything and heard the system mention reputation again. What exactly is reputation? It seems like I still have 100 reputations that I haven't used. Oh, by the way, open the Pokémon shop. Ding dong. Host, do you want to open the Pokémon shop? The system's mechanical electronic female voice said excitedly. You asked Dongfang Yan why he knew the system was excited, because its tone was noticeably faster. Turn on. Dongfang Yan said affirmatively. Okay, deduct 50 reputation points from the host American Samoa a handling fee. Dongfang Yan. I feel like I lost 100 million. Ding dong. The Pokémon store has been updated. Please check it yourself. After saying that, the system went offline. Dongfang Yan seemed to hear the system mumbling something about beauty sleep. Well, the system is out, so fend for yourself. Dongfang Yan opened the Pokémon shop in his mind. A gorgeous interface appeared in front of Dongfang Yan. There are just 3 big logos on it. The first one is a gold logo that says Lucky Draw Wheel. The second one is a red sign that says Battle Shop. The third one is a green sign that says Feeding House Store. Dongfang Yan curiously clicked on the Lucky Sign Store. There was a golden turntable inside, and it was filled with colorful grids, densely packed. Dongfang Yan also saw a golden grid among them. Dongfang Yan knew that this should be the golden legend. The turntable also shows that 10 reputations are earned for 1 draw, and 100 reputations are earned for 10 consecutive draws. Damn it, the system took away 50 of my reputation. Damn, 10 consecutive draws. Dongfang Yan stepped out and clicked on the red sign again. 2 stores appeared. One was a learning machine store and the other was a portable item store. Damn, this system is still saleable. I clicked on it and saw that the king's certificate required reputation. 50,000. Dongfang Yan decisively withdrew. Click into the learning machine store, it's very user-friendly, and it's even divided by Pokémon attributes. But the price is still the same, it's horribly expensive. I can't afford it now anyway. Of course, different items have different prices. For example, metal film only requires 5,000 reputation. Flame orb, only 1,000 reputation. Well, it has nothing to do with me. The same goes for learning machines, it depends on the skill effect and rarity. For example, whether items are rare and effective. Start right away, 50,000. A little more ordinary, impact, reputation 10. Chapter 15. Back to school. Dongfang Yan clicked on the breeding house store again. There are even more things in here. What tree fruits, what plant seeds, what Pokémon blocks, what incubators, Dongfang Yan even saw the instructions for making portable items. They also sell Pokémon cubes here, as well as the method of making Pokémon cubes. The price of Pokémon blocks is determined by their attributes. The production method is the same. Grass, fire, water, electric, bug, normal, and flying Pokémon cubes only cost 100 reputation per can, and the production method requires reputation. Poison, fighting, fairy, evil, psychic, dragon, steel, rock, ground, ice, and ghost spirit cubes only require 150 reputation per can, and the production method requires reputation. This thing is expensive. Dongfang Yan once again felt that he had no money. But I feel that this thing is still worthwhile, not to mention the production method. Since the production method is given, it means that it can be produced. If you can make it, you can sell it. System, how do I gain reputation? Dongfang Yan asked doubtfully. I've been looking at it for so long, and there are so many good things in it, but I don't have the money or the reputation. Ding dong. Don't you want to sleep? The system said with gritted teeth. Ahaha. Dongfang Yan smiled awkwardly. Reputation is gained by customers purchasing goods in the Yunai breeding house after the host runs the breeding house. Buying an Pokémon egg will earn you 10 points of reputation, and buying an Pokémon will earn you 20 points of reputation. After receiving a favorable comment, 1 point of reputation will be automatically generated. If this kind of guest becomes a loyal guest of the Yunai breeding house, he or she can gain another point of reputation every week. If a guest actively spreads the existence of the cloud breeding house to others, 0.1 reputation will be automatically generated. You are here for Pinksy too. Well, Dongfang Yan knew it. The more people knew about the Yunai breeding house, the better it would be for him. The more people come to the breeding house to buy goods, the more reputation you gain. One's own strength, including the development of the breeding house, is closely related to this. As long as the Yunai breeding house becomes more famous and has more loyal customers, he will continue to gain reputation. Thereby strengthening yourself, the things in the system store can quickly improve your strength. Therefore, running a good breeding house is equivalent to improving strength. When he thought of this, Dong Fangyan became full of energy. I am looking forward to the establishment of the ecological park more and more. No man can stop you from owning an ecological park of your own and raising all kinds of Pokémon in it. It was so exciting that Dong Fangyan was so excited that he could hardly sleep. The night owl looked at the sleepy guy in front of him and really couldn't understand why he didn't get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. I haven't slept all night and now I'm up. Since conventional methods don't work, let's use extreme methods. Mind power. It's the familiar feeling and familiar formula. A few minutes later, Dong Fangyan, with dark circles under his eyes, looked listlessly at the stupid guy in front of him. I was so excited last night that I didn't go to bed until 4 a.m. But I couldn't fall asleep at all and slept for less than 2 hours. Just when I was about to fall asleep, Night Owl suddenly sent me a telekinesis. Can you imagine a person floating in the air while sleeping, then rolling and spinning in the air, doing difficult movements that they cannot normally do? Dong Fangyan felt aggrieved when he thought of this. Unfortunately, I don't have a elf, otherwise, I would definitely sleep well and get up early. I can't defeat the Night Owl, which has the strength of a Quasi King. I still rely on it for protection. Xiao Yan, get ready. You'll be going to school soon. Register your Pokémon there. Grandma Lan brought a plate of bread and heated up some milk. Dong Fangyan still looked listless, but he never stopped talking. Next to it is a Slowpoke's Pokémon egg. The eggs are hatching in the incubator, look at the time displayed on the screen above. It is estimated that in about 1 day, Slowpoke will be able to hatch from its shell. But now let's take Dayton to school. Originally, Grandma was going to go with him, but Dong Fangyan said that she was still needed to look after the store at home. We need to sell these remaining Pokémon eggs as soon as possible. Grandma Lan didn't say anything, which probably meant she agreed. So before Dong Fangyan went out, Grandma could only remind Dong Fangyan to protect the Pokémon egg well. Dong Fangyan nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. Dong Fangyan stopped a car on the side of the road and prepared to take a taxi to school, which would be safer. What if an emergency happens on the road and your baby gets injured? If my grandma knew about this, she would beat me to death. So calling a taxi is the safest option. The driver watched Dong Fangyan carefully protecting the Pokémon egg in his hand. I asked him if he was a student of Yangcheng School. Dong Fangyan nodded. The driver immediately started talking and said that his son was also a student at Yangcheng Middle School. He said his child wanted to become a Pokémon trainer, so he had no choice but to buy him an E-level Pokémon egg. It cost him more than 20, and it seemed to be a Gyarados Pokémon egg. The clerk told him that Gyarados was awesome and his son liked it, so he bought it. Well, Gyarados' Pokémon egg is Magikarp. Good job, wordplay. Then the driver asked again how much the Pokémon egg in Dong Fangyan's hand cost and what qualifications it had. He also asked Dong Fangyan whether the Pokémon egg he bought was good. Dong Fangyan simply replied that he just bought a Pokémon at random and didn't know what kind of Pokémon it was. It's just that the Pokémon egg's qualifications are similar to his son's. The driver then asked him if the Pokémon eggs he bought for his son were okay. Dong Fangyan just said one sentence. The day when the fallen fish turns over, the day when the Dragon King transforms. Then, I told the driver that if I wanted to buy Pokémon eggs again in the future, I should come to the Yunai breeding house in Yangcheng. The driver was confused and asked Dong Fangyan why. Dong Fangyan said, because I am the boss there. To tell you the truth, my Pokémon egg is actually of D-level qualification. I didn't dare tell the driver that my Pokémon egg was of Class B quality. Firstly, I was afraid that people would remember it, and secondly, I was afraid that the driver wouldn't believe me and would call me an idiot. When they arrived at the school, Dong Fangyan told the driver that if he wanted to buy another Pokémon egg, he should come to the breeding house again in a month. There will be a batch of good goods at that time, and we will give him a discount then. After hearing this, the driver nodded quickly and said that he would go if he had any idea. Of course, Dong Fangyan also asked him to help promote it for him. Advertise online. The driver did not disbelieve Dong Fangyan's words. He was also a native of Yangcheng and knew about the Yunai breeding house. As for being afraid that Dong Fangyan would cheat people, he didn't lose anything anyway. Besides, in today's world, aren't there many children who open shops in their teens and manage them in an orderly manner? It's a pity that I'm a taxi driver, and my child can't learn to drive before he's 18. Chapter 16. File Division. When he arrived at the classroom, everyone inside was in chaos and no one noticed Dongfang Yan at all. Of course, Dongfang Yan is also happy to do so, since he is not familiar with it anyway. The classroom was in a mess because some students decided to become Pokémon trainers. They either carry young Pokémons or Pokémon eggs that are still hatching. Everyone was very excited and talking about their Pokémon. Dongfang Yan opened the Eye of True Vision. Carefully observed everyone's Pokémon. It was found that most people's Pokémon were of E-level qualifications, some were of D-level qualifications, and very few were of C-level qualifications. It seems that Pokémon with C and D rank qualifications are not easy to come by. Even if it is Chinese cabbage, it is very expensive cabbage. Not everyone is willing to spend a lot of money to buy a high-quality Pokémon. Some people would rather spend more than 2 million to buy a house closer to the city center. This world is not that safe. Some cities are surrounded by forests. Some cities that are very close to the forest will often be attacked by Pokémon. There is no city that can say it will not be attacked by Pokémon. Some wild Pokémons accidentally entered the city. It will inevitably cause losses to the people in the city. The Moonlight Forest is near Yangcheng, but Yangcheng is closer to the center of the Chinese Alliance's territory. Some particularly powerful Pokémon have long been conquered by the Chinese Alliance. The Moonlight Forest is the first adventure site for countless new Pokémon trainers in Yangcheng and Yongyuan City. If there was a big danger, something would have gone wrong long ago. Nor will they allow many new trainers to enter casually. Of course, it is not completely without danger. There are 3 or 4 cases of disappearance and death in the Moonlight Forest every year. Han Meng, are you from the 3 royal families? A girl looked at Dongfang Yan in surprise. To be precise, it was behind Dongfang Yan. Dongfang Yan tactfully made way for him and looked back curiously. A small green snake with its head tilted back and a cold look in its eyes stood next to a girl. Eye of True Seeing. Pokémon, Vine Snake, Level 3. Potential, B. Gender, female. Property, grass. Status, healthy. Features, lush. When HP is less than 1/3, the power of grass attribute moves increases by 1.5 times. Genetic skill, Leaf Storm. Basic skill, Impact. Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Note, vine snakes like to use their tails to bask in the sun for photosynthesis. If they are not in high spirits, their tails will droop. Damn, this is the 3rd B-rank Pokémon besides Owlcat and my own Slowpoke. And it's one of the 3 great families. However, the color of this vine snake is not as rich as that of his own night owl. At this stage, its qualifications are not as high as those of my own night owl. But it is still in larval form, and has 2 more evolutions to go, so it is very likely to surpass the night owl. As for his own Slowpoke that hasn't been born yet, I don't know why Dongfang Yan is so confident in it. You know, this Pokémon has such a high qualification and it's from the big 3. Does this girl have any other identity? It might be because Dongfang Yan kept staring at the Teng Teng snake and blocked the door, refusing to move away. The feeling of being seen naked made Teng Teng snake feel very uncomfortable. So the vine snake hissed at Dongfang Yan. When a snake is happy, it will make a chirping sound, and when it is angry, it will hiss. Dongfang Yan also realized that his behavior of blocking the door was not good. Just as I was about to move aside, the girl named Han Meng spoke. Have you seen enough? If you have, let me in. After saying this, he didn't even wait for Dongfang Yan to move aside. He coldly bumped into Dongfang Yan in the classroom and pushed him aside. When he entered, he looked at the Pokémon egg in Dongfang Yan's hand, which was the color of stinky mud, with great contempt. When passing by Dongfang Yan, he said softly. Nowadays, even stinky mud dogs are kept by people. I rub. Am I being mocked? Dongfang Yan was also speechless. What happened? Of course, no one wanted to argue with her. They watched as everyone immediately surrounded her. The girl named Han Meng seemed to like the feeling of being under everyone's attention. It seems as if she is the protagonist of this world. Dongfang Yan smiled, walked to his seat without any explanation. He knew who this girl was, no wonder she looked familiar. But even if Dongfang Yan didn't want to cause trouble, the girl didn't want to let Dongfang Yan go. Hey, Dongfang Yan, long time no see. I didn't expect you want to become a Pokémon trainer. What's wrong? Did your family go bankrupt? You can't even afford a low-quality Pokémon. So, did you buy a stinky egg to make up the number? Han Meng pointed at the lavender Pokémon egg in Dongfang Yan's hand. Well, Dongfang Yan didn't know why this woman was so hostile towards him. Looking at the inexplicable looks from the people around me, there was ridicule, sympathy, and disdain. In fact, they also know the meaning of the three great families, which symbolize status, wealth, and power. They also know the difference between aggression and deception. They were classmates playing together yesterday, but today they seemed like different people. Abba, I'm just playing my own game. I don't give a shit what you think. Dongfang Yan turned his head indifferently and looked out the window. Looking at the silent Dongfang Yan, the girl seemed to be extremely satisfied in her heart. When you want to continue to mock. What did you say, bitch? Just try to make some noise with your fat uncle. Qiandi Chang suddenly rushed over from the door and yelled. Just kidding, as Dongfang Yan's best teammate, we grew up wearing the same pants. Of course Dongfang Yan can't wear the fat man's pants, and Dongfang Yan's pants can't fit the fat man. Growing up wearing the same pair of pants is just an adjective. Seeing the fat man coming, Dongfang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to bother with this woman anymore. It is really troublesome to argue with a woman, especially an unreasonable woman. After browsing through my memory, I realized that this woman was actually quite amazing. She is the kind of girl who is good at almost everything, including studying and sports. She is a gifted girl in the eyes of her teachers and classmates. Her family background and abilities are impeccable. Until the emergence of Eastern dialects. Although they are the same age, Dongfang Yan has great talent in science. Dongfang Yan wrote a research report and submitted it to the Alliance's science department. It attracted the attention of the Union's science department. Because the Alliance Science Department has made breakthroughs in some technologies through the research report on Eastern dialects. Although the research report written by Dongfang Yan at that time did not have much effect. However, people in the science department, inspired by the Oriental dialect research report, have made deeper breakthroughs in some secret weapons. This made the people in the Alliance's science department curious about Dongfang Yan. Of course, Dongfang Yan didn't know why the people from the Alliance hadn't come to contact him yet. He himself knew that his so-called research report was nothing more than a rewrite of someone else's research report using his own insights. Maybe they also think it's a coincidence. This is the best way. Dongfang Yan, who has traveled through time, doesn't know these things. If he really goes there, he will probably keep making noises. But this made Han Meng very unhappy. She even heard others compare her with Dongfang Yan. It is said that Dongfang Yan is a true genius. I had never been exposed to these things before, but once I was exposed to them, I realized that he is a genius. It is said that Han Meng just has a good family background and has received a good education since childhood, so it is normal for him to achieve such results. From then on, Han Meng became hostile to Dongfang Yan from time to time. Always finding ways to embarrass Dongfang Yan. But every time the fat guy argued with her, the fat guy would not listen. People say he is too slim. He answered shyly, no, there's nothing I can do about my good figure. It really left the other side speechless. Fatty, why are you here again? You're everywhere. Are you his follower? Han Meng taunted, and the vine snake also hissed at Fatty Chien. How could the fat man bear this anger, so he just released the little Snorlax. Snorlax is 2 heads taller than Snake. In addition, Snorlax's already huge body and level suppression. The hissing vine snake wisely closed its mouth. Humph, Fatty, if you hang out with people like this, sooner or later you'll become like them, without any upper-class upbringing. The fat man smiled and said. What kind of upbringing? To become as disgusting as you? I won't do that. You. Humph, wait. Han Meng couldn't get any advantage from Fatty Chien, and she didn't want to ask for trouble from Fatty Chien. Those who should ridicule Dongfang Yan have already ridiculed him. I'll continue to taunt him when I have the chance. Thanks Fatty. The Eastern dialect expresses the way. The fat man grabbed Dongfang Yan and asked why brothers were talking about these things. Dongfang Yan still knew that this fat guy was really nice to him, or rather, he had a good relationship with the previous Dongfang Yan. But he is still nice to me now. I don't know if he can notice the difference between me and the original one after being with Dongfang Yan for so long. His personality is more to my liking and we can get along well. Well, in this world, I can only consider you as my first friend. Chapter 17. Detection. Dongfang Yan thought silently. In fact, Dongfang Yan was also very sincere. As long as you were kind to him sincerely, he would also be kind to you. Ian, what kind of Pokémon egg is this? Is it really stinky mud? When everyone dispersed, the fat man sat down next to Dongfang Yan. Asked Dongfang Yan quietly. No. Ah, isn't it smelly mud? This kind of purple Pokémon eggs are rare. Do you know? Tell me. This really aroused the fat man's curiosity. He believed that Dongfang Yan's vision could not be so simple. In fact, Dongfang Yan had long known that Fatty's family was very rich, and Fatty's family also started out as a business. But the fat man never clearly revealed what his family was. But Dongfang Yan knew that it wouldn't be that easy. The fat man didn't want to talk, and Dongfang Yan wouldn't ask, nor would he ask why the fat man was hiding in this small place of Yangcheng. By the way, I'm trying to find someone to help build an ecological park for my family. The fat guy's family is not simple, so I'll feel more at ease if I ask him to help find someone familiar. Just as I was about to call Fatty, the head teacher came in from the door. Fatty Qian was like a mouse seeing a cat, and stopped pestering Dongfang Yan to ask about the Pokémon egg. He instantly left Dongfang Yan and returned to his seat. Dongfang Yan was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he saw this. He didn't know why the fat guy who was fearless was so afraid of the head teacher. Everyone is here, Qiandi Chang, come up and hand out these information sheets to the students who have chosen to become trainers. The fat man went up timidly to get the information form. The fat man who called me fatty just now is gone forever. After you get the information form, go line up outside. The Pokémon doctor outside will measure the level of your Pokémons and help you fill out the form. Then just hand the form to the doctor. Now everyone pays 300 yuan and gets the Pokémon encyclopedia from me. If you already have one, you don't need to buy it. Did you hear that clearly? Teacher Li shouted loudly. Listen clearly. After everyone answered, they took the information sheet handed out by the fat man, took out 300 yuan, and went up to buy the Pokémon illustrated book. The Pokémon encyclopedia is not a particularly valuable item. However, after continuous updates and upgrades by the World Alliance, it has become a high-tech product that integrates the functions of a mobile phone and other devices. In fact, it can be bought in regular Pokémon stores or Pokémon hospitals, but Teacher Li bought it for them in advance. In fact, Dongfang Yan also speculated that it was probably the people from the Pokémon hospital who took this opportunity to make some money and therefore teamed up with the school to sell the Pokémon encyclopedia. Dongfang Yan also saw Hanmeng and several unknown classmates still sitting in their seats. The Pokémon of those classmates were all of C-level qualifications. It's normal for Hanmeng not to go. After all, since he has the big three, it doesn't make sense for him not to have an Pokémon encyclopedia. Dongfang Yan touched his pocket and thought, okay, he didn't have 300. I could only walk up silently and ask. Can I pay by credit card? Dongfang Yan took out the bank card with 380 million yuan in it that his grandmother gave him. Although 25 has been spent. Teacher Li also smiled helplessly and said that he would pay for him first and he could just pay it back next time. So Dongfang Yan inexplicably took down a Pokémon encyclopedia. The fat man sent a data sheet to Dongfang Yan, and then took out his own Pokémon illustrated book. The fat man's Pokémon illustrated book is in the shape of a Snorlax. It shows how much he loves Snorlax. However, Dongfang Yan only realized now that the Pokémon encyclopedia can be customized. It's just that the price is more expensive. Dongfang Yan didn't care. After all, he had the eye of true sight, and the Pokémon encyclopedia was just a souvenir and a communication device in his hand. This red ordinary Pokémon illustration is quite to my liking. It has the flavor of TV. Dongfang Yan turned on the Pokémon encyclopedia, which had a solar charging panel. Not only can it be charged directly with a data cable, it can also be charged using solar energy. This is mainly for trainers who are out and about and have no place to charge but need to use the Pokémon encyclopedia. Well, Dongfang Yan has to give it a thumbs up in this regard. Dongfang Yan took the information sheet, deliberately avoided Han Meng, and went out through the back door. The fat guy had already handed out the information sheets and caught up instantly. Hey, Yan, have you heard that the purpose of registering this data sheet is to check the results of the trainer's Pokémon training in a month so that we can have a basis for comparison? So, isn't my little Snorlax at a disadvantage? Fatty Qian complained to Dongfeng with a bit of regret. It should be impossible. There must be a certain grading standard. The experience required to upgrade from level 6 to level 7 is no less than that from level 1 to level 6. Don't worry. Dongfeng Yan thought about it carefully and felt that this was the reasonable approach. So he told Fatty Qian his guess. When the fat man heard this, it made perfect sense. All the little regrets were thrown out of his mind. But why does Ian know the level of my little Snorlax? Maybe I told him. So, should we find a place to level up? Fatty Qian said excitedly. He has long wanted to go on a trip on his own, but his family keeps a close eye on him. Otherwise, the fat guy would have gone out and let himself go long ago. Well, I decided to go to the Moonlight Forest for training in a few days. Dongfeng Yan replied. Hey, I want to go too. Take me with you so we can have some company. Fatty Qian suggested excitedly. He couldn't hold it in any longer and his blood was boiling. Forest experience. Dongfeng Yan nodded. Fatty was going to the Moonlight Forest too, so they could go together so that he could take care of him on the way. Moreover, we need Fatty's help to build our own ecological park. However, Dongfeng Yan decided to talk to Fatty later and figure out what was going on in school first. At this time, Dongfeng Yan found that the figure of the nurse doing registration in front of him looked a little familiar. The powerful muscles and perfect curves belonged to none other than Wan Wan, the acquaintance he met the last time his grandma took him to the Pokémon Center. Ah, little Dongfeng! Junjun's tall figure stands out among the crowd. Because she was standing high and could see far, Wan Wan could see Dongfeng Yan directly among the crowd. Wan Wan put down her pen, picked up her own Pokémon illustration book and said to Dongfeng Yan. Come on, let me test you first. Dongfeng Yan's eyes lit up as he looked at the long queue in front of him. If they continued to queue, who knows how long it would take. So he nodded and asked if one person could be added. Then he pointed at the fat man Qian next to him. The fat man showed a grateful look, as if to say, you are worthy of being brothers. Wan Wan smiled and nodded. Dongfeng Yan added promptly, thank you, Sister Wan Wan. Wan Wan was even more delighted and picked up the Pokémon encyclopedia to test Dongfeng Yan and Fatty. At this time, Han Meng came over from behind. She did not go to collect the Pokémon encyclopedia, she already had one, so she took the information form and came here to queue up. Who knew that Dongfeng Yan and Qiandi Chang seemed to know this stronger nurse in front of them? I couldn't tolerate it no matter what. Why should I queue up? Hey, that big nurse, please do it for me too. Han Meng said it very bluntly. In her opinion, she came from a big family, and with the 3 royal families around her, anyone with a discerning eye would know that she should give her some face. Wan Wan is testing Fatty's Pokémon level, and the Pokémon encyclopedia shows that Snorlax is level 6. Hearing Han Meng's impolite tone and unkind words, Sister Wan Wan paused. Big guy, nurse? The air around him suddenly turned cold, and Dongfeng Yan thought of the time in the hospital when Wan Wan knocked Haoli unconscious with a palm strike. That's a Pokémon, a fighting type 1 at that. It only takes one palm. When Dongfeng Yan heard Han Meng's impolite words and heard her call him big guy, Dongfeng Yan instantly realized that something was wrong. Wan Wan looked at Dongfangjian kindly and said, give the watch to her, and then let Dongfangjian leave the school first. Well, Wan Wan still wants to maintain her ladylike image in front of Dongfeng Yan. Dongfeng Yan nodded obediently, but the fat man had already lowered his head. Fatty is always very sensitive to crises. People around them have begun to agree, saying that Dongfeng Yan and others should not be allowed to cut in line, and that this nurse is very uncultured. Dongfeng Yan didn't dare to stay any longer, as he already felt that the volcano seemed to be about to erupt. So, under Sister Junjun's gaze, Dongfeng Yan obediently went down the stairs without looking back. Chapter 18, Peak of Combat Strength. As soon as Dongfeng Yan disappeared from Junjun's sight, Junjun's tense expression suddenly relaxed. Turning back suddenly, her tall body and strong muscles gave everyone present a great sense of oppression. The crowd that was chattering at first suddenly stopped talking. There is an emotion called fear that inexplicably spreads around everyone. Han Meng also took a few steps back, no longer as arrogant as before. Come on, didn't you say something very good just now? Sisters, let's take the test slowly. We are future trainers, and there is no rush for future exams. The nurses were of course led by Wan Wan, and it can only be said that they were all conquered by Juan Juan's personal charm. The nurses all nodded and began to test everyone slowly. Everyone suddenly became anxious. It was okay to be in the front of the line, so they just had to wait for a while. The students behind him couldn't help it and asked, why? He didn't curse anyone. Don't you know that time is precious now? Don't stop yourself from leveling up. Wan Wan also understood, so she tried to divert the trouble away. Don't look at me, this female classmate is very dissatisfied, we need to let her calm down first. So everyone looked at Han Meng. Just blame her. Don't you know that now is the future? Can you take responsibility for delaying your own leveling exam? Of course, no one blamed Dongfang Yan and the others. After all, they were acquaintances, and cutting in line didn't make their queue slower. After all, every family has several relatives, but why did you, Han Meng, go up there for no reason and make this petite nurse in front of you angry? Of course, no one blamed Wan Wan, not because they were afraid. Han Meng paused, looked at the people around him pointing at him, and left angrily. Why? I'm obviously doing this for their own good. Wan Wan smiled and returned to where she started working. But not long after, Han Meng came over with a middle-aged man with Mediterranean hair. Dean of Studies, it was her. This nurse not only let others cut in line, but also deliberately slowed down the testing process for other nurses. Han Meng took the initiative. Because it was Wan Wan who was wrong in the matter, she did not refute anything. What kind of nurse are you? Which department are you from? Ask your leader to come and talk to me. What's wrong with being so special? The dean shouted arrogantly. Wan Wan slowly stood up and looked down at the dean. The dean of studies didn't notice it either, and he really didn't know that the nurse in front of him was so. Wan Wan stood up and accidentally pressed a hole in the table. Ah, the tables in your school are really flimsy. Don't worry, I will definitely compensate you. As for our work, we have our own methods. Also, I am the leader of this department. Do you have any opinions? Wan Wan stretched her hand out of the hole in the table and dismantled the tabletop to use it as a fan. It's a bit hot. Wan Wan wiped away the non-existent sweat. The dean sneered, Humph, you dare to threaten me. Hehe, remember to give the money to the finance department, don't give it to me. I seem to have something else to do. Everyone should listen to the nurses. I'm leaving first. After saying that, the dean disappeared in a flash. Han Meng and everyone else were left standing there, at a loss as to what to do. What are you doing? Go and line up. Oh, can someone help me move a table? Wow, Ayan, who is that nurse to you? Why does she have such a strong aura? The fat man came out and spoke to Dongfang Yan in surprise. That muscle could probably lift me up without even taking a breath. Dongfang Yan was speechless after walking all the way. All right, fatty, you've been talking all along. They were almost reaching the Yunai breeding house, but the fat man was still mumbling to himself. Dongfang Yan just logged into the Pokémon encyclopedia and will use it for communication and chatting in the future. It is very convenient. He called his grandmother and told her that Fatty was coming to visit. Fatty and Dongfang Yan are too familiar with each other, and Fatty doesn't know how many times he has come to Dongfang Yan's house. The fat man has a villa in Yangcheng, as well as a housekeeper, 2 bodyguards, and 2 nannies. Dongfang Yan had never seen the fat man's parents. But looking at Fatty Qian's configuration, I guess his family is not simple. When we arrived at the Yunai breeding house, a strong aroma of milk wafted out. The fat guy couldn't help drooling, so he trotted in, shouting crisply. Grandma, Grandma, I want to eat. My goodness, Dongfang Yan was stunned, is it your grandma or my grandma? Grandma, Grandma, I want one too. Dongfang Yan shouted, not wanting to be outdone. Looking at the 2 funny guys in front of me, eating bread baked with moo milk. There is also Mau butter in the bread, which tastes bursting with juice. The other Mau breads were also brushed with 3 bees honey, which was very sweet. The fat guy was so cute. Okay, Dongfang Yan didn't know why he was shouting along with the fat guy just now. How embarrassing. After all, she is 19 years old. It's all because fat people are too contagious. Phew, It's okay. No one knows your real age anyway, so just be childish. The fat man and Dongfang Yan had their mouths full of bread crumbs. That's so cool. The fat man praised vaguely while being on guard against Dongfang Yan, trying to prevent him from making a sneak attack and stealing his bread. The fat man didn't mention Dongfang Yan's parents either. He wasn't stupid. I haven't been to Dongfang Yan's house these days because I know something about it, so I have been embarrassed to disturb him. This time it's different because Dongfang Yan has returned to school, which means that this matter has come to an end. So now when I eat, I don't care at all and eat as much as I want. He has no resistance to the desserts made by Dongfang Yan's grandmother. This actually made Grandma Lan feel a little better, which was obvious to Dongfang Yan and Fatty. Grandma Lan looked at the two guys fighting over the bread and smiled happily. She had to live her life and she couldn't always be so depressed. She herself knew that Dongfang Yan and Fatty's actions were just to make her happy. After you two finish eating, go play by yourselves. I'm going to the backyard to water the flowers and hatch eggs. You guys go play by yourselves. Having said that, he walked towards the back garden. There would be no guests coming at this time. What is EV? Did Grandma buy eggs? Dongfang Yan could only say that he bought them from the gambling egg market, including the one in his hand. Of course, he didn't talk about the qualifications of the slowpoke in his hand. Dongfang Yan didn't even mention Ibrahimovic's qualifications. After all, it was difficult to explain to Fatty. After hearing this, the fat man exclaimed that he was lucky and bought an egg. Anyway, he couldn't understand it all of a sudden. Dongfang Yan didn't tell him about the Pokémon's qualifications, so he didn't know whether he remembered it or not. After the two quarreled for a long time, Dongfang Yan was ready to get down to business. Fatty, do you know anyone there? I want to build an ecological park in Yangcheng. Dongfang Yan looked at the fat man seriously and said. The fat man was stunned. No way, wouldn't it be a loss to build an ecological park in Yangcheng, such a remote place? It can't be said to be a loss. As long as the Pokémon are bred well, no matter where the ecological park is opened, there will be a large number of Pokémon trainers chasing after it. No one will refuse a highly qualified Pokémon. It's just that Fatty doesn't quite believe in Dongfang Yan's training ability. After all, the owners of general ecological parks have cultivated countless Pokémons of the same species and captured countless Pokémons of the same species with high qualifications. The process of cultivating an ecological park into its flagship brand is not as simple as it sounds. Including the later maintenance of the ecological park, it will be a huge expense. The fat man told Dongfang Yan about his concerns for a while, and at this time Grandma also came back from behind. Naturally, I also heard the conversation between the two people. Grandma Lan thought about it carefully and it seemed to be the case. The later maintenance of the ecological park would also cost a lot of money. The money left by the old man is just enough to build a medium-sized ecological park. There is not so much money for later maintenance. So after thinking about it carefully, he persuaded Dongfang Yan and said that there might be a way out by selling Pokémon eggs. At worst, we can open the breeder house in the city, in a good location. Dongfang Yan also asked the system. The system's response is that as long as there is an eco park site, all subsequent maintenance, including the equipment in the eco park, will be managed by the system. An ecological park established with a system is a real ecological park, an independent world. Dongfang Yan, who has already seen the system's black technology, naturally believes in the system. To put it simply, the system only needs a container, and the system will take care of the things inside the container. If he wants to improve the strength of Pokémon trainers, he must expand the influence of the Yunao breeding house. If I sell Pokémon eggs step by step, my goal will be to become a Pokémon master and a Pokémon breeding master. Wouldn't it be an indefinite delay to complete the system's task? If you increase the popularity of the Yunai breeding house, you can use your reputation to exchange for better things in the system mall. Accelerate the improvement of your own strength. Therefore, Dongfang Yan is determined to open an ecological park. Chapter 19. Application for Ecological Park. Seeing that persuading Dongfang Yan was ineffective, the fat man had to give up and chose to believe Dongfang Yan. He believed that since Dongfang Yan listened to his concerns and still chose to open an ecological park, it meant that Dongfang Yan was confident in his decision. Since Dongfang Yan has made up his mind, as his brother, I must of course do my best to support and help him. Grandma Lan still had some concerns and said that she would make a decision after Dongfang Yan finished his training in the Moonlight Forest and returned and completed the tasks she had assigned him. Isn't it just catching 10 Pokémon and then ordering a batch of Pokémon eggs to sell? I will definitely accomplish it. Dongfang Yan is also looking forward to the trip to the forest under the moon more and more. The fat man secretly contacted the housekeeper and asked the housekeeper to contact the relevant personnel. Start preparing to purchase the materials needed to build the Eco Park. You also need to go to the Alliance to submit an application to establish an ecological park in the Pokémon breeding house. Then we need to hire construction workers and technical masters. Fatty and Dongfang Yan have been together for so many years, so he naturally knows that Dongfang Yan will definitely complete what he is determined to do. I will naturally do my best to help Dongfang Yan. I was just helping to contact the workers, and the one who actually paid for the construction of the ecological park was Dongfang Yan himself. Of course, Dongfang Yan was also satisfied. It was enough to have someone he could trust to build the ecological park. Money is not a problem. What matters most is peace of mind and safety, plus a good-looking appearance. Although he knew that the system would repair the loopholes in the ecological park, the system could not openly change the appearance of the ecological park. Therefore, the structure requires truly skilled craftsmen to build it. After all the operations, it gradually got dark. Fatty's driver has arrived. Fatty and Dongfang Yan agreed to meet at the Yunai breeding house in 2 days. Dongfang Yan estimated that the Slowpoke would be able to hatch tonight. We will work on improving the relationship between the two tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I also need to train Slowpoke in advance and make him understand some of my simple instructions. I still have to pay attention to the trip to the Moonlight Forest. Just as the fat man was about to get in the car, 2 bodyguards suddenly appeared and got in the car with him. Well, Dongfang Yan didn't know when these 2 people appeared near the breeding house. But I have seen it before, just in my previous memory. After saying goodbye to the fat man, Dongfang Yan closed the door of the breeding house. Not long after the door was closed, there was a knock on the door outside the breeding house. Dongfang Yan opened the door puzzled, thinking that the fat man had forgotten to take something. Who knew, there was a little boy outside the door. Big, dark, bright eyes and black hair. It does look kind of nice. What's the matter with you? Dongfang Yan asked doubtfully, while trying to recall in his mind whether there was such a child nearby. He thought it might be a child from a nearby neighbor's family. But after recalling for a long time, I still have no impression. The little boy didn't say anything. Suddenly he chuckled and quickly ran past Dongfang Yan into the breeding house. What are you doing? Dongfang Yan was shocked. He had never seen such a person before. He would run to someone else's house without saying anything. This was the first time he had seen such a person. Oh no, the idiot is on the table. Dongfang Yan suddenly became anxious, thinking that someone might be here to steal his Pokémon egg. The little boy was very fast. He quickly ran to the table where the dumplings were placed and picked up a few pieces of Mao Mao bread. He made a few faces at Dongfang Yan, then quickly ran out of the door, hid in the bushes, and remained motionless. The little boy was so fast that Dongfang Yan didn't even have time to react before he ran out the door. Dongfang Yan chased out and parted the grass, only to see that there was no one inside. He ran too fast and there was no way I could catch up with him. Well, as long as my stupid kid is fine, that's enough. As for this child, I will talk about it after I come back from my training in the Moonlight Forest. Dongfang Yan closed the door and decided not to open it no matter who knocked. He just wanted to go back to his room and play with his dumb egg. Dongfang Yan turned off the lights in the shop on the first floor and the rooms inside, then ran upstairs carrying Dai Dai Dan. The light in Grandma's room is still on. I guess she is also taking care of Ibrahimovic. Dongfang Yan closed the door and looked at Dai Dai Dan in the glass cabinet. He couldn't help but take it out. He had never seen such a big egg. Holding the Pokémon egg, lying on the bed, Dongfang Yan held it and smelled it. There was no smell. I couldn't help but lick it again. It didn't have any taste. How about shaking it? Forget it, if it breaks, I won't have anywhere to cry. After putting the Dai Dai egg back into the incubator, Dongfang Yan stared blankly at the Pokémon egg in front of him. It feels like the place I just licked is cracked. I rub. It cracked and I licked it. Of course, it's not as brilliant as in the anime. But Dongfang Yan actually saw a crack appear in the Pokémon egg. Damn, it's coming out. Dongfang Yan watched the crack on the Pokémon egg getting bigger and bigger. It was about to break out of the shell. Dongfang Yan opened the incubator, placed it on the bed and looked at it carefully. Wow, this is the first time I see a Pokémon being born. As Dai Dai Dan continued to shake, some of the eggshells began to fall off. Dongfang Yan was so excited that he couldn't speak, his eyes fixed on Dai Dai Dan. Snapped. A lavender, furry, wet tail suddenly broke out of the egg and hit Dongfang Yan's face directly. Damn, shouldn't the head come out first? What's going on with this tail? Which Pokémon's tail comes out first when it's born? Dongfang Yan got hit hard for no reason and felt really sad. The blow was not light. Dongfang Yan shook his head and found that the Slowpoke had actually broken out of its shell. It's just that his butt is facing Dongfang Yan. Hey! Slowpoke, I'm your dad. Dongfang Yan said excitedly. Look, this damn shiny lavender fur, the slime on it has stained my quilt. Quilt? Damn! I should have known not to put it on the bed to watch. Slowpoke seemed to hear a sound behind it and turned around slowly in confusion. Looking at the creature in front of me, the first time I have seen it since I was born. Stay. Hello, Slowpoke, I'm your trainer, my name is Dongfang Yan. Dongfang Yan introduced himself excitedly. He's a little idiot, and that's how he talks to a Pokémon he meets for the first time. We must keep up with the trend of the times. Stay. Dongfang Yan looked at the Slowpoke in front of him, found a towel, and cleaned the mucus off the Slowpoke's body. Carefully observe this Pokémon that is both familiar and unfamiliar to you. Big eyes sparkling with wisdom. And I have to say that this mouth is really big. The ears are a little curled and the tail is a gradient color, gradually changing from purple to white from the base to the back of the tail. When he opened his mouth, he saw 2 small canine teeth. This looks so good, I'd rather miss it. Slowpoke looked at Dongfang Yan blankly, then turned his head and started eating the eggshell behind him. Oh, and I heard that some Pokémon eat eggshells for energy. This should be normal. Dongfang Yan looked at the Slowpoke in front of him that was eating eggshells in big mouthfuls with a bit of helplessness. I still know too little about some basic knowledge of Pokémon. The only answer is what I have seen in the animal world before. This newly born Slowpoke is estimated to be about 0.6 m long. It should have just been born. There is a little difference between it and the standard Slowpoke in the Pokémon Encyclopedia. Chapter 20. Pokémon Illustrated Book. Dongfang Yan took out the Pokémon album and took a photo of Slowpoke, which was automatically saved in the album. Just like a camera, at the same time, it also pops up an icon. Ask whether to query this Pokémon. It can also be set to automatically search for Pokémon when taking photos. Of course, you can also know the approximate level of the Pokémon through energy feedback, but you still need to go to the pet hospital for a specific checkup. After the modification, you don't need to confirm it manually. Dongfang Yan didn't rush to set it up, but clicked on Query first. A voice came from the Pokémon Encyclopedia immediately. Slow Pokémon, the silly Pokémon, its shed tail is a very delicious ingredient. Ahoy! Listening to the more common introductions to Slowpoke in the Pokémon Encyclopedia. A normal Slowpoke is 1.4 meters long. This one of mine should have just been born. It looks quite small and it seems I need to feed it so that it can grow bigger. I just don't know if it will delay my trip to the forest under the moon if it continues like this. After a while, Slowpoke had finished eating the eggshell, and its body had grown visibly bigger. Damn, is it so magical? If I had known this earlier, I would have tried a few bites. It's a good opportunity for me to grow taller. I used to be about 1.9 meters tall. I never lied. So what should I do now? Oh, conquer. I almost forgot about this. Slowpoke, will you be my first Pokémon? Slowpoke looked at Dongfang Yan in confusion, having no idea what the man in front of him was trying to do. Although there is a familiar smell on him. It seems like he has been by my side these days. Dongfang Yan held the Pokeball given by the system and waited for Slowpoke's reply. Ahoy! Whether you agree or not, please give me a reaction. After waiting for a long time, Slowpoke still didn't respond. Dongfang Yan slapped his head and thought, I'm confused. Why am I asking Slowpoke about nothing? Can you understand the thinking of the great god? By the way, my Slowpoke won't be like the Seduc in the anime, right? I really don't know whether this is a blessing or a curse. Dongfang Yan picked up the Pokeball and touched Slowpoke's head. There really was a flash of red light, and Slowpoke was put into the Pokeball. Damn, black technology, black technology. To be honest, he had always wanted to try and see if the Pokeball could actually hold him. Well, the atmosphere is like this, let's just give it a try. Dongfang Yan immediately took out a red and white Pokeball from the system space. I kept pressing the buttons on myself until they were almost broken. System. Well, after trying it, Dongfang Yan gave up this boring idea. Let's release Slowpoke first. I heard that newly born Pokémon should not be kept in the Pokeball all the time, but should be kept by your side all the time to cultivate the relationship between the two. As he said that, he took out Slowpoke's Pokeball. Once a Pokeball has been captured, it can no longer be stored in the system space. However, the Pokeball has become smaller and can be carried around, which is still convenient. Another red light flashed, and Slowpoke appeared on Dongfang Yan's bed. Slowpoke has a confused look on its face, as if it is very surprised by the change in the surrounding scene. Dongfang Yan looked at the stupid and silly Slowpoke and couldn't help but stroke it twice. You wouldn't know until you touch it, but Slowpoke's fur is very smooth and looks a bit like that from the previous world. And the feeling is completely different from touching a cat or dog. Dongfang Yan held Slowpoke and looked into those big eyes of Kiss Me. I kind of doubt whether this guy understands what I mean. Dumb, you are my first Pokémon in this world. My goal is to be a Pokémon trainer who focuses on being a Pokémon breeder, and aims to become a Pokémon master by the way. Please give me your guidance in the future. Slowpoke looked at Dongfang Yan with a wise expression. Alas, it's all in vain to be sentimental. I will give Slowpoke a special training tomorrow so that it can master some basic human knowledge and skills. But let's go to bed early tonight. As he said this, he grabbed Slowpoke who wanted to wander around, held it in his arms, felt its body temperature, and fell asleep in a daze. Leaving behind the confused Slowpoke in Dongfang Yan's arms. Cuckoo. Something was hitting the window outside, and Dongfang Yan was awakened by the sound. Open your eyes, damn. A pair of big, intelligent eyes of Caroline were looking at her. Dongfang Yan was so scared that he almost threw the things in his arms out. Damn, I almost forgot that Slowpoke hatched last night. Dongfang Yan sighed. When he opened his eyes early in the morning, a pair of eyes full of wisdom were staring at him. No one could stand this. Dongfang Yan suspected that it didn't even sleep last night. Dongfang Yan opened the window, and as expected, there was a night owl outside, ready to wake him up. Good morning, Night Owl. We still have to maintain a good relationship with this big boss of our own. When the night owl saw that Dongfang Yan had gotten up, it flapped its wings and flew down. Dongfang Yan knew that this was a message for him to go downstairs and eat quickly. Let's go Slowpoke, let's go give Grandma a surprise. Dongfang Yan put on his clothes, opened the door and said to Slowpoke on the bed. Stay. Slowpoke took a step and accidentally fell off the bed. Fortunately, the bed was not very high, so Slowpoke rolled on the ground and naturally came to Dongfang Yan's feet. He tilted his head and looked at Dongfang Yan. Dongfang Yan also smiled helplessly, looking at the Slowpoke crawling on the ground with its legs spread out and wagging its tail. Dongfang Yan had no choice but to pick it up. Boy, I didn't realize this thing was quite heavy. I didn't watch it for one night and it felt a little longer. It seems that I won't be able to hold it anymore. I've only been holding it for a short time, but to be honest, this Slowpoke is really comfortable to hold. It is soft and very warm to hug. The Slowpoke doesn't smell bad, but has a light fragrance. Xiao Yan, why haven't you come down to eat yet? Grandma Lan had her back to Dongfang Yan and did not see the Slowpoke on Dongfang Yan's body. Instead, it was Night Owl who looked at the shiny Slowpoke. Grrrrrrrrr. The Night Owl made an excited cry, but it didn't even look carefully at Dongfang Yan's room. What's wrong, Night Owl? Grandma Lan looked at the excited Night Owl in front of her with confusion. Looking back, this is shiny Slowpoke. Xiao Yan, could it be that this Pokémon is? Grandma Lan asked puzzledly. Dongfang Yan nodded affirmatively and raised the Slowpoke in his arms. Come on, let Grandma see you. Grandma Lan's face instantly broke into a smile. Shiny Pokémon. My old man and I found one before, but we let it run away. We were so sad. Unexpectedly, my grandson bought a shiny Pokémon by accident. Although it is Slowpoke, it can still mage evolve, and under certain conditions it can evolve into Slowking. If it is trained well, combined with Slowpoke's high special attack, special defense, physical defense, and health, it is still very powerful. This is Grandma Lan's idea. She took the Slowpoke and put it on her feet. The Slowpoke looked at Grandma Lan in confusion and called out in confusion. Stay, stay. Night Owl, help me get Dongfang Yan's Mau Mau milk. Dongfang Yan. The Night Owl picked up the Moo Moo milk and the bottle in his claws and placed them on Grandma Lan's table. Grandma Lan skillfully poured the milk into the bottle. Slowpoke held Grandma Lan in his arms and looked up at what Grandma Lan was doing. At the same time, it smelled a very, very fragrant scent, which made it drool uncontrollably. Stay. Okay, okay, come and taste it. Grandma Lan put the bottle next to Slowpoke's mouth. Slowpoke couldn't help but hold the bottle and took a few sips tentatively. Stay. Slowpokemon showed a happy expression. Slowpoke turned around and looked at Dongfang Yan, and stretched the bottle forward. MMM. Give it to me? Dongfang Yan was so moved that he died. Don't give it to him, he still has some. Grandma Lan pressed the bottle back into Slowpoke's mouth. There was no other choice, so Slowpoke leaned back, revealing its white belly, and held the bottle in both hands, eating from it in big gulps. Wow, they really forgot about the old ones when they had the younger ones and treated them differently. However, I never expected that Slowpoke would share this with me. This doesn't seem as stupid as some people say on the internet. Oh no, it's full of wisdom. Chapter 21. Leveling Up. Breakfast passed quickly, and there were still 2 days left to fulfill the appointment with the fat man. I'm going to do special training for Slowpoke today. Hehe, this is my first time training Pokemon in the Pokemon world, and I'm a little nervous. Just while eating, Dongfang Yan used the Pokemon Encyclopedia to browse some training experiences of Slowpoke trainers on the internet. In fact, it is very simple. It is just to train Slowpoke to use skills proficiently and let it hit the enemy accurately. The battles between trainers are based on different venues, facing different Pokemons, and using different Pokemons. We are like the eyes of Pokemon, providing them with the right direction. Of course, sometimes trainers make wrong judgments, but this is normal. New trainers all need training. What's more important is the relationship between the trainer and Pokemon. If the trust level is not high enough, the Pokemon will be much slower in accepting commands. Some Pokemon trainers have very good relationships with their Pokemon. Often, Pokemon can understand their trainer's thoughts with just a glance. There are also some Pokemon that are experienced in battle. After fighting with their trainers many times, they will use different skills to deal with the situation according to their own situation. It seems that these are not as easy as I thought. However, I still can't give up on all the disgusting moves from my previous life. There is still a lot to like about this. Come on Slowpoke, let's start the training between the two of us. Dongfang Yan was stretching and doing warm-up exercises, ready to start training. Stay. Slowpoke responded. At the stream behind the back garden, Dongfang Yan made several wooden stakes. Eye of True Seeing. Pokemon, Shiny Slowpoke, Level 0. Potential, B. Gender, Male. Attribute, Water/Superpower. Status, Healthy. Features, Regeneration, take a break and come back immediately. If you don't put it back into the Pokeball, it will only slowly restore its health. If you put it back into the Pokeball, you can restore 1/3 of your own health. Inherited skills, Telekinesis, Yawn, Laziness, Trickery, Curse, Healing Wave. Basic skill, Impact. Skill CD, None. Props to carry, None. Note, Slowpoke likes to stay on the rocks by the water and think deeply, and its shed tail is a delicacy. It is said that Slowpoke looks a little bit not so smart because it is too smart. It really looks like that. The genetic skills are really rich. It seems that Slowpoke's parents must be very powerful. After all, Healing Wave is a skill that can only be learned at level 50 or above. Although I don't know how Slowpoke came to Everguard, it is now my own Pokemon. Generally speaking, Slowpoke has 3 skills, Yawn, Trick, and Impact at level 1. The Water Gun is level 9 and the Telekinesis is level 14. The higher the aptitude, the faster one can comprehend skills. With Slowpoke's aptitude, he can learn it at least 1 level in advance. If it is a genetic skill, you can learn it at least 2 levels in advance. But this mainly depends on the training of the trainer. It is necessary for trainers to have a purpose and guidance when training Pokémon. Of course, Slowpoke is only level 1 now, so let's practice hitting first. Slowpoke, use impact. Slowpoke tilted its head to glance at Dongfang Yan, then slowly rushed towards the wooden stake. Isn't this speed a bit too slow? Slowpoke rushed to the wooden stake and slammed it forward, sending the stake flying. Wow, that's hidden power, right? Although Slowpoke is slow, its damage is still considerable. But you have to ask, what's the point if you can't hit the target? Alas, it's really useless. So Slowpoke, level up quickly. Next, use Trickery. Because Slowpoke is not a ghost-type Pokémon, after using Trick, it will buff itself and increase its special attack. A purple light lit up around Slowpoke. Although tricks are not very useful for physical skills, there is no harm in using them, right? You have to give it a try. What if it doesn't work? Just kidding, I'll use it mainly to take a look, after all, I've never seen it before. Yes, keep it like this and use impact again. Dongfang Yan roared in a very childish tone. Slowpoke looked at the wooden stake in front of it and rammed it hard. Boom! The wooden stake flew out with a sound, and Dongfang Yan was so scared that he covered his head and squatted on the ground obediently. The stake flew out and hit the rocks beside the stream, splitting in two. Okay, I didn't expect the damage to be that good. The damage is pretty decent if it weren't so slow. Forget this kind of hurt, Dongfang Yan can still accept it. After all, I have never seen other Pokémon use this skill. Sure enough, there are benefits to making an appointment with Fatty to go to the moonlit forest together. The fat man's Snorlax is of a higher level and can be as powerful as a mountain. Although the speed is slow, it can be controlled. He can rely on Slowpoke to steal chickens from behind and become the sixth one. After determining the training method, Dongfang Yan decided to go to a nearby park to find an opponent. Give Slowpoke some practice and upgrade its level at the same time. He put Slowpoke back into the Pokeball, said hello to Grandma, and went out. He was not afraid that the Slowpoke would be exposed, because the ugly daughter-in-law would always have to meet her parents-in-law. You can hide it for a while, but not forever. I will definitely have to take Slowpoke to participate in various competitions in the future. As long as he doesn't reveal Slowpoke's qualifications, although shiny Pokémon are very rare, it won't cause much of a stir. To be honest, Slowpoke is not a particularly good Pokémon in the eyes of trainers. They just don't know how powerful they will become after that time. Dongfang Yan was thinking and had already arrived at Yangcheng Park. Seeing that there was no one around, Dongfang Yan also took out the Pokeball. Come out, Slowpoke. There were very few people in the park, almost no one. After all, it was the middle of the day, and who would have nothing to do but go for a stroll in the park? Let's go, Slowpoke. Dongfang Yan touched Slowpoke's head and said. The vegetation in this park is still very lush. The surroundings are filled with the fragrance of soil and grass in the forest. Dongfang Yan and Slowpoke were walking when suddenly, a purple figure flashed by. Coming! Dongfang Yan quickly reminded. The Slowpoke quickly got into position, knowing that the visitor was not friendly. Looking at such a knowledgeable Slowpoke, Dongfang Yan really felt like he had found a treasure. The one who came was none other than the dreaded Rata warrior. Slowpoke, use impact. Dongfang Yan was directing from behind. Little Rata was not to be outdone and rushed over head first. Obviously, it has to be impacted. But the size difference between the two is too big. Dongfang Yan was too lazy to use the Eye of True Vision as the power disparity was too great. Little Ratata rolled his eyes and turned upside down, showing his heroic character. At the same time, a big bump appeared on his head. Ding dong! When a level 0 Pokémon is upgraded for the first time, the system rewards a Pokémon Cube set with the same attributes. No way, there is a reward for leveling up. System, can you explain how this reward is divided? Dongfang Yan asked doubtfully in his heart. As long as it is a Pokémon that the host decides to become the main Pokémon, the system will reward it once every 10 levels. Slowpoke has been recognized as the main Pokémon by its host. Sure, that's good news. We now have a source of food for Slowpoke. Dongfang Yan checked the system space and found 5 extra Water-type Pokémon Cubes and 5 extra Psychic-type Pokémon Cubes. Sure, I'll feed it later when I get back. Now I'll use my time to level up, master my skills, and improve my proficiency. Chapter 22, Journey in the Moonlit Forest. The Oriental man continued to explore forward with Slowpoke. Oh my god, Rayquaza! Oh no, Green Caterpillar! Use Yawn! Slowpoke is very skilled at yawning. Quickly used the skill Yawn. Wow, there's no need to practice at all, it's just something you're born with. A yawn happens at any time. After a while, the caterpillar also fell asleep, and Dongfang Yan directly grabbed the caterpillar. Just now I was trying to avoid its silk spinning. But he didn't give himself an easy way to dodge, and he rolled over a few times. Although the damage caused by spitting silk is not high, it is extremely insulting. I don't want to be stuck with this thing, it would be so embarrassing. It's so soft that I feel like I can crush it to death. The final evolution of Caterpillar, Butterfree. Bring the compound eyes trait, learn Hypnotic Powder and Butterfly Dance. If this continues to accumulate, the damage will explode. Then bring the prop Momentum Scarf to ensure that you will not be killed by one blow. In the gaming world, it is a powerful tool for advancing maps. But that's just a game, real Pokémon battles can't be that simple. However, this method is still advisable. Even if some amplification skills are stacked 1 or 2 times, the damage is still considerable. However, Dongfang Yan still decided to let Caterpillar become Slowpoke's experience. After all, mosquitoes are still meat no matter how small they are. Don't miss the experience points that come to your door. I just had Slowpoke slap the caterpillar away. Another flash of purple, another Rattata warrior. Dongfang Yan looked back, then suddenly took off and opened up a large gap. Damn it, luckily he reacted quickly. Look what this is, an Abe Snake. Eye of True Seeing. Pokémon, Able Snake, Level 6. Potential, E. Gender, Male. Attribute, Poison. Status, Healthy. Features, Shedding, sometimes cures abnormal conditions by shedding skin. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, Impact, Poison Needle, Tight Binding, Staring. Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Note, Abraham likes to steal the eggs of bird Pokémon. Because it swallows them whole without chewing, it sometimes chokes and faints. There is a difference of 4 levels, but Dongfang Yan feels that he can still win. Standing not far away, Dongfang Yan carefully observed the Abe snake. A purple snake with a golden ring around its neck and a rosary-shaped tail was staring at Slowpoke. His eyes were extremely cold, as if he thought Slowpoke was food. Slowpoke, use Yawn, then use Curse. Come up and give him some control first. Then stack buffs on yourself, how else can you fight? Such a cold-blooded Pokémon. Wild Pokémon are very likely to attack people. Well, if I hadn't reacted quickly just now, I would definitely not have been able to save my butt. So it's better to be safe than sorry, and let our precious Slowpoke carry it first. Slowpoke yawned, and Snake didn't realize what that meant. It thought that Slowpoke was looking down on it. In the game, yawning can only be triggered in the next round. Dongfang Yan also didn't know when the effect would be triggered. Although the caterpillar before also yawned, he also fell asleep quickly. Purple needles light up around the arbor snake. Good man, he gave me a poison needle right away. Dongfang Yan could only dodge and couldn't care about Slowpoke anymore. He could only give an order for it to get out of the way. Because the movement speed of Slowpoke is too slow. There was no way, so he was hit a few times directly. There were purple spots on his body, obviously he was poisoned. Dongfang Yan didn't know why he was so unlucky. Does this trigger the poisoning? The Abraham immediately wrapped around it, and the slow-moving Slowpoke was a sitting duck. Abraham snake wrapped around it and immediately used the restraint. Ordinary Pokémon would have been in a panic long time ago. But Slowpoke is not ordinary. It looks at Abe snake with intelligent eyes and a very confused look. After a while, the Abe snake gradually let go of the Slowpoke. Apparently yawning worked. Dongfang Yan would naturally not give up this opportunity to kick a fallen dog. But Slowpoke actually felt pain. With this delay, if you said this was a 1G network, even Dongfang Yan would believe it. Slowpoke touched the place where it was pierced by the poison needle. Don't even mention how painful that was. Come on, Slowpoke, use Curse. Dongfang Yan immediately comforted Slowpoke. And Slowpoke also listened to Dongfang Yan's words very much and immediately used the Curse. Well, being stupid has its advantages. Since I just defeated the caterpillar, I have already used the curse once. This is the second superposition, and Dongfang Yan also checked the forum. The maximum limit is also 6 times. Seeing that the ape snake showed signs of waking up, Dongfang Yan couldn't help it. Use impact now. Because the Abraxas started to entangle the Slowpoke. After the yawn effect is triggered, sleep next to Slowpoke. Slowpoke made a direct collision. Boom! The snake was knocked into the tree and was almost stuck in it. Stimulated by the severe pain, the ape snake woke up immediately. But the severe pain all over its body made it unable to move at all. Ape snake was still exhausted and fainted. Great, Slowpoke, you are so strong. This time, Slowpoke was directly upgraded to level 3. The experience gained by challenging higher level opponents is abundant, and Slowpoke is already level 4. However, the process was still quite ups and downs. To be honest, if it weren't for Slowpoke's control skills, it would be a bit difficult to deal with. Without control skills, you can only let your Pokémons trade injuries. Or just take back the Pokémons and run away. The next day, Dongfang Yan took Slowpoke to the veterinary hospital for a checkup. After all, he was poisoned, wasn't he? Then continue to upgrade Slowpoke. 2 days passed quickly. The time agreed with the fat man has arrived. Early in the morning, Dongfang Yan had already gotten up and put on a backpack. Bring some daily necessities, Fatty Qian is already waiting outside. Dongfang Yan greeted his grandmother, and then was caught and nagged for a long time. Pay attention to this and that. Finally said goodbye to grandma. Dongfang Yan got into Fatty's car, and Fatty's butler took them to the moonlit forest. Embark on this journey to the forest under the moon. Feeling the unique atmosphere of the forest, 2 thief-like figures were wandering around in the forest. It was none other than Qiandi Chang and Dongfang Yan. There were also Slowpoke and Snorlax beside them. After all, forest training is one's own practice. Made an agreement with the butler to arrive at Eternal City in 7 days. If you don't arrive after 7 days, come and collect the body. Just kidding, just call the rescue team to find the person. Damn, what is this Bobo doing? It's blocking us for no reason. Fatty Qian asked as he looked at a Bobo flying down from a distance. I don't know, let's fight it down first. Dongfang Yan answered simply and concisely. It's just right to use it as experience for my Slowpoke. After 2 days of training, Slowpoke has mastered some of its skills. When I came here in Fatty's car just now, I released Shiny Slowpoke. Fatty was very surprised and said that Shiny Slowpoke is very rare. Another round of envy. Chapter 23. Bobo. Dongfang Yan originally didn't bother to use the Eye of True Vision to check on Bobo's condition. But thinking about the task my grandma gave me, I'd better finish it as soon as possible. Although grandma asked to catch only 10 Pokémon. But how could Dongfang Yan not know what his grandma was thinking? I want to start saving money now by catching Pokémon and going to the pet hospital to check their qualifications. Then those who are qualified will be kept, and those who are unqualified will be released. However, for Dongfang Yan, who possesses the Eye of True Sight, there is no need to do this anymore, just pick the ones with high qualifications. Eye of True Seeing. Pokémon, Bobo, level 13. Potential, D. Gender, male. Attribute, flying. Status, healthy. Features, strong chest muscles. With strong chest muscles, the defense ability will not decrease. Genetic skill, lightning flash. Basic skills, collision, sand throwing. Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Note, because they have a good sense of direction, they can find their home no matter how far away it is, and they also live in groups. I didn't expect it. D-level qualification, not bad, a good start. But this level is indeed a bit high. If you don't have a system, you can't determine his qualifications. A Pokémon with D-level qualifications is already a luxury for an average family. Come with me, Fatty, and take it down. Dongfang Yan took out the red and white Pokeballs sold by the Alliance from his backpack. He was reluctant to use the system's Pokeballs, so he decided to keep them all to catch the main Pokémon. Why, Xiao Yan, do you want this Pokémon? The fat man asked doubtfully. Complete the task Grandma gave me. The sooner I finish it, the sooner I can feel relieved. That's right, Snorlax, use impact. After confirming Dongfang Yan's thoughts, Fatty Chien gave orders to Snorlax. That Slowpoke moves slower than his Snorlax. At least Snorlax knows how to charge and is mainly able to withstand blows. The best way is to let it distract Popo, and then Slowpoke can take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The fat man took out the Pokémon encyclopedia and found out through live feedback that the level of this Bobo was around level 13. It's okay, I can definitely fight it, but I'm just afraid that this Bobo will run away. If it's determined to escape, it's really hard to catch a flying-type Pokémon. Slowpoke, use Yawn first. Dongfang Yan gave direct orders and cooperated with Snorlax's skills. Yes, if you have control skills, you don't have to worry about the bird running away. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's Slowpoke has control skills. The little Snorlax rolled its body. Although it had a small fat body, it was moving quite fast in a flash. Bobo was frightened and spread his wings to fly away, but Dongfang Yan and his men took the initiative. Popo was knocked away by Snorlax. He flapped his wings and stood up. Suddenly, Pidgeot flapped his wings and a ball of sand flew towards Snorlax. Quickly open! Fatty shouted excitedly, wanting Snorlax to get out of the way. However, Snorlax's speed is comparable to that of Slowpoke. Popo's skill, Sand Throw, directly hit Snorlax. There was a handful of sand on Snorlax's face, and he kept wiping it with his short hands, trying to clean it off. Who knew this Bobo would resort to such despicable means? Don't talk about martial arts. Bobo didn't want to fight, and a white light flashed on his body, and he was ready to run away in a flash. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is very ugly. Bobo pulled away, but he felt his head getting more and more dizzy. Seeing this, Dongfang Yan took out an ordinary red and white Pokeball. He threw it hard at Bobo's head. Wow, physical hypnosis! A red light flashed, and Bobo was put into the red and white Pokeball. The Pokeball lit up, indicating that the capture was successful. It's not that Bobo doesn't want to resist, it's just yawning and physical hypnosis. It's really irresistible. Dongfang Yan walked forward and picked up the Pokeball. Amazing, Xiao Yan, you scored in one shot. Hey, it's no big deal, no big deal. Dongfang Yan smiled proudly. This was the first Pokémon he caught in the Pokémon world. Is this the feeling of being conquered? I am looking forward to the establishment of the Ecological Park more and more. That way, all the captured Pokémon can be cultivated in the Ecological Park. When they grow up, they lay Pokémon eggs, which can be sold for money and earn reputation. It's really cool. Dongfang Yan put away the Pokeball in order to catch more Pokémon with higher qualifications this time. Dongfang Yan bought 30 red and white Pokeballs alone. They weren't expensive, only 3,000 yuan. The forest under the moon was still very large, and Dongfang Yan and Fatty Chien only dared to move around the outskirts of the forest. Although Moonlight Forest is the first level for new trainers nearby, many new trainers choose this place as their first stop for their adventure. But that was only the outskirts of the forest, or at most the middle of the forest. Going further in, there are almost no novice trainers who can come back alive. Soon, it was night. The moon is like a hook, and a few dark clouds hang in the sky. Dongfang Yan set up the tent, and Fatty Chien put up the wood, preparing to make a fire and cook. Xiao Yan, it's different when you go out to play. It's much more fun than staying in Yangcheng. The fat man picked up some wood from the ground while talking and laughing with Dongfang Yan. There is no sense of urgency to go out on an adventure. Well, there is no Eastern dialect either. The two of them came out as if they were on a trip, their faces full of excitement, chatting with each other. Finally, the tent and the fire were ready. Dongfang Yan took out some dry food and sat around the fire with the fat man. Dongfang Yan ate while counting today's harvest. 2 popos, a gopher, and a walking grass. All of them were of D rank, and I encountered countless Pokémon along the way. However, there were only a few that met Dongfang Yan's requirements, and during that time, Dongfang Yan accidentally let a D-level Rata run away. Well, Dongfang Yan admitted that he didn't want it. There are 30 Pokeballs, and now there are 23 left, so there are plenty of opportunities. Dongfang Yan doesn't just want to complete the task given by his grandmother. He wants all 10 Pokémons to have qualifications above D level. He originally wanted to catch a few more, but then he thought that there was no room for them at home now, so he could just come back to get more later. So I decided to only capture Pokémons with D level qualifications or above. The fat man took out a finely crafted small stove from his backpack. Dongfang Yan took a closer look and found that it looked so much like incense. "Fatty, where did you get this good stuff from?" The fat man chuckled. "You didn't expect that I would prepare this, a must-have for trainers when going out, mosquito-repellent incense." Ah, what an expression! Do you have one? I thought it was some kind of incense that increases your attack power, but it turns out it's just a mosquito-repellent incense. You might as well buy a mosquito coil. Do you need it or not? Use. Well, I forgot to buy mosquito coils, so it's a waste not to use them. The fat man lit the mosquito-repellent incense, and for a moment, the faint smell of mosquito repellent floated into the noses of Dongfang Yan and the fat man. Are you sure this isn't a mosquito coil? The fat man was speechless and could only place the mosquito-repellent incense not far from the tent. Avoid accidentally burning the tent. Losing the tent is a small matter, but losing a person is a big matter. Fatty, you're on the morning shift, I'm on the night shift, call me when the time comes. Dongfang Yan yawned and said that Slowpoke and Snorlax had been released. This is to avoid being unable to release Pokémon to protect yourself immediately in case of danger. Okay, I'll do the work, don't worry. The fat man patted his chest, indicating that he could be trusted completely. Okay, then be careful and call me when the time comes. Dongfang Yan yawned. He was so sleepy that he hadn't stopped to rest all day. We encountered several dangerous situations during the process, but fortunately the fat man and I ran fast. I have been able to escape danger every time. I can only say that I am lucky. For example, a fat man accidentally stepped on a baby gopher and was chased by a group of gophers. The mole in my hand was caught during the chaos. The price of being caught was that Fatty and Dongfang Yan had to stay on the tree for more than an hour. But it's worth it, this mole is already level 14. Later, Dongfang Yan accidentally found a Bobo on a tree. It was of D-level caliber and was caught again. Well, they were discovered by their parents. 2 Pidgeots and a group of poppies chased Dongfang Yan and Fatty and pecked them. Through live feedback, one of the Pidgeots has reached level 34, and it is only one level away from evolving into a megapixel. Fortunately, Dongfang Yan took the opportunity to grab him and ran away, then took Fatty Qian and hid in a bush. I escaped the pursuit of the Pidgeots, but it's not over yet. I looked back and found a few walking grasses and a stink flower. Enduring the stench, Dongfang Yan threw several pokeballs, but failed to catch any of them, and walking grass escaped from the pokeball. But the stinky flower had already discovered Dongfang Yan and the fat man, and it directly fired a dissolving liquid, a purple liquid with a foul smell, towards Dongfang Yan. Dongfang Yan dodged nimbly, and the liquid fell on the grass, corroding it into a ball of purple mucus. Dongfang Yan was so scared that he rushed over, picked up the grass and ran away. The fat man was running beside them, howling like a ghost, while keeping his eyes wide open, watching Dongfang Yan's amazing moves. Good job, physical arrest. Learned. Chapter 24, Forest Trip. Early morning. In the forest under the moon, the morning light slowly shines on the earth. A green caterpillar was hunching its body on the tree, chewing on the leaves in big mouthfuls, while a large group of cottonwoods floated by. Dongfang Yan opened his eyes drowsily, paused, and then got up in an instant. It was already dawn. Didn't you agree with Fatty that you would be on the night shift? Dongfang Yan opened the tent and saw that Fatty was already asleep next to the fire holding Snorlax. There was unknown liquid flowing from the 2 people's mouths, which really left Dongfang Yan speechless. Luckily, nothing happened last night, in case we encountered any evil Pokémon or bad guys. Then he and Fatty would likely be in danger, and his own shiny Slowpoke would not be able to be saved. I get angry just thinking about this, I really can't help it. Dongfang Yan walked over and kicked the fat man in the butt. The fat man was so scared that he jumped up, wiping his saliva and keeping his eyes wide open. Who is so bold? Ah, Xiao Yan, why are you kicking me? After seeing who was coming, the fat man asked in confusion. Dongfang Yan was also speechless. Didn't you agree to be on the early shift? Why did you fall asleep? Do you know where this is? This is a fucking forest. Fatty Qian touched his head and then wiped his saliva. Hey, mistake. I don't know why I fell asleep. The fat man also knew the seriousness of the matter, so he lowered his head and dared not speak. Forget it, let's eat first and hurry through the moonlit forest. After all, nothing serious happened, it was enough to let the fat man know the seriousness of the matter. Dongfang Yan and Fatty finished washing up, took out some dry food from their backpacks and shared it with Fatty. Fatty also prepared a Pokémon block for Snorlax. Dongfang Yan also called out the Slowpoke in the tent and fed it the Pokémon cubes given by the system. Damn, Xiao Yan, why does your Pokémon cube smell so good? Fatty and Snorlax were drooling and staring at the bag of Pokémon cubes in Dongfang Yan's hand. He kept sniffing the Pokémon cubes produced by the system. Since the last time Slowpoke broke through level 0, the system has given away 5 Water Attribute Pokémon cubes and 5 Psychic Attribute Pokémon cubes. What Dongfang Yan is feeding now is the Water Attribute Pokémon block. Don't ask me why I don't feed the Super Attribute Pokémon blocks. It's definitely not because I can't bear to do so. Anyway, everything is in the system space. While feeding it Water Attribute Pokémon blocks, you can also add some Super Power Attribute Pokémon blocks. The Water Attribute Pokémon block produced by the system has 3 water lines, and its appearance and taste are top-notch. No wonder Snorlax was eating from his own bowl and looking at what was in Slowpoke's bowl. Exclusive secret recipe, stay out of your way. Dongfang Yan answered while feeding him. Give me some. The fat man came up and put his hands together, begging for something. No way, your family is so rich, you don't even have a Pokémon cube. Dongfang Yan suddenly became eccentric, as if to say, no way, no way. The two started fighting as soon as they had a disagreement. The fat man couldn't help but start snatching things, and Dongfang Yan kept hiding. Due to the fat man's persistence, Dongfang Yan had no choice but to give the fat man a water-type spirit block. 5 Pokémon cubes are still a lot in number. Dongfang Yan still has a lot in his hand, enough for 3 days. The fat man held it in his hand and observed it. 3 blue water ripples were wrapped around the Pokémon cube. It also emits a faint fragrance. Looking at the little Snorlax next to it pulling its thigh, you can know how fragrant it is. The fat man swallowed his saliva, and as if he had made up his mind, he gave the Pokémon cube to Snorlax. Little Snorlax quickly raised his chubby hand, took the Pokémon cube, smelled it and licked it, and finally couldn't help but eat it in one bite. Then he stood there with a happy look on his face, reminiscing the moment. Is it really that delicious? The fat man swallowed his saliva, looking like he had never seen the world before. Boom! Just as the fat man was about to speak, a loud explosion was heard in the forest in the distance. Because the explosions were too frequent and intense, Dongfang Yan felt a strong vibration under his feet with every explosion. Dongfang Yan looked in the direction of the explosion, which was inside the moonlight forest. Dongfang Yan turned around and looked at the fat man, who was a little timid. After all, that was inside the moonlight forest, and the fat man always cherished his life. Fatty, wait here for me, I'll go take a look. Dongfang Yan greeted the fat man, took back the Slowpoke, and prepared to go and take a look at the place where the violent explosion occurred. Oh my god, this explosion, let's not go in there, it looks very dangerous in there, let's get out and report to the Alliance. The fat man suggested that after all, life safety should be the most important thing. That makes sense. Fatty, go call the police first. I'll go over there and take a look. It must be very dangerous in there, you should come with me to call the police, don't take any risks. The fat man continued to persuade him, but Dongfang Yan didn't care and he had to join in the fun. Hey, just play. Fatty, why don't you come with me to take a look? If something really happens, we can run away. The fat man couldn't defeat Dongfang Yan, so he could only follow Dongfang Yan quietly into the forest. After all, it is still dangerous, so it's better to be careful. Captain, this special weapon is really useful. It has captured so many Pokémons. In the forest under the moon, there was a group of people wearing black combat uniforms with some special symbols tattooed on the back of their clothes. A fat man with a wretched appearance looked at the man in front of him wearing different medals in a flattering manner and complimented him. The man smiled and looked at the special weapon in front of him. The silver-white armor is connected to some pipes, behind which is a machine that continuously transmits energy to the front. The one wearing the armor is a Pokémon whose body is almost silver-grey with some purple. It exudes a purple light all over, with a faint sense of oppression. Opposite it is a group of circle bears. The circle bears roared and stared at the silver-grey creature in front of them. There are many different kinds of Pokémon around, and the group of men in black are constantly capturing those Pokémon. Or they could capture the fainted Pokémon directly, put them in special cages, and then send them to the transport plane nearby. The circle bears roared and launched powerful skills, smashing towards the silver-gray creature in front of them. The mysterious creature in front of them really made them feel scared. Deal with them. The man in black combat uniform gave the order. But the silver-gray creature just stood there in a daze. The attacks of the circle bears will soon hit the silver-gray creature and will soon affect the man in black next to it. The man in black suddenly lost his previous calmness, seeing that the attack was about to fall on him. He immediately yelled, "What are you daydreaming about? Stop these attacks!" The silver-gray creature seemed to have just come to its senses and looked back at the black man. He raised one hand lightly, and suddenly a strong purple light gathered around him. Then he gently pushed forward, and all kinds of attacks were dispersed in one blow. The violent explosion knocked over the bears, leaving them all unable to move. However, the group of men in black were blocked by a purple screen. Chapter 25. Mysterious Creature. A group of men in black laughed triumphantly, already accustomed to the scene before them. The leading man in black, however, became angry because the silver-gray man had just disobeyed his orders. He walked up to the silver-gray creature and said, "What were you hesitating about? Know your position. You are just a Pokémon created by the organization." Looking at the motionless silver-gray creature beside him, the man smiled smugly, "How ridiculous! Why should I waste so much time talking to a weapon? Let's go, complete the mission given by the organization, and then go back to report." Not a weapon. The man looked back and saw the silver-gray creature remained motionless in the same position as before. "Did any of you speak just now?" The man asked doubtfully, and the group of men in black who were busy catching the bear responded that they had not said that. Seeing this, the man thought he must be hallucinating. But the voice was so real, as if it came from the bottom of my heart. That kind of cold, lonely, and tyrannical voice. Looking at the Pokémon in front of him that still hadn't changed, the man shook his head, waved his hand, took everyone with him, and left a few people to look after the equipment and Pokémon. He is now heading to the mission destination assigned by the organization. Fuck, Yan, did you see it? That Pokémon is so strong. Why aren't you that surprised? No, I'm surprised. How could I not be surprised, if I wasn't mistaken? The Pokémon wearing silver-white armor just now must be the Mewtwo in my memory. He had no doubts about Mewtwo's strength, and he thought this was basic operation. But what surprised him was that he saw Mewtwo on his first trip, and he became more and more convinced that he was the child of destiny. Could it be that all those organizations are the Rockets? After all, in the anime, Mewtwo was created by Team Rocket extracting Mew's eyelashes. The slowpoke next to him looked at the place where Mewtwo left with a worried look on his face. Just now, Slowpoke seemed to hear some sound. After struggling out of the Pokeball, Slowpoke stayed there for a while, then turned around and looked at Dongfang Yan, opening and closing his mouth as if he wanted to express something. Dongfang Yan also realized what Slowpoke wanted to tell him, so he cooperated very well and looked at Slowpoke carefully. After a while, Dongfang Yan gave up. Through the wise eyes of Slowpoke, Dongfang Yan saw the sea of stars. Although I don't know what Slowpoke wants to express, I already know that the Pokémon is Mewtwo. You can know this based on the plots you saw in the anime in your previous life. Right now Mewtwo is in a state of confusion and doubt. And he hasn't yet gained full control over his own power. It must be that the man who was in the lead just now said something that irritated Mewtwo. This caused Mewtwo to lose control of his emotions. They really underestimated Mewtwo. The Mewtwo in the anime is an existence that can destroy the world. In the end of the anime, Mewtwo left the organization and almost destroyed the world. Fortunately, the little idiot finally turned the tide and persuaded Mewtwo to come back. So I am not a mentally retarded person and I definitely cannot follow the same method. As for taming Mewtwo, well, why? Just relying on the super powerful Slowpoke next to it. Dongfang Yan looked back at Slowpoke, but Slowpoke still looked straight ahead, then looked up at Dongfang Yan in confusion. Well, I have to find a way to build a good relationship with Mewtwo. For example, giving Mewtwo freedom. Dongfang Yan made a decision. He knew that Mewtwo had the ability to explore memories. He didn't believe what was written in the novel, where he first let Mewtwo browse the anime memories he had watched before in his mind, and then fooled Mewtwo and directly conquered him. How is that possible? That's wishful thinking. Why would someone do business with you if they have the strength? Why not just arrest you, control you, and forcibly search your memory? After all, the strength is not equal. What else do you want to do? You still want to negotiate terms. Only when you are strong enough can you negotiate with others. As for what to do if Mutuo turns evil, there's nothing I can do about it. I have to open a store on my system. This is a development system, so you should just focus on developing yourself in the early stages. If Mutuo really turned evil, wouldn't it be time to build a good relationship with him? Anyway, I can't beat it, so I'll just join it. It won't let me be its little brother. Fatty, go report the situation here to the Alliance. Dongfang Yan pulled off a bundle of branches with leaves still on them. Braid it into a loop and wear it on your head as a disguise. I feel like it's useless, it's mainly psychological. What? What about you? The fat man asked doubtfully. Dongfang Yan pretended to be deep and looked up at the sky. If I don't go to hell, who will? I can't just watch the criminals get away with it. So I'm going to stay and keep an eye on them, Fatty, and I'll leave a mark on you. With this ideological awakening, Dongfang Yan felt noble. Damn, Xiao Yan, you are so ideologically conscious? I never realized it before. It's still too dangerous here. I don't agree with you staying here. If we go together. If we die together. The fat man replied firmly. Bah, what depressing words are you talking about? Dongfang Yan shook his head. In fact, he didn't want to put the fat man in danger. It was obvious that the other party had bad intentions. If I really discovered their secret, I would definitely be hunted down. Those people on the opposite side looked like desperate criminals who had killed many people, even if they didn't kill anyone. They definitely did a lot of illegal things. Besides, it is always more convenient for one person to act than for two people. The target of the action is still small, and I am not a fool. If I encounter danger, I will definitely stay away from it. We will never have direct contact with them unless it is absolutely necessary. Fatty, stop talking. You've seen the power of that mysterious Pokémon. They must have some huge conspiracy. You should report it to the Alliance and ask them to send someone to deal with it. I will continue to follow them. Fatty, please stop trying to persuade me. The sooner you bring reinforcements, the more my safety will be guaranteed. Dongfang Yan looked at the fat man seriously. After some persuasion, the fat man finally compromised. So the fat man told Dongfang Yan to be careful and left quickly. Dongfang Yan was right, someone had to go and inform the police. Watch the fat man leave. Well, no worries anymore. Although I can't defeat that group of people, it doesn't stop me from causing trouble. The opposing organization actually sent out Mutuo, which means that the enemy they are facing now is definitely not particularly weak. Are there any Pokémons being captured in the Moonlight Forest? There are no particularly rare Pokémon in the Moonlight Forest. They even sent out Mutuo just to catch Pokémon. Instead of killing chickens with a chainsaw, they are just bored. Dongfang Yangzhen would never believe that they had no other purpose, even if he was beaten to death. There are probably not many beings in this world who can allow the organization to send out Mutuo. But it is definitely difficult to know exactly who it is. All I have to do is make everything even more confusing. Then he took advantage of the situation and tried to rescue Mutuo. Even if we can't save him, it's still possible to build a good relationship with him. But this is just the first step. Still want to cause destruction. Chapter 26. Transport plane. Next to a large transport plane. Two men in black combat uniforms were constantly loading Pokémon onto the transport plane. Because there were not enough Pokeballs, they were all captured in special capture cages. You said this is a great harvest, we caught so many Pokémon. Okay, we can catch so many, but it depends on the mysterious Pokémon given by the organization. Indeed, it would be great if I could own that Pokémon, I could dominate the world directly, and then go to the league to become a champion. Stop dreaming. Also, don't let anyone else in the organization hear what you just said, or the captain will punish you. I know, I'm just talking. Two people worked together to lift a special cage, with two gas bombs next to it. I think it is a Pokémon they raised themselves. Suddenly, a gopher appeared from under the feet of a thin man in black. The man in black didn't react at all, or rather, he didn't even pay attention to his feet. Then he stepped on the mole's head. His balance was unstable and he fell forward heavily. The special cage he had just lifted up also fell down. It hit him hard, but luckily there were 2 or 3 baby bears in the special cage. Although it is quite heavy, it won't kill you, but it does hurt a bit when it hits you. Where did this little mouse come from? Your grandfather fell to death. The man in black struggled to push open the special cage, and another companion in black quickly helped him move the cage. Skinny monkey, what's wrong with you? Why are you so careless? Don't break this cage. Don't let the goods out, or you'll get scolded. The skinny monkey held his waist and cursed. A gopher suddenly appeared under my feet and it almost fell to death. Gas bomb, teach it a lesson. A gas bomb floating in the air immediately dived towards the mole on the ground that was laughing at the skinny monkey. Gas. The gas bomb spewed out a cloud of mist and shot towards the mole. The mole did not dare to be careless and quickly dug another hole. It was ready to escape. Of course, this was just a hole it dug itself and had nothing to do with the skill hole. When the turbid fog was about to hit the mole that had dug a hole in the ground used mud throwing directly backwards. A large cloud of dust and mud flew towards Skinny Monkey and his teammates. Fortunately, they both reacted quickly and dodged the mud, but it was still very painful when it hit their faces. The dust blew all over the faces of Skinny Monkey and his teammates. The pursuing gas bomb was also caught off guard and hit by several pieces of mud. For gas bombs, the damage is not very high, but it is extremely insulting. The other gas bomb floating in the air was watching the show leisurely on the side. But it also suffered an unexpected disaster. It just wanted to watch the show. What was wrong with it? Is this time okay? Both of them were attacked by the mole and attracted hatred. Without any words or commands, the 2 gas bombs rushed towards the gopher at the same time. The mole couldn't stand the situation and kept moving towards the outskirts of the forest. Don't let it get away. How abominable! You actually teased me. The Skinny Monkey thought gloomily in his heart. Looking at the companion next to him, he also had a disgusting look on his face. I have never seen such an annoying gopher. How can he be so brave? The 2 gas bombs chased the gopher frantically, staring at the rising mounds of earth on the ground. The Skinny Monkey looked at the gas bomb running farther and farther away without paying much attention. After all, thanks to Mewtwo's efforts, some powerful Pokémon have been captured. The 2 of them were just about to continue lifting the special cage and moving it into the transport plane. There was the sound of flapping wings overhead. The Skinny Monkey looked up and saw 2 bobcats flapping their wings. Then, a few white objects slowly fell down. Grass. The 2 of them were immediately furious. Today was really the worst day of their lives. The other man in black was also so angry that he released a toucan. Chase him, Skinny Monkey, just watch over there. The man in black gave the order, reminded the Skinny Monkey, and then ran over. He really couldn't bear this. The Skinny Monkey was also very angry, but there was nothing he could do, he had to leave someone behind to guard here. The rest of his teammates had already gone inside the forest. After all, my strength is not as strong as theirs. I am a newcomer. Although I have been here for quite a while, I am still a newcomer to them. So things like carrying things and guarding the camp, I can only leave it to myself and another weaker person. The Skinny Monkey dragged a specially made cage, and the baby bear inside had already woken up. He looked at the Skinny Monkey very angrily, growling with his teeth bared. It's just that their appearance is so cute that they don't look scary at all. Instead, they look a bit fierce. What are you yelling about? You'll definitely fetch a good price if you look this energetic. The Skinny Monkey shouted angrily because the cage was too heavy and he couldn't lift it. Hwa hwa! What's that noise? Who's there? A sound came from the bushes behind the Skinny Monkey, and the Skinny Monkey looked at the bushes behind him vigilantly. He was considered a semi-newcomer, with only 1 Pokémon, and now that his teammates were not around, he had to be careful. Suddenly, a strong force came from behind, and the Skinny Monkey felt as if his vertebrae were broken. The Skinny Monkey was lying on the ground. Suddenly, a person emerged from the bushes in front of him. The Skinny Monkey raised his head desperately, trying to see the person clearly. The Skinny Monkey raised his head desperately and saw that the man's face was covered with leaves and grass. You idiot! Then the Skinny Monkey's head tilted and he fell into coma. Dongfang Yan patted Slowpoke's head to show his praise. Yes, the person who came was Dongfang Yan. Remember, as long as you hold them back and protect yourself, and you can complete the mission, I will let you go. Dongfang Yan used the true vision to tell the Pokémon the levels of the two gas bombs, one was level 16 and the other was level 18. The level is not too high, of course, for the Pokémon caught by Dongfang Yan. As for his level 10 Slowpoke, he decided to keep it for a sneak attack from behind. Well, the timing was just right, but the toucan was indeed unexpected. But it was also within my expectations. I was sure that there must be one or two Pokémon between the two people. What I didn't expect was that the other man in black actually had a flying Pokémon. The level is the highest. Pokémon, toucan, level 24. Potential, E. Gender, male. Attribute, flying. Status, healthy. Features, sniper, when the attack hits the vital point, the damage is 1.5 times the normal hit to the vital point. Inherited skill, vicious pursuit. Basic skills, hitting, staring, shouting, pecking, chasing. Skill CD, swallow return. Props to carry, none. Note, the toucan has a very bad temper and will attack violently any creature that enters its territory. It's quite powerful. It also learned a skill disc. I hope those two popos are on their own. If they all died, I would be sad, woohoo. What a waste of two Pokeballs, woohoo. The next thing was easy, but what was unexpected was that the other man in black actually ran after Bobo. That would be easier to handle, so Dongfang Yan arranged for Slowpoke to sneak up behind the man in black named Skinny Monkey. I attracted the fire from the front, and then the scene above happened. Looking at the special cage in front of me, how do I open it? I know nothing about it. The baby bear inside is still grinning and still hostile towards Dongfang Yan. But when he turned to the Slowpoke next to him, there was a hint of closeness. Dongfang Yan was also speechless. After searching the body of the skinny guy for a long time, he found a remote control and some cash. Looking at the skinny monkey's backpack, I searched and found 2 ordinary Pokeballs and 1 Ultra Ball. Wow, it looks like there's something. Dongfang Yan silently put the cash in his pocket and patted the Pokeball in his backpack. Chapter 27. Ancestral Hall. Captain Su, are there really any mythical beasts here? Su Shija smiled and said, the organization has already sent out Mewtwo. Even if it is a divine beast, it won't get any benefit from us. Looking at Mewtwo walking in the front, the product of the organization's painstaking efforts. Although he is not particularly tall, he gives off a different kind of oppressive feeling. In order to preserve combat effectiveness, Su Shija deliberately asked everyone not to release the Pokémon so as to conserve their strength for the next task. Besides, the organization said that Mewtwo's mood has been getting worse recently, and they don't think they can subdue it. They are afraid that if it loses control, they will not be able to subdue it by themselves. Therefore, Mewtwo's strength is constantly being consumed, preventing it from reaching its peak state. For some reason, Su Shija always felt that something bad was going to happen. He paused, everyone, release your Pokémons. As he spoke, Su Shija took out 2 Pokeballs. There was a flash of red light, and an Alakazam and a crocodile appeared next to Mewtwo. As soon as Alakazam appeared next to Mewtwo, he trembled all over and looked at Mewtwo in fear. As a psychic being, Alakazam can feel the powerful force in Mewtwo's body even more. It is suppressed, like a volcano before it erupts, about to reach a critical point and erupt. Su Shija did not notice Hootie's strange state. Because it's not far away. There is an ancestral temple. 2 people come with me to take a look. Su Shija was in command, assigning each person to guard a position. Then, he signaled a few team members to follow them with their Pokémon. And Mewtwo is undoubtedly taking the lead and walking in front. The group walked into the ancestral hall. The old wood exudes a unique fragrance. There was no smell of decay, and the faint scent of ancient wood filled the entire room. The whole house is made of wood, monotonous. The altar in the ancestral hall was covered with dust. There was a delicate little stove on it, and what was offered on the altar was actually a leaf. That's right, it is a leaf that is as crystal clear as emerald green. This should be worth a lot of money, Captain Su. A man wearing a mask next to him rubbed his hands and smiled. Don't be ridiculous, this is the organization's mission objective, bring the box over here. Su Shija sneered, took the box, slowly walked forward, carefully picked up the leaves and put them into the box. This mission isn't that difficult. The masked man in black smiled disdainfully at the person next to him. Okay, let's be careful. Don't let anything go wrong. Let's retreat quickly. Su Shiji took the box and signaled everyone to retreat. Mutuo just stayed there motionless, and Su Shiji became a little impatient. The mission is accomplished, what are you doing standing there? Su Shiji looked at Mutuo in confusion. Hu Di suddenly stopped halfway through his walk. As if sensing something, he immediately signaled towards Su Shiji. As Su Shiji's first Pokémon, the two have already developed a very good understanding of each other, and can almost understand each other's thoughts with just a glance. What's more, I am engaged in this profession and I am particularly sensitive to danger. Be careful, there is danger. Su Shiji roared, and then quickly leaned against the rogue crocodile next to him. Everyone had no doubts and followed Captain Su's orders. They all cling to their Pokémon for shelter. Roar! A loud roar came from the sky, followed by a commotion outside. Let's go out and see what happened. Su Shiji yelled. Without delay, everyone ran out. What came into view was a yellow dragon-like creature. Kui Long. Su Shiji murmured, and then used the Pokémon illustrated book to test the life feedback of Dragonite. The level shown above is 94, a master-level Pokémon. And he is just a quasi-king level trainer. The Alakazam that has always been with him is only level 76, and his other capable general, Crocodile, is only level 71. This is a bit difficult. No, there is another one on my side. A more powerful existence. Mewtwo. A purple light flashed by, and a strong mental force pushed away the Dragonite that was making a fuss. Dragonite turned around and ignored Mewtwo, staring at the box in Su Shiji's hand. Dragonite seemed to know what was inside, and instantly became angry. It gathered power in its mouth and sprayed a dragon wave towards Su Shiji. Hu Di, who reacted very quickly, took Su Shiji and Rogue Crocodile and moved away from the original place at an extremely fast speed. But the people who followed Su Shiji were not so lucky. But Su Shiji had no choice, as his Hu Di could only carry 2 people. Otherwise, he would not have summoned only 2 Pokémons. It's just that these two work better together and their levels are the highest among all my pets. The people behind him had no choice but to watch the dragon's power wave coming towards them. His pets all stood in front of him. Unfortunately, in the face of the huge level gap, any resistance is futile. A powerful explosion occurred behind Su Shiji. He could only be thankful that he had escaped with his life because of Alakazam's instant teleportation. I feel very confident and can almost avoid most attacks. But Dragonite did not stop and twisted rapidly. Su Shiji recognized it instantly. This was the dragon dance. Mewtwo, stop it. Mewtwo stayed where he was, ignoring him. What are you still standing there for? Come on. But Mewtwo still stayed there motionless, no one knew what he was thinking. Damn it, I'll report to the doctor when I get back to the organization. Crocodile, use rock block. Alakazam, freeze. Su Shiji used a series of small combos on Dragonite. Several huge rocks rose from the ground, trapping Dragonite who was performing dragon dance in the air. And Hu Di next to him had a strange light in his eyes. The rock that had been shaking continuously suddenly stopped. Su Shiji let out a breath and seemed to be under control for the time being. Look for the wounded and prepare to retreat. Su Shiji gave the order quickly, and the chaotic crowd became orderly again. Boom! The rocks in the sky exploded and Dragonite flapped its wings in the air. He opened his mouth, with a ball of purple light in his mouth. Everyone, find cover. This is a meteor shower. Someone shouted. Hu Di took the 2 of them and moved into the ancestral hall in an instant. Hearing the screams outside, Su Shiji was helpless. After all, this is the team he brought up and they are his confidants. It's such a shame to die like that. The noise outside finally died down. And the ancestral hall was not destroyed by the Dragon Star group. Now Su Shiji can be completely sure that this dragon is the guardian of this ancestral hall. To be precise, he is the guardian of this leaf. Crocodile, use quicksand hell. Alakazam, predict the future. A large area of swirling quicksand appeared on the ground, and the powerful suction force pulled Dragonite. Alakazam, prepare to teleport and start running. Su Shiji no longer wanted to waste time with him here. Mewtwo can no longer be relied upon and no longer obeys his commands. This must also be reported to the doctor as soon as possible. Boom! Su Shiji was blasted out before he could react, and the box fell to the ground. Looking at Hu Di next to him, his body was completely dark. The rogue crocodile also had a large scratch on his back, causing serious injuries. In front of Sushija, Dragonite stood there, with flames on his hands. A pink light blasted towards Dragonite, but Dragonite easily withstood it. Dragonite's speed is so fast that it is almost catching up with Alakazam's instant movement. I couldn't react at all. It seemed that Alakazam had just used his defense to the limit. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stop it. Looking at Mewtwo, who was still watching the show next to him, Sushija was furious. You are a traitor to this organization. The organization created you, but you are ungrateful. Hurry up and take the machine and fix it for me. Some people who were not hit by Dragonite ran quickly to the back of the machine that was being moved over. Press some buttons and Mewtwo in armor appears not far away. Suddenly its whole body began to twitch, and some small explosions occurred around it. The originally clear eyes turned red. Seeing this, Sushija immediately gave an order, go stop it. This time, Mewtwo did not disobey his order and instantly moved in front of Dragonite. The hands were covered with a layer of purple light. A punch was thrown at Dragonite, and the huge impact force produced a sonic boom. He knocked Dragonite to the ground with great force. Sushija also took the opportunity to pick up the box and ran towards the transport plane. As for Mewtwo, I can't care so much about it now. Let's get on the plane first and observe from the plane. Seeing Sushija about to leave with his things, Kuai Long became anxious. He pounced towards Sushija quickly, but was suddenly restricted in place by a wall of light. Looking at the red-eyed Mewtwo behind him, Dragonite knew that it would be difficult to take the next action if it didn't get rid of it. Chapter 28. Dragonite. Dragonite roared and slammed into Mewtwo. Mewtwo stood in place, erecting a wall of light to block Dragonite's fierce attack. The surrounding earth and wood were all overturned by the vibrations caused by this attack. Sushija looked at the transport plane not far ahead, and heard the earth-shaking explosion behind him, so he quickened his pace. And the machine that controlled Mewtwo was left behind and ignored. After all, who would bother to control the machine when they can hardly protect themselves? What's more, the machines are still around the battlefield. Wouldn't it be courting death to operate the machines there? When everyone saw Sushija running back, they also ran back. This is not a battle that people of their level can participate in. What about the people who stayed behind? Where did they go? Sushija cursed, and the camp was empty, and the people who stayed behind were gone. Something's wrong. Sushija held on to the box tightly and looked around. Soon, the area was filled with wild Pokémon that had been captured in special cages. An airtight encirclement was formed. What the hell happened here? Who let these Pokémon out? Sushija was a little confused. Release your Pokémon, including the injured ones, to cover the rear. Prepare to retreat. The group of men in black did not refuse. After all, compared to the Pokémon they raised, their own lives were more important. Sushija released several of his other Pokémon, including a Ghastly and a Sonic. Of course, there are still a few that have not been released. After all, one should always keep some in reserve when doing things. Besides, there is not much point in releasing them. Sushija ran back to the plane with a few of his cronies and watched the Pokémon outside killing each other. Various skills, light waves blasting everywhere, some melee Pokémon, all kinds of violent fights, blood, and limbs are commonplace in this chaotic battlefield. Let's go. Sushija looked at the battle scene not far away, smiled, and decided to slip away now that he had got the thing. The sound of the transport plane's motor was heard, and the propeller started to spin rapidly, creating a strong hurricane. Haha! You rubbish, low-level creatures, there will be no good end for you if you go against our organization. Rogue Crocodile, give them a big gift, earthquake. The transport plane rumbled into the air, the rogue crocodile roared, and stomped its foot hard on the ground. Boom! Except for the two terrifying creatures in the forest, the Pokémon in Sushija's hands are almost the highest level here. And Crocodile is a level 71 King Pokémon. In this chaotic battlefield, one skill, Earthquake, caused heavy casualties to many Pokémon on the field. Friend or foe, all were attacked indiscriminately. Sushija didn't care whether they were friends or enemies, because he didn't know whether the Dragonite would catch up with him, so it was better to leave this troubled place as soon as possible. As for Mewtwo, it is no longer under control. I still know a little about Mewtwo's strength. If Mewtwo doesn't cooperate, I have no way to bring it back. There is no way to bring back the machine that suppresses Mewtwo's power now. It is impossible for my subordinates to get it back, and it is even more impossible for me to do so. I really can't afford to offend them. Now we can only go back quickly and tell the relevant departments of the organization everything that happened this time. Let the organization send someone to resolve this matter. Su Shija looked at the chaotic battlefield below with a wild smile. More and more Pokémon joined this unreasonable battle. Suddenly I realized that my plane was getting lower and lower, and the Pokémon below me kept getting bigger. Fly up! Su Shija hurriedly looked at the pilot in the cockpit and shouted. The pilot turned back with a depressed look on his face. Captain, it seems that the plane's engine has been damaged. The Pokémon on the ground, who had suffered a great deal, looked ferociously at the steel monster bird that was flying closer and closer in the distance. I really want to have a close contact with it. A dragon-shaped light wave blasted towards Mewtwo. Mewtwo, whose eyes were already red, did not choose to hide. Intense purple energy continued to gather around Mewtwo. The super energy easily blocked Dragonite's attack, but Dragonite felt it very difficult to deal with. On the one hand, the things he was guarding had been taken away by the enemy, and on the other hand, the combat power of the mysterious Pokémon in front of him was too strong. What's even more terrifying is that after fighting for such a long time, I found that the fighting power of the Pokémon in front of me was constantly increasing. The pressure on myself is increasing, but I don't want to fight with it here. But it is obvious that he cannot get back what he is protecting unless he defeats the Pokémon in front of him. And the particularly contradictory thing is that it seems like I can't win now. Before Dragonite could think about it, Mewtwo teleported directly in front of Dragonite, and the purple super energy seemed to materialize and struck Dragonite. The two flew into the air and started fighting again. Dragonite has already stacked up its Dragon Dance to the maximum, and if it doesn't upgrade these states, there's no way it can fight. Dragonite's fists collided like lightning, and the lightning fist hit Mewtwo's head at an extremely fast speed, while Mewtwo's hands were also wrapped with purple energy and continuously bombarded Dragonite. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce fighting turned the surroundings into ruins, and the ancestral hall in the center of the forest was in ruins, which made Dragonite very distressed. Mewtwo had lightning emanating from his body, clearly suffering from the paralyzing effects of the Thunder Fist. Seeing this, Dragonite swooped over, its tail glowed, and it lashed out fiercely. The paralyzed Mewtwo's mobility was reduced a little, and he failed to dodge Dragonite's tail. It was knocked flying and crashed into the Moonlight Forest, collapsing the ancestral hall at an extremely fast speed, smashing through several large trees, and raising a large cloud of dust and smoke. Seeing that he had defeated Mewtwo, Dragonite quickly spread its wings, flapped them vigorously, and flew in the direction Su Shija left. From the beginning, Dragonite has already stacked up the Dragon Dance state. Now it is very fast, and its physical attack has also been boosted. This attack has forced the mysterious Pokémon back. Dragonite sped up and flew towards the target, but for some reason, its flying speed became slower and slower, even though its wings were flapping so hard that they were almost smoking. After a while, a familiar figure appeared in front of him, with a slender figure in a body bound by armor. His head was wrapped in an armor helmet, so his appearance could not be seen clearly, but through the lenses of the armor helmet, one could see a blood-red gaze. Dragonite felt terrified and a strong discomfort filled his whole body. The feeling of oppression was hard to resist. Mewtwo slowly raised his hand, and all the purple super energy gathered in the center of his palm. The purple ball of light was suspended in Mewtwo's hand. Mewtwo raised his hand, aimed at Dragonite, and gently pushed the purple ball of light, creating an unusual arc. A purple light bloomed from Dragonite's chest, and the ball of light appeared in front of Dragonite at some point. A violent white light exploded in the sky, the entire sky was dazzling and stimulating, and the ball of light destroyed everything around it. Chapter 29. Duel. The smoke dissipates. A deep pit had been blasted out on the ground by the light wave, and in the center of the pit, Dragonite merged its hands together, and it just used its shield to block some damage, but unfortunately the shield could not withstand this horrific blow at all. Mewtwo slowly fell from the sky, and when he raised his hand another ball of light appeared, but it was much smaller than the previous one. But even so, Dragonite doesn't dare to take it anymore if he uses the same move as before. Dragonite knew that in his current state, it was impossible for him to take on that move. So it can only run around to avoid a head-on confrontation with the mysterious Pokémon. Because of this, the Pokémon in the Moonlight Forest were scared and ran around everywhere. The strong Pokémon were also fleeing, not to mention the weak Pokémon, who were also trying very hard to leave the vicinity of the fight between Mewtwo and Dragonite. After the intense battle just now, Dragonite was already covered in wounds. "I am already a little exhausted." There was a sharp pain in his back, and Dragonite turned around with difficulty. Mewtwo appeared behind him without him knowing when. There was no other way, Dragonite could only forcibly set up the guard. Mewtwo didn't hesitate and punched Dragonite. Dragonite was slammed hard to the ground. After the fight with Dragonite just now, Mewtwo's armor gradually fell off. And its eyes suddenly became clear, and suddenly turned blood red. It was as if I was experiencing some intense struggle in my mind. Dragonite was blasted to the ground, raising a large cloud of dust and accidentally knocking away several innocent Pokémon. Dragonite got up and looked at Mewtwo in the sky where there was no one chasing him. It felt very strange that the mysterious Pokémon didn't catch up. Looking at some armor fragments on the ground, Dragonite felt a little strange. Thinking of the machine not far from the Ancestral Hall, it was clear that this mysterious Pokémon had no intention of stopping him. Then the human who stole the treasure gave the order. Then this mysterious Pokémon went crazy and attacked itself frantically. "Since you can't beat it, just destroy the machine. Dragonite, spread your wings and flap them hard, you have to destroy the machine first." Not long after Dragonite took off, Mewtwo stopped moving in the sky. The red in the eyes gradually prevailed. Mewtwo roared, looking at the extremely fast Dragonite in the distance, and couldn't restrain himself, and the energy of his superpowers gathered behind him. Whoosh! Mewtwo disappeared instantly, and appeared not far from Dragonite a few seconds later. "It's so fast!" Dragonite accelerated desperately, trying to get rid of it. "The machine isn't particularly far from here, but destroying it might not be that easy." Dragonite looked back at Mewtwo who was following closely behind him. "It's really a headache." Looking at the machine below, Dragonite has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Dragon God swoops. Powerful force, extremely powerful visual effect. Dragonite fell like a meteor, the friction of the surrounding air currents ignited sparks, and smashed downwards. Just as he was about to hit the machine, an even more powerful force suddenly exploded from beside him. Dragonite was blown away and even his skills were interrupted. Dragonite was lying on the ground in pain, looking at the undamaged machine on the ground. Dragonite felt a little regretful, wondering why he didn't destroy the machine at the beginning. In the distance, Mewtwo slowly lowered his hand, his chest rising and falling a little. Dragonite was a little overwhelmed, and it finally realized that the Pokémon in front of it was no longer within the range of ordinary Pokémon. With that feeling of oppression, Dragonite finally realized that it was a divine beast. Just as Dragonite was about to call out to the sleeping Pokémon in his heart, there was a rustling sound in the grass. Dragonite and Mewtwo looked back at the same time and saw a human boy holding up a large wooden stick and rushing towards the machine quickly. At the same time, he swung the Pokeball in his hand with force, and a lavender Pokémon jumped out of it. Mewtwo paused, then flashed and appeared in front of shiny Slowpoke, and slapped Slowpoke away. Dongfang Yan took the opportunity to raise the wooden stick and smash it hard on the machine. This very delicate instrument began to move around randomly. Mewtwo suddenly froze in place, and the super energy around him suddenly began to squeeze the surrounding space. The clarity and blood red in his eyes began to alternate again. Dongfang Yan was already having difficulty breathing, and Slowpoke had been beaten to a point where he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Dongfang Yan felt the pressure from all around him, and just when he thought he was about to collapse, a yellow figure flashed by. He quickly picked up Dongfang Yan and Slowpoke and left the area near Mewtwo. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the space around Mewtwo seemed to be squeezed to pieces. The nearby machine was also blown into white fragments. In the smoke, there was chaos. Dragonite flapped its wings, hugged Dongfang Yan with one hand and the half-dead Slowpoke with the other. Dong Yan felt heartbroken when looking at the unconscious Slowpoke. But there was no way, Mewtwo was too fast, so Slowpoke could only take it. The smoke dissipated, and Dongfang Yan and Kuai Long stared at the center of the smoke with wide eyes. It is naturally impossible to defeat Mewtwo. It is obvious from the battle just now that Dragonite cannot beat Mewtwo at all. In a one-on-one situation, Mewtwo is always very strong. So what Dongfang Yan and Dragonite wanted to know was whether Mewtwo had woken up or not. The smoke dissipated, and Mewtwo was suspended in the air. He raised his head and a red light flashed in his eyes. Dongfang Yan and Kuai Long were shocked. The red light in Mutuo's eyes disappeared in a flash, and soon Mutuo's eyes returned to normal and became clear. He looked at the chaos around him, the two half-dead Pokémon in the sky, and the human boy who destroyed the machine to restore himself. Mutuo was a little confused and recalled it carefully. Xiao Meng suddenly felt a little guilty, and at the same time he couldn't help but sigh that he was finally free. But who am I? Who am I? This made Mutuo extremely uncomfortable. In fact, it hated humans very much. Mutuo used telepathy to call the ones above to come down. Kuai Long did not resist and flew down with Dongfang Yan. But he still remains hostile to Mutuo and is wary of it. I will help you get that leaf back. Mutuo spoke to Dragonite and Dongfanjian at the same time through telepathy. Dragonite looked at Mutuo in confusion. Mutuo continued, consider this my apology. Dragonite nodded. With such a powerful helper, it would be best to get the treasure back. As for you, thank you for making me feel normal again. Mutuo raised his hand, and the unconscious Slowpoke floated up. Good talent. A lavender light flashed around Mutuo, and soon all of it entered Slowpoke's body. The wounds on Slowpoke's body also disappeared. Xiao Meng doesn't want to owe anyone too much favor. Thank you. Dongfang Yan hurriedly thanked him and opened the Eye of True Vision to observe Mutuo's attribute panel. Elves, Mutuo, Level. Potential, S+. Gender, Male. Attribute, Superpower. Status, Healthy, Gene Defect. Features, Oppression, the oppression from the beast makes you afraid to release skills. Genetic skills? Basic skills? Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Note, this genetic Pokémon, due to the purpose of the experiment, continued genetic recombination and finally became a brutal Pokémon. Mutuo waved his hands to show that he didn't care. When he was about to go with Kuai Long to look for the Captain Su Shija, Dongfang Yan suddenly took out a bottle of potion from his pocket. It is the Super Pokémon Qualification Enhancer that comes in the system's Novice Gift Pack. In this world, who you are is not important at all. What is important is what you have left behind in this world, or what you are pursuing. What we should enjoy is all the processes that happen in this world. It doesn't matter what the result is. From the moment we are born and exist, we are unique individuals. No one is a copy of anyone else. Mutuo stood still, but was shocked by Dongfang Yan's words. Are you saying these to yourself? Looking at the potion in Dongfang Yan's hand, Mutuo could feel that the contents inside could make up for the defects of his body. You, what are you pursuing? Dongfang Yan boldly stared at Mutuo and asked seriously. In fact, Dongfang Yan himself was also very panicked, because he knew Mutuo's hatred for humans. He was very afraid of being slapped to death by Mutuo. However, Mutuo remained silent after hearing his words. What is my pursuit? Mutuo asked himself. Ever since it gained consciousness, it knew that it was a copy of a Pokémon named Mew. And he himself was named Mutuo, but was tortured by various experiments every day, and he couldn't even die if he wanted to. Then I was forced to wear a mecha and was controlled. I had to do various experiments and tasks every day. Those people in white coats and glasses. Chapter 30. Dragon King. Mutuo soared into the sky, already having a goal in mind. It seemed to sense that the person in front of it was a little different from the others. But this cannot make Mutuo give up his hatred for humans and that organization. It's just that Dongfang Yan has some good feelings towards Mutuo. Be yourself? But before that, thinking about it, he looked in one direction and winked at Dragonite. Dragonite understood what he meant, and soon both sides accelerated and disappeared on the spot. Dongfang Yan looked at the soup spoon mark on his wrist, and in his other hand was the flute given by Dragonite. Although he didn't give Dragonite anything, Dragonite was still very grateful to Dongfang Yan for his help. So he was given a flute that could summon Dragonite itself. As long as the flute is blown, Dragonite will sense it and will try its best to fly over to help Dongfang Yan. To be honest, when Xiao Mengxiang wanted to check his memory just now, he was a little panicked. I'm a little afraid of exposing the fact that I'm a time traveler. Fortunately, Mutuo did not pursue the matter further and chose to believe in himself. These two things are probably the biggest gain this time. This was the first time I observed Dragonite and Mutuo up close. Especially Mutuo, the sense of oppression is really too strong. But face to face, Mutuo is really handsome. In the past, you could still catch it in the game, but now, you'd better hold on to your thighs first. As for where the two of them went, it goes without saying that they must have gone to look for the person who took something from the ancestral hall. However, he had to be careful now, after all, his Pokémon Slowpoke was already unconscious. There is no combat protection around, and this is the center of the forest. Most of the Pokémon are between level 40 and 50, with the Overlord Pokémon in the 60s and the cap at 70. However, after the duel between Mewtwo and Dragonite, most of them were scared away. But it is still better to be careful, after all, you only have one life. Dongfang Yan came to the ruins of the ancestral hall and searched around, but found nothing valuable. I was also wondering if there were any treasures like GS balls. That's a Pokeball that can catch legendary beasts. Unfortunately not. Dongfang Yan took back the sleeping Slowpoke. Mewtwo just spoke to himself alone through telepathy. There are some things Mewtwo has to deal with. Everyone hurry up, my brother is still in there. Fatty Chien rode a zebra and shouted as he ran. The old butler was riding on a sonic dragon. Surrounding them were some Alliance prosecutors wearing special Alliance combat uniforms. He also summoned his own Pokémon and moved forward at full speed. They needed Fatty to lead the way, so they lent him a faster zebra. From a distance, a big fire had already started in the forest under the moonlight. It's not just because of the battle between Mewtwo and Dragonite, but also because of the inevitable friction between a large group of Pokémon in the forest as they were escaping, which led to a fight. However, after Fatty Chien called the police, the Chinese branch Alliance office sent a large number of Alliance prosecutors to the Moonlight Forest to investigate. Because they found that something big seemed to have happened in the Moonlight Forest. At the front, a man was riding a fossil pterosaur and moving forward quickly. The people behind looked respectful. There is no other reason, because he is one of the 4 strongest kings of the Chinese Alliance. Dragon King, Cross. This time it was mainly because I happened to pass by here and heard that a mysterious organization had taken action here. So I came to take a look. After all, the recent investigations are also related to these mysterious organizations. It would be best to have relevant clues, but at least for now it seems that something big must have happened in the forest with this kind of commotion. However, there seemed to be many secrets hidden in this forest, and he was just a newly crowned king who had only been in power for 4 or 5 years. There are many things that happened in the past that I haven't fully understood yet, but I will still be able to find out after I go back with my authority. Now let's clarify what exactly happened here. Looking at the traces of battle here, this is definitely not something that can be created by ordinary Pokémon. At least it's the kind of noise that only a champion-level Pokémon can make. Allowing a Pokémon that doesn't know friend from foe and is at least at the champion level to wander around the forest and near the city. This is undoubtedly horrific. If something really happens, it will be an irreversible disaster. Thinking of this, Du couldn't help but pat the fossil pterosaur under him, asking it to fly faster. With a gust of wind, the fossil pterosaur accelerated and flew away. Everyone, hurry up and follow the footsteps of Dragon King. A group of people behind followed the king at a very fast speed. Are you kidding? The Heavenly King, or one of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Huguo Alliance. Some of the investigators here have only seen this Dragon Heavenly King on TV. How could I have seen it in real life? Even if I have seen it, the person who has seen it must be a person of extraordinary status. The fat man was not particularly surprised. He just wanted to save Dongfang Yan. Hateful. Don't let me know who dismantled my plane. I will never let him go. Su Shija, along with the remaining 3 companions, ran away in a panic, cursing. The rest? Humph, I'd better stay and reach the Pokémon in the forest to buy time for my escape. Fortunately, he had made preparations for both scenarios and had a helicopter ready outside the forest. Unlike the previous transport plane, this one is faster and is specially used for escape. It does not have the large capacity of a transport plane, it is just a simple means of transportation. Su Shija took Hudi onto the helicopter, and the rogue crocodile had already been taken back into his Pokeball. In order to escape from the siege of many Pokémon under the transport plane, he could only let Crocodile take the first move. After all, he had to retain Alakazam's power, and his life depended entirely on Alakazam. After all, it is the Pokémon that grew up with me. Unlike the Pokémon he raised later, those Pokémon could be abandoned when he encountered danger. If the danger really threatens your life, abandon the fighting Pokémon immediately. Let Pokémon sacrifice itself to fulfill your own destiny. After all, if a Pokémon is gone, you can raise it again, but if a life is lost, everything is gone. This time, the plane had no malfunctions and flew steadily. But you never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. Not far away, two Pokémon were floating quietly. Sushija took a closer look. Grass. Turn back. When Sushija saw the approaching Pokémon clearly, he was immediately horrified. Dragonite charges at the corner of its mouth. Seeing this, the helicopter pilot quickly pulled up the joystick, flying upwards desperately. Are you kidding? If he got hit by a bullet, there is no doubt that he would die without a burial place. The light wave passed the helicopter directly, which was extremely dangerous. In fact, it has something to do with the fact that Dragonite doesn't really want to hit this plane. After all, the leaf was still on the plane. But Mewtwo was not so easy to talk to and instantly moved in front of the helicopter. The driver broke out in a cold sweat, because he knew how powerful Mewtwo was. Mewtwo raised one hand, gathering his superpowers. Boom! Mewtwo looked back and saw Sushija carrying a box. Alakazam was controlling Sushija with his telekinesis, teleporting continuously, trying to leave this place. The helicopter had been broken into pieces and fell from the sky. Except for Sushija, who moved away instantly, the rest of the people have turned into fireworks. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past Mewtwo, and Dragonite rushed over at high speed. Roar! Dragonite let out a roar, lightning surrounded his hands, and he kept approaching Sushija at a faster speed, using his lightning fist. Why are you still chasing me? Double bomb gas, smoke! Sushija threw out the Pokeball, trying to confuse Dragonite in this way. Double bomb gas didn't react, but still used his skills quickly. Since the double bomb gas has the ability to float, there is no need to worry too much at high altitudes. But Dragonite doesn't care about you so much and can't beat Mewtwo. It's easy to defeat a level 60 double bullet gas monster. With Alakazam's speed of teleportation, it would be impossible for this double bullet gas to be retracted. Yes, this double bomb gas has become a discarded piece. Dragonite uses a lightning punch, Dragonite's high physical attack, and a fully stacked dragon dance. Strong lightning penetrated the double bomb gas. The double bomb gas suddenly went dark and he died. Dragonite flew away without even a glance. The double bomb gas fell with black smoke, and Sushija did not look back because there was no need to. Looking at the Dragonite getting closer and closer, Sushija was very confused as to why this Dragonite had not been defeated by Mewtwo yet. Even if he wasn't defeated, he should have been almost out of energy after being drained by Mewtwo. Why is he still so full of energy?